Hello everyone, my name is Lucifer and welcome to Joyride to Hell. This is a visual novel about a yandere, I think it's a yandere one, but this is a very long visual novel and my throat cannot do longness. So I'm going to be recording this at multiple periods and that's why if you notice my voice change or the sound change, that's why. So let's get into it. I'm sorry. Hey, say something. Please don't be mad. Shit. Hey, say something. You nudge him with the sole of your foot, but his body stays unmoving. Well, that's not great. Don't think calling the cops is gonna help. Don't think it gonna help at all. But maybe you know the cops and you can still tell the cops, hey, I know y'all and y'all gonna help me. Please pick up. Oh no. I need you. Ollie, please. Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. Oi, oi, oi. A lot of darkness. A lot of nothingness happening. I'm sorry. Please help me. The light is here. The other kids weren't very friendly. Not in kindergarten, not in primary school. Your mother firmly believed it wasn't your fault, while your father firmly believed your mother coddled you too much. While all the others and their teachers celebrated the joyous occasion of starting 4th grade, you were being introduced as the kid who didn't quite make the cut. The reading problem didn't resolve itself as your parents had hoped. Kids from your previous classes seemed to be indifferent to your not-so-sudden disappearance, seeing you during break once and again, but eventually and inevitably drifted away from you. Of course, the new children all knew each other, likely already since kindergarten. There weren't a lot of options for schooling in a town as small as yours. I mean, there's always the option of starting your own school. Very profitable, definitely. There was no room for any older, skinny, quiet, completely non-athletic kid who had a personal agenda against every single staff member in their tight-knit class. Well, that sounds like the modern day, cool dude. You sat by yourself during break for 3 full weeks. You hoped somebody would take pity on you, but the other kids seemed perfectly content to go on pretending that you either didn't exist or could infect them with your brooding lack of intellect. Once again, you retreated back into your corner of the playground, behind the benches and near the fence you were told not to get too close to. When this one boy suddenly decided to break the unspoken rule of ignoring you, you were colored rather surprised. What are you doing? What's it look like? I don't know. You look up, deciding to face the boy who wanted to disturb your serenity. And that's when we became criminals. Bonnie and Clyde together. Pouring salt on a snail. Oh, okay. Maybe don't do that. Very, why? Just wanted to. That's really weird. Where did you get salt? Stole it from the lunch lady. You know I could tell on you, right? You won't. My name is Walter. The kid was rather small. You thought all of them were, being around a head taller than most, but he was especially so. He looked like he could still belong to the first graders. You don't look like a Walter. What's your name? Oliver. That's where you thought the conversation would find its conclusion, leaving you to your very important snail business. So important. Go to get that escargot like the Français. Why can't you read? Alas, children are rather nosy. Word seems to travel fast in such a tiny school. I can, just not very good. What if I help you practice and in return you pretend to be my friend? Why would I do that? The boy, Walter, shrugs. He can't have guessed many friends in class either, you guessed. He can't have. I don't know if I read that correctly. My brain is not processing things very fast. He was a little weird, never talked much, despite always knowing the answer to every one of your teachers' questions. In break, he usually sat near the teachers and made them pause their lunch in order to entertain him or read books. That alone made you want to avoid him. But your mom would be happy if you said you made a friend. You could already hear her swooning to your father, how her prayers had finally been answered. That's right, the devil is here. I mean, it is Joyride to hell, so... Fine, why not? And so Walter sat next to you, a disgusted expression on his face as he watched the snail shrivel and writhe under the salt, the water draining out of its body. Soon enough, the school bell rang. One of the teachers scoured the playground to round up any dilly-dallying kids. You and Walter would sit there, watching the little creature become lifeless till a teacher would find you and scold you to come inside. You had wondered why, if Walter didn't like to see it, he still continued to watch. There's that word for it, and it's in French, but there's a word for this particular kind of scenario. At the age of 9 years old, you learned that in order for the others to be nice to you, you had to be nice to them first. Sometimes even that doesn't work. When you entered high school, you realized that that's bullshit. Yeah, okay, there you go. People either like you or they don't. Sometimes it felt like God rolled 2 dice, and if the numbers were anything but a double 6, you'd automatically be written off as a weirdo just from saying the way you said hi. I recently finished the popular manga Dice, the cube that changed everything, and it's just reminded me of that. Yeah, I've been wanting to read that for like many years. Like I think I saw it around 2015, and I've been wanting to read it since then. Like it was on my list, but I never actually had read a manga until last year or this year when I read Solo Leveling, and I have a list now and I'm going through all of it. And I read Dice. It was fun. Like there were a lot of concepts and everything, but it does drag on a bit, and other stuff. I have other thoughts on that. If you ever want to listen, I might make video. Who knows? But yeah, just remind me of Dice. If you read it or if you know about it, you know the know. The chances didn't feel very fair, but this time things weren't as bad as the first time around. At least Walter was still in your class, graciously letting you copy most of his test answers in return for a can of soda. That's a good deal. Is Christmas music in the background? Your classmates must have thought it was sort of pathetic to bully someone 2 years older than them, or were too busy with themselves, and as embarrassing as it may be, it was a relief. Most days were fine, calm, cloudless. The sky is blue, the sun burns hot. You doze off in class, eat your lunch at an empty table, picking the most edible-looking things out of the slosh they serve. When the final bell rings, you walk home and listen to music, wishing you could make something like that with no idea where to start. Such was the plan for today, but against your better judgment, you decided to skip last period. It was art. Our art was boring and you weren't very good at it. It was frustrating. I think art was one of the subjects that I did the worst, and I think I got no marks in middle school. I was so bad, and I think I tried again in high school to take art because I didn't want to take chemistry, and I was so bad again. I was terrible. You waited in the bathroom stalls for class to start. After about 5 minutes, you left. No one was in the halls by then, and you could easily wade under the teachers' radar. You'd deal with their scolding later. On your escapade, you noticed a girl sitting on a stairway in the schoolyard. She wore clothes you thought would be more befitting for a 12-year-old, with her jeans ending far above her ankles, but her pink shirt sitting baggy. You recognized her from your class, but you couldn't quite remember her name. Was it smashing dude with bottle and asking to, bury him girl? Was that her name? You never talked to her before. No, you never talked to her before. Nobody did, so why should you? She was always by herself, rarely ever attending class. That made it hard to make yourself an image of her. Some classmates who went to middle school with her said they used to call her the know-it-all. She constantly raised her hand and corrected others if they were wrong, prompted or not. I used to do that in middle school, a lot during middle school, and then I think a year in high school, and then I just stopped because, people did not like that. I still do it sometimes now, and it comes out of me, but yeah. This wasn't told to you directly, of course, but you had a very trusty inside source who made sure to infiltrate all of the school's important social circles. Walter was definitely more popular than he was in elementary and middle school combined, which was sort of intimidating. The people he heard that from must have been the same people who now continued to throw paper balls at her head and shove her around in the cafeteria. Earlier this junior year, somebody tripped her and she fell face first, and her full tray clattered on the floor, making the cafeteria quiet down for a whole 3 seconds as her embarrassment washed over her. The food was spilt everywhere, the tiled floor, her clothes, and once everyone saw where the noise came from, the laughter soon followed. Those who weren't as amused just rolled their eyes and ignored her. Before she even knew what hit her, someone was already telling her to stop holding the line. She quickly ran off somewhere while wailing loudly and didn't attend any classes for the rest of the day. Walter snickered and you sheepishly smiled along, but he sort of hoped you had the guts to intervene back then. Of course you felt bad for not stepping in, but which high schooler could blame you? If you did, you might just be the next on their agenda. Not adenja, as my brain said. It was a miracle by itself that you got by as well as you did. Although she was pretty cute, and she probably didn't have any other friends. Maybe she'd appreciate it. If you were honest, you didn't give much of a shit of what others thought of you anyway. Walter would have your back if anyone dared to throw something at you, for sure. Yeah, that's certainly going to last in high school. Definitely, that friendships definitely last, and they don't change based on their popularity or anything like that. With your courage gathered, you decided to take a leap of faith. It wasn't out of pity, no. More like compassion. That girl might as well have been you, hadn't it been for Walter. Are you skipping as well? She blinked at you, looking a tad dumbstruck that you spiked a conversation. No, I'm doing homework, the girl said as she was pointing her pen at her notebook. It had lots of little sketches in it. No shit, I'm skipping. Oh, sorry, no shit, I'm skipping. Sorry. Yeah, I my brain is slowly processing right now, sorry. The girl hissed viciously, and as quickly as she turned to you, she turned around again. Well, that was uncalled for. You contemplate sitting on the stairs next to her, but you know when you're not wanted. Some people simply prefer to be left alone, you assume. It was probably nothing personal. Without further ado, you put down your backpack and kneel down. Once you unzip it, you pull out your cassette player. You were just gonna skip at the skate park again. Nobody there gave a shit if you were supposed to be at school instead. Who had time for art in last period anyway? Hoisting yourself up, you get ready to leave, till the girl opens her mouth to say something. What are you listening to? She looked at you, gripping her pen tightly. For some reason, the look on her face made you reconsider leaving. Perhaps she was just a little awkward. You thought it was sort of charming. Was it also charming, the fact that she killed someone? Putting your first impression aside, you flop down next to her. You put your backpack on the stairs in front, and she follows with her notebook. Instead of trying to explain your tastes in music to her, you offer up your headphones. She better be careful. That thing costs you a lifetime of scrubbing dishes and mowing the lawn. The very first thing that I actually did chores for was Minecraft. So around the time Minecraft released, almost everyone in my class had it, and they were all playing it. And I played it from their laptop, so I really enjoyed Minecraft, and I wanted Minecraft. And back then, the not official versions of Minecraft had issues where if you played Minecraft and if you close the application, the next time that you turn it on, when you spawn, all your stuff in your inventory wouldn't be there anymore. So these are like early days unofficial versions of Minecraft. So I really wanted to have proper Minecraft. So I asked my dad. So the concept of doing chores for money isn't a big thing in my place. So I told my dad, Dad, I really want this game, but I didn't feel like, I want this game. Can you buy it for me? Because I knew the answer would be no. So I said, I will do chores for you, and for each chore I want $1, right? And I did it, and I got Minecraft after doing a lot of chores. My dad did help me by giving me a bit more money during a festival time. It was really nice of him, and I got Minecraft, and that was insane. It was so cool to have Minecraft finally. But by the time I was really unpopular kid in class, so no one really wanted to play with me, and that's when I played Minecraft alone for so long. And I think it was 4 years ago. I stopped playing Minecraft around the end of end of middle school, and I didn't play it a lot until I think 12th grade, or I think till the end of 12th grade. And then I picked it up once for a stream or something, and then I haven't played much of it since then. I played so much of it alone that I don't know, I just got kind of I do want to play more now. Years ago when I first started streaming, I wanted to do a whole Minecraft thing with other people, but I clearly don't have any other people, so I've been thinking of doing a Minecraft thing by myself, and I postpone things too much, That is another video that's going to come out very soon, but yeah, Minecraft is fun. I don't know, I just thought of it because I did chores for money, and that's the first time I did that. Hesitantly, she accepts your offer, and she listens. Her expression remains neutral. After about a minute of excruciating silence on your part, she takes the headphones off and studies the device. She presses a button and the lid opens up, showing your treasured cassette tape. Oh, cute. What do you think? It's not awful. To your surprise, she didn't seem to hate it. Or at least didn't show it. But you know, girls aren't into that, right? You would be wrong. You would be very, very wrong. The depressed music of yours isn't making anyone's penny slip off. You shrug. That was less painful than expected. You didn't expect a girl like her to understand that band anyway. In fact, her choice of words made you fluster a little. I'm telling you, this pant and shirt would be so much my jam right now. Like back then, I think in high school, I wasn't wearing full on black. I was wearing a jacket all the time, but nowadays I prefer black a lot more. I do prefer contrast though, so like I do feel the most comfortable in black clothes, but I like contrast. I like black and white together because I feel like the contrast makes it look better. There's a cutoff with the colors and everything like that. And I'm not the biggest fan of like fully one-tone color, but at the same time, I also think it looks cool. It's a battle in my head. It makes no sense, but yeah. How so? Try bringing a girl over to your house when they hear your dad preach at church every Sunday and your mom's glued on the couch in front of a wine glass. She never leaves the house. It feels like she's got an ankle monitor on. Oh, God. Oh, that's your dad? Yeah, don't say hi from me next time you see him, please. You don't go to church? Well, I do sometimes, when he needs help or my whole family goes. Otherwise, I hear enough sermons at home. The girl chuckles lowly and looks longingly at her notebook. You don't get the hint. Same. I don't make any hints. I just stumble and crash into everything until just something works out. No, not with like a girl. It's like, okay, obviously not with a girl. I'm a fat lonely loser gamer. Obviously not. But with like anyone in general, I don't get cues. I just awkwardly walk away, or I just talk until they're tired of me. What about your parents? I tell you about myself, you tell me about yourself. That's kind of how it works. Oh, my mom goes to work all day, and my dad, I don't know him very well yet. What do you mean? He's not my real dad, just my mom's new boyfriend. He's been there for a year already, but I don't know if he'll stay. They usually don't. He works at construction, so he's either gone for a week or at home for days on end. Is that why you skip school? Because your dad would know if you went home? Yeah, most days. That sucks. Do you have any siblings? No. Either she sucks at making conversation or she wants you to leave. From previous experience, you guess it's the latter. It's the latter, everyone. Time to climb up that social ladder and fall all the way down because I'm too socially anxious. You want to pry further, but her obvious discomforts tell you to rather leave her be. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry if I bothered you. I think it's the mullet. Huh? Why you get no girls? It's a huge turnoff. Well, you would be surprised. Basically, everyone's sporting a half mullet nowadays. It's like the trend. You are wrong, girl. Your piggy pink shirt is a turnoff. That gets a laugh out of her. A real genuine laugh. Excuse me? I'm like, God. Like, oh, what are you even talking about? Like, oh my God. Makes you look like a 7th grader. Maybe you're into that, considering you're 2 years older than all of us. How do you know that? Word goes around both ways. As soon as the topic changed, so did the girl's personality. The whole atmosphere around her seemed a lot lighter. What's your name again? Annie. Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I don't think that's what they called you in class roll. If I'm so unimportant, then it doesn't matter, does it? Oh wait, isn't that Annabelle? Suddenly, Annie tackles you to the ground and puts her hand in your mouth, muffling your speech. To your shock, she dangles your precious cassette player in the air, threatening to let it crash and burn. You slap her arm, repeatedly pleading for mercy. As a smirk appears on her face, she decides to release you of your torture and finally lets you go. That girl is more fierce than you thought. Yeesh, I yield. I'm sorry. To whom? I'm sorry, Annie. With a satisfied smile, she gets off of you, dusting herself off. She outstretches her hand to you, sitting in the dirt, looking as dumbstruck as she did herself mere minutes ago. Aww. Do you want to go to the mall? Skipping at school is boring. I have no cash. You don't need cash if you know what you're doing. Come on. Oh, don't like those words put together. Nah, I don't want to. God, you're a proper Debbie Downer, aren't you? It'll be better than sitting around here. The words escape you. You start to mutter something incoherent like an idiot. Yeah, fine, why not? And this is the reason why she got into murder, because she started stealing from malls. Know this, kids. Learn from Annie. Something about her drew you in. Her choice of words, her cheeky spirit, and definitely not because you're a teenager with hormones rising. She was not like at all like you thought she'd be. Ooh! About half a year later, Annie asked you to be her boyfriend. You hadn't really thought about that before, seeing Annie as more of an additional, mildly annoying sister. You know what they say, sweet home Alabama. Time spent with Annie was time that consisted of jump dokes, risky endeavors, and the joy of flunking quizzes together. You didn't want to lose all that by rejecting her, so you went along because, sure, why not? Every guy wanted to have a girlfriend. Now you could say that you had one too. Okay, so I'm assuming that he is not into Annie and he's actually into Walter. If my assumptions might be perchance correct. I do like the little hairband thing. I've always liked that in like animes and stuff like that. Not much change after becoming Annie's boyfriend, other than her simply tagging along everywhere you went, with your friends or not. Walter didn't mind, despite his teasing. It was a little rough to constantly make time for her, but that's just what having a girlfriend is like, right? I would be a terrible boyfriend because I would never make time for anything except I don't know what I do all day, so probably that, nothing. You loved her, so of course you didn't mind. You figured that maybe love is just a little more underwhelming than all those teen movies make it out to be. You tried to help Annie make friends, but she had a way that pushed most people away. The other girls liked Annie even less than the boys. She was a cute girl with long flowy hair, bright eyes, and a thin, slender body. You were sure your classmates didn't think any differently. They were also sure that you didn't have a singular clue what was going on in the girls' heads. So after asking Annie why she had no female friends, she responded with, "They're just jealous of me." Whatever that meant. Annie especially had no interest in making any guy friends. Why would she? She has you. That is probably not a very healthy thought, but don't mind me. So Walter didn't exactly have much of a choice than to be roped into the world's most boring history project. He did most of the work, rather hesitant to share his glory with Annie, who had been in the restroom for half an hour already. So just because she can't find a partner, we have to let her mooch off our work? You listened to him complain, not interested in correcting Walter that she was still doing more work than you were, and ignoring the reality that other than him, you likely wouldn't have a partner either. Definitely not ecstatic about your presence. Not one excited about your presence, like it's really properly okay. She's not mooching. She's doing the whole poster, cursive and all. That's true. She would be, if you weren't hiding in a bathroom. We won't be done till dinner at this rate. What do you think she's doing in there for so long? What do you do in the restroom? Maybe she's plotting how she'll ditch out of the presentation. You're not funny. That wasn't a joke. She's probably doing her makeup or something. Aww, so she looks pretty for you. Shut up. For someone so eager to go back home, you're not doing any work either. No, seriously, why does she look like that today? Walter had a lot of questions about Annie. Always, every day, like she was the most interesting thing about you. It got exhausting pretty quickly. Maybe he wants to find out why Annie's gonna kill someone in the future. Who knows? That was just me pondering guess out there, just throwing a rock into the guest lake out there, you know? Like what? All dolled up. Is she always this dressy with you? Not really. Can we start talking about her? Walter rolled his eyes in response, keeping his mouth shut. You knew it wouldn't last long and pretended to focus on the egregiously small and cluttered text that plastered the book in front of you. It seemed like one large chunk of word nonsense, and you had no idea how Walter could filter anything important out of that. The main question clicked his pen and his tongue at the same time. Do you guys even... That's Annie. Annie, is she okay? Are you okay, Annie? That was the doorbell. A sound you've never been happier to hear, thanking the devil in your mind for his divine, devious intervention. I'll get it. Walter murmured something, chewing on his pen as he probably continued to ponder on and on about the specifics of your relationship. Out your room, down the stairs, and facing the front door, you swiftly grab the handle. And in front of you stood Annie's father. His name was Daniel, if you recall correctly. This was the first time you saw him in person, and you were surprised, to say the least. He was tall, a little intimidating, clean-shaven, and well put together. All those things and more, but most surprisingly, pretty young. Like cooler older brother young. You were pretty certain Annie's mother was in her mid-30s. There was at least a 10-year difference between them. Even at the height of your puberty at age 16, you thought those two made a really strange image. Do people with an age gap that big even have anything in common? It's rare, but it's possible. Technically, depends on how you're raised and a lot of other factors like that. I'm here to pick up Annabelle. Ah, right. Annie did say she had to leave early. She was probably getting herself ready in the bathroom, you realize. Where is, Aster, was it? In her room, I think. With Annabelle? No, yes, with Annabelle. You barely caught yourself before slipping. Annie said she was only allowed to stay at your house on the pretense that she was meeting your sister instead of you. Apparently, after all the bullying for multiple boys at schools, he decided it was the best that Annie make more girl friends. Oh, girls can be so much more mean than boys, especially in schools. It was easier said than done, but then again, there's a whole dependence on it. Boys can be as mean as girls. Girls, you know what I mean. I'm picking her up early. She's got an appointment. Right, I'll tell her. You could hear someone's feet stumble down the stairs in unusual haste. Hi, Dad. Is it time already? Yup, did you have fun? Mm-hmm. Alright, grab your things and let's go. I'll wait for you. Okay. You won't intersect, suggesting getting her things for her, but instead, you're soon left waiting at the door to make more small talk with her dad. You try to think of something to say and wonder if you could just stand there and stare stupidly for him. To take pity and pretend to be just as interested in awkward silence as you are. The theory proved itself to be wrong mere moments later. Your father is the pastor at church, isn't he? Oh, yes he is. It's good work he does. Honest work. I listen to him every Sunday. Greet him for me, will you? I will. Although I'm not sure I've seen you there before. No one for church? Oh, well, as you were busy cooking up a lie in your head, an amused huff escaped the man facing you. It's fine. I wasn't at your age either. It's all a bother, isn't it? I guess so. After what felt like half an eternity, Annie comes back downstairs, backpack in hand and ready to leave. I'm here, let's go. At the sight of her, her dad turns around and makes his way to a shiny red car. What's your appointment? Just blood work. With that, she went after him and shot you a cheeky smile over her shoulder, mouthing something along the lines of, "Thank you." After the spare incidents, you've seen Annie and her mother together. You feared for the worst. Think they'd argue just about any minute now, going to the car, having a screaming match, but that wasn't the case. She walked up to him to hug him. Hugging him almost felt like a friend that she hadn't seen in weeks. At first you thought it was just a little weird, only to scold yourself for that train of thought. Just because your father preferred to show his love in the form of lectures didn't mean that it should be that way. You should be happy that they get along. Annie looked up at him with an expression you couldn't quite pinpoint. Her eyes glistened with admiration. She was smiling, seemingly happy, but had a tinge of insecurity in her brows. Her head ducked lower now, only tilting further from your line of sight until all you can see is the top of her head, leaning into him. You bite the side of your cheek. The doorknob went sweaty under your hand, and your feet were glued to the doorstep, only one step separating you from her as you continued to walk with him. You were unsure what was keeping you waiting. Her dad opened the car door for her, and she seated herself only to find a little gift bag perched on the footwell of the car. Gleefully, she picked it up, and her dad must have told her to save it for later, because moments later, she hesitantly put it back down again. The quiet door slammed shut. Daniel turned around and noticed you were still standing there. A fleeting moment of eye contact felt like ages, his eyes staring right into yours, causing you to shrink a little into yourself. You knew you should have waved him goodbye, closed the door on them, but it felt like some force was holding you there to make sure you were watching. His mouth curved into a smile. It looked a little strange, crooked. He must have known what you were thinking, even before you did. Oliver, what's taking so long? Walter was still upstairs. You shouldn't have let him wait. Annie's present from her dad was a pearl necklace, as you would find out the next day. It was her favorite thing in the entire world. Her clothes started getting nicer, looking more grown up day by day. Her thin limbs were extending out of her torso like long toothpicks, and soon she grew to be at your eye level. It was strange to watch. She was always very eager to go home and less eager to invite you over, the curtains drawn and doors to her home tightly locked. That day, Annie didn't wear a band-aid on either of her arms. You had hoped that all of it would miraculously help Annie be accepted at school, but people cared very little about her short-lived spurt of happiness. With the guys, it appeared that her harsh personality was easily undetermined by her appearance. She was easy prey for most due to the fact that she was alone so often. Once a guy came up to her after the bell rang, when she'd been packing up her stuff. He swung an arm around her tensed shoulders, asking her harmless things, like why she acted so rude, so hostile all the time. Why she never spoke, if she thought she was better than everyone else. Why she suddenly dressed so nicely. Who was she trying to impress? Stuff like that. One might say with you as her boyfriend, she'd have little reason to be an open target, but the reality was that even at school, Annie didn't want to make a big deal out of the fact that you two were dating. It made you question her reason to be with you in the first place, just a little. Everyone who dated in high school made sure that everyone else knew, whether it be by making out in the hallway or sitting on each other's laps at lunch. They'd shove their little affection in everyone else's faces. It's not like you were complaining. It was fine. It was fine by you. I don't know what happened. My reading ability just went crashing out in the last 30 seconds. Really. If anyone would figure it out, that would be fine too. At the time, no one really seemed to notice and thought you were just another guy taking pity on her. As much as you wanted to help her, even if you did try to intervene, they'd most likely just make fun of you too. Instead, you tried to stay out of class, after class most days, and walk her out, so the odds would be significantly less likely they'd bother her. It wasn't always possible. While Annie may not have had other friends, you sometimes had other plans in mind than to be her personal bodyguard, 5 days a week. She could handle herself. It was just a bit of teasing. Yeah, what you think is a little bit can be a lot for someone else. And you find that out a very hard way. So you thought, until it became a regular occasion, people awaiting the moment she would be alone, just to mock her some more. It got so bad that soon enough Annie's dad came to school and taught the principal a lesson, going on about the ethics of his school and the way he treats its students. It snowballed into a one-on-one confrontation between her dad and her bullies that was rumored to have escalated, and later a very forced class assembly, through which most of the students slept through. It helped, for a while. Eventually it started to blow over and Annie was left alone for the most part. She continued to come into your house. Walter continued to nag you. School continued to be annoying, and eventually, as they always do, things returned to normal. The new normal was peaceful, quiet, boring, all the same. Slowly but surely, everyone was starting to think of college applications while you were busy sleeping the day away. It's not like anyone expected anything of you. I do like the small details where it's all like X's, and then a question mark. That's good detail, good art detail there. I do like the art. I like the art. It's very pastel-y, but it's just nice art. Your father had always hoped for you to grow into your role as the next town's pastor. A town's next pastor. That makes next town's pastor means that in the next town over you'll be a pastor. Town's next pastor means that in that town you'll be the next pastor. My English is also degrading. Your mother seemed fine with letting you live in her home rent-free for however many years to come. That's a cool mom. You weren't good at sports, nor art, and especially not academics. None of the fields your classmates spoke about entering in college would light even the smallest flame of ambition in you. You should try being a failed attempt at a YouTube gamer or YouTube gamer. Yeah, that makes English sense. You should try that. I know all about it. Annie, for one, liked taking photos with her dad's camera. Her gallery consisted of pictures of cats, the same pond ducks over 20 times, and a myriad of snapshots of you two together. Yeah, the ducks and the cats would make her millions on Instagram. Millions of pennies, which is probably like a couple of $1,000, you know? She always printed them out as a copy shop, at a copy shop a town over. Spending all her money, I did not read that. I can actually scroll back in this one, there you go. spending nearly all of her allowance over there to hang all of them up all over her wall like a festive garland. But she didn't opt for photography. Annie said that she wanted to be a vet, but you deemed that a little unrealistic considering her track record. Oh god. Walter said he wanted to be a doctor, but if that's what he actually wanted to do, what he actually wanted to do was up for his own interpretation. I can read. Due to your lack of general interest in just about anything this planet had to offer, things weren't looking very bright. Yeah, I get that. Music, maybe. You often thought about picking up the guitar. Not a boring acoustic one, a really polished, expensive electric guitar that caught your eye while browsing at a local music shop. It always hung at the same spot on the wall, and you'd go and look at it every week as if it would suddenly disappear, which was highly unlikely unless someone who was as wealthy as Walter suddenly gained an immense interest in starting a trashy garage band. If he did, you'd not have thought twice about stealing your parents' savings to splurge on what you deemed to be the coolest thing your century had to offer. Today it hung there too, still in its shiny, glorious black alongside a hefty price tag. Annie had noticed her staring from 3 aisles away and laughed. You and that guitar again? Seriously? I just think it's cool. Yeah, right, stop staring at it. You'll never buy it. Thank you for the encouragement, Annie. Also, I can't help but notice your cross is outside now, Annie. You shrug. Annie was always quick to shoot down her ideas. She said she was being honest, realistic. Over the years, she had grown into someone that was a little hard to understand. Her snarkiness turned from something that was once cute and endearing to being plain rude, annoying at the best of days. It didn't get to you mostly. This is just who she is. I think I would, if it wouldn't cost me an arm and a leg. What's the point? You'll probably give up after a week anyway. Okay. Annie, are you okay, Annie? This isn't like that. You say that, but you always do. It's a waste of money, believe me. You can barely read as is. How are you gonna read music? As much as you want to laugh at Annie's stupid remarks, her words held truth most of the time. They still left your chest feeling a little empty. It was nice to imagine it differently, is all. I guess so. She was probably right. It was just a silly thought, nothing more. Being with Annie taught you that sometimes it was easier to not just start something at all, than end up disappointed when all your efforts won't amount to anything. You know what they say, you don't get the shots that you don't shoot. You can hardly be disappointed if you never even try. I do get that thought process, but as much as this is teenage angst, depressive thoughts, I do understand that, low self-esteem. Yeah, I get that. But what I've learned in life, there were actually recently talking about my own thing, I wanted to get into game development and I never did. I still want to, I've even planned everything out and I wanted to start today, but I didn't. I'm recording a lot of videos today instead. I had 2 really good ideas for games. One of them, both of them were actually made. And I had those ideas way before those games were made. And it's so sad that if I had started working on those ideas when I had them, I could have made something that, wasn't, considered copy or whatever. So, yeah, sure, you can be disappointed if something doesn't work out, but life is about taking those chances. Life is about trying those things and working it out. And if you truly like it, if you truly do like it, keep doing it. Learn from it. Learn from the mistakes and be better at it. That's how I've done YouTube. Of course, I'm not a great YouTuber by any means. I'm a trash YouTuber. I don't have many subscribers. I don't get many views. That's fine. But the videos themselves and the way I've talked and everything like that, there's small things like that which most people won't notice. Those have at least improved a little bit, right? I hope. I don't think so. Maybe, probably. I don't know. Maybe the old me was better than this. Who knows? Probably. I don't know. But yeah, it's just... life is all about taking those shots. And yes, you'll be disappointed, but with disappointment comes the opposite. Disappointment. Appointment. That's what life is all about. Trying things, even if it doesn't work. You learn from it, and you can apply that thing elsewhere. And you don't know when that thing will come that it can apply into. So, yeah. So take those shots, take those chances, try things, even if it doesn't work out. Try things. You learn more about yourself. You learn more about things, and it's just good to try things. And life is all about taking those tries. And yeah, do them. You are important. So are your dreams. So are your hopes. So are things that you want to do. So try them. You can do it. And the disappointment of trying, or well, the disappointment of thinking back and imagining that you could have tried is much worse than actually trying and, yeah. So try things. You can do it. I believe in you. The season changed alongside Annie, bit by bit. They did so exactly 6 times before it became palpable that something's wrong. I can read. Your summer holidays were the longest 2 months of your life. 2 weeks you were on vacation with your parents in a country that was way too hot and sunny for your taste. For the rest of it, Annie practically camped out at your house. After the incident of her dad showing up at school, the peace was short-lived. People just find new reasons, new ways to be cruel, less direct, less insults to your face and a hand on your shoulder, and more whispers and looks. No one likes a girl who makes a scene. Yeah, I get school. Do you want to go out and get something to eat? Not really, I'm not hungry. You can never eat much either. If you're feeling down, why don't we go to the mall? No, last time I went, the lady at the cosmetic place kicked me out. It's boring there anyway. I think we should take a walk, or maybe borrow my dad's car to drive around. No, your bed's too comfortable. You don't really want to go, do you? Dragging other people down with your feelings. Yeah, it happens. Ollie, do you want to go to the movies? I don't want to, as if there's anything good running. Yeah, and the depressive feeling is like, it becomes an echo chamber. Let's stay home. Okay, I feel better when it's just me and you anyway. It's just affirmation of your thoughts and feelings and not a good thing. How she managed to convince her dad to allow her to out of his sight for so long, you had no idea. They weren't getting along very well anymore. With Annie, it felt like time had been frozen. Everything and everyone around you kept changing, while the air around you continued to stagnate. The world outside of your room kept spinning. It was really difficult being someone's only friend. Yeah, I get that. There you are, I've been waiting. Hi, Annie. Why do you look so down? Something up? Listen, I'm sorry, but I can't take you home today. Huh? Why? Astro called me earlier and really needs my help with something. I need to come along. She likes me. I can help. I think she wants to spend some time with just me. You know, you're so over so often. I don't get much. I don't get to do much with her anymore. Oh, I'm sorry. And he fumbled with the sleeve of her shirt, pulling it down. Don't worry about it. I'll head off then, alright? Yeah. I'll see you around? Love you. Love you too. How's Annie? She's fine. She looked quite bummed. I wonder why. Be quiet, I feel bad enough. What do you say this time? Annie went home that day alone. And the day after, and the following one. Sorry, don't feel good today. I can't today. I'm at Walter's place. Sorry, I have to help Dad. How about tomorrow? Sometimes you just want time to yourself, to watch the stuff you like, to do the things you like. Alone. Yeah, I really get that. Without someone in your head who made you feel like all you could do was sit and watch as your bedroom walls caved in. It was difficult to always cater to her needs, when and wherever she needed. You were the only one for her to confide in, and she had no one else she could go to. It's a very difficult thing, because, yeah, you're the only person there, and you want to be there for other people, but at the same time, you're the only person there, and that makes you such a big point in that particular area, and yeah, it's just hard. No right answer either. Yeah. Her and her dad used to be as close as can be. It wouldn't be out of this world to assume that she could burden him with her worries from time to time, was it? Maybe the best way you went about it wasn't the best, but doesn't everyone make mistakes? You didn't mean to hurt her. Nonetheless, Annie didn't seem to take it too well after some time. Hey, I'm really sorry of how we left things. I didn't mean to yell at you. I don't know, I was an asshole. What did you want to talk about? Oh, it was nothing, forget about it. Really? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sorry for being weird. So, did you do anything after school today? Not really, just went home. I see. Are you sure nothing's wrong? You're so quiet. I had a fight with Dad. Oh shit, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll see you tomorrow. You didn't mean for that to happen. It wasn't your fault, right? The second pillow in your bed became more of a bother than anything. A waste of space. Still, you never laid on it. It still smelled a bit like her. Too attached to throw it, too indecisive to keep it. If you were in the mood for jokes, you'd be laughing at yourself about now. You open your eyes and let out a sigh, unable to fall asleep even after hours of trying. It was close to dinner time now, so it was of no use to torture yourself any further. Obviously, your thoughts didn't want to be drowned out by sleep. Surely you will be called down for dinner soon, and you were running out of excuses to not eat anything. Okay, there's a very, very small thing that I noticed, and I know I'm being very stupid about noticing this, but this feels distinctively older. I don't know how they did it. Like, earlier Ollie felt a lot more younger, and this feels older. I think it's because of the wide chin, and like the wide neck and the broad shoulders. I think that's why. But the art is good. I don't know why. I saw the progress of time, but it's just there. Sorry, it's a weird thing that my brain picked up. It's really good art. It's very cool. Anyways. Surely you'll be called down for dinner soon, and you're running out of excuses to not eat anything. You close your eyes, contemplating if pretending to be asleep is a better fate than sitting at the same table with your parents. You try to force yourself asleep once more, feeling drowsy from laying in bed for hours. Your limbs are pleasantly weightless as you approach the threshold of slumber. When your thoughts cycle back to the events of last month, nope. Oh. You open your eyes, sitting up, your vision blurring and gulping for air as you fight to stay conscious. You look around for a glass of water, but your mom must have taken the dishes with her when you were out earlier. There are cups of whatever soup has been boiling in there for the past however long the fungi has been there for. Are those bloody tissues on the floor? Oh god. Great. Now you had to go down after all, and you had no good excuse to skip dinner anymore. Your day was going fantastic. A loud noise tears you out of your pity party, the sound vibrating in your skull. You frown as you frantically search under your pillow looking for the source of your blight. You pull out your phone and squint to see who was calling you. But as your eyes adjust, the call drops and goes to your mailbox. Strange, seeing as you didn't call anyone in the past weeks and nobody contacted you either, much to your dismay. You stare at the bright screen and notice your phone's battery is barely hanging on to its last life. You moved, groaning as you look for your charger in your nightstand, and suddenly a knocking echoed through your room. You half expected your mom to storm in, not waiting for an answer, but she didn't. Only now you realize that you should answer. Yeah? Your voice cracks horribly, your parched throat reminding you of how thirsty you are. That my throat is, yes, correct, you're right. Slowly the door crept open, and a black-haired girl gingerly slipped into your room. Hey Ollie, Mom says dinner is ready. Are you coming down today? Crap, you didn't expect your mom to send her up to call you for dinner. She stopped doing that years ago. You just stare blankly at her, not knowing how to answer. She looks at you with a mix of hope and sadness, and suddenly you feel like a horrible bother for borderline abandoning her with your parents. Esther knows she will not get an answer slowly approaches you. She shuffles around the door, stepping from foot to foot, clearly nervous. Mom, Dad and you had a huge fight, and then you stopped going to school and didn't eat with us. She looks just how you felt, tired, and you realize how much everything affected her. You talk to me about it, and I don't know what to believe anymore. She inhales shakily and looks you in the eyes. I'm worried about you. Everything is changing and I don't know what to do. You sigh heavily, weighing your next words in your mind. I'm sorry, Your voice breaks off, and for a second you fear you'll start bawling in front of Aster. But the tears never come. Instead, you just feel empty. Aster looks at you, wide-eyed. Oh no, it's not your fault. She frantically thinks of something to say, and despite yourself, you smile softly at her. It's fine, Aster. Tell Mom I'll be down in a bit. She nods, and awkwardly turns her heel, heading out the door with an unusual sort of urgency. Only now do you notice you basically promised Aster to come down to dinner, which you already regret. You can think of 100 better things than to sit there and let your parents stare holes into your soul. So instead of facing the issue at hand, you decide to do the logical thing and lay down for 5 more minutes. Maybe it'll all disappear if you just ignore it. That has always worked before, definitely. Okay, that's it. With a grunt, you pull the phone out from under your pillow and accept the call without even looking at it. Hello? Oliver, oh thank God you picked up. You haven't heard that voice in weeks. You certainly didn't miss it. Now you regret turning your phone back on. What do you want? Don't sound so accusing. Can I just call to ask how you've been? There's a girl on the other line who you know all too well. She sounds out of breath and her voice is shaky. How do you think it's been? I'm sorry, Ollie. I didn't mean for it all to... If this is another one of those calls, I'll hang up. I don't want to hear it. Wait, please listen to me. What do you want? I need to meet with you. Now. What? Where's this coming from? Please, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Her voice cracks again. It almost sounds like she's crying, despite your initial annoyance. Worry churns up in your stomach. Annie, is everything okay? The line disconnected. What was that all about? Red flag! Girls with red flag! Exactly what this is. Slightly unnerved, you stare at your phone screen unsure what to do. It was probably just another one of her antics to drive you out the house, to make you forgive her. Annie did this all the time, especially during the last weeks. But then again, Annie has always had a habit of becoming unstable in certain situations, such as you not talking to her for a while. It was a risk you were well aware of, but your anger towards her blinded any kind of compassion towards her. Were you too harsh? No, she deserved it. Well, it's a bit complicated. You can't just say it's her fault. I'm sure there's other reasons around it, but yeah, it can feel like that in a certain perspective. And yet you can't stop thinking about the call. It gnaws at you to know that you'll give in to her again, but if something happened to her, you could never forgive yourself. You throw the covers off yourself and swiftly get dressed. In the motion of putting on pants, you slip on something on the floor. A t-shirt, reminding you that you haven't changed yours and, well, the details don't matter. Without thinking twice, you change into it and find your jacket in the dumpster that is your room. In the clarity of the moment, you're almost embarrassed of the state of it. No wonder Aster wanted to escape it. On your way down, you pass the living room, catching a glimpse of Aster and your parents' backs. You halt just a moment too long and make eye contact with her. Aster opens her mouth to say something, but all you can manage to do is mouth her an awkward, sorry. Right now, you really wish you curled up and died from the shame. But as always, there's no time for that. Quickly heading into the corridor, you step into your shoes and out of the door, leaving her behind. If there was a world's worst brother award, you'd really have earned it by now. It probably wasn't easy for Aster to muster up the courage to talk to you after everything you did. She gave you a chance and you just went and turned your back on her again, letting her deal with the wide range of emotions your parents will feel once they notice you aren't coming down. Yet again. If she doesn't hate you already, she surely does now. And if not, she really should. You know you do. But there was a certain sense of urgency behind the phone call. You couldn't just ignore it. Maybe Annie's in trouble. She often enough is. Maybe she just needs a place to stay tonight and you will generously open your bedroom door as you always did. She wouldn't even complain about the mess. Comforting yourself with the thought, you look out for the silhouette of a girl. Thinking about it, does she plan to walk here? What did you mean by 10 minutes? Annie's home was practically at the other end of town. Distracted by your thoughts, you completely ignore the car pull up to you. A girl steps out of it and looks around herself. Ollie! You whip your head around in surprise and get greeted with a warm hug, making you stumble back. Oh, I missed you. Yeah. I miss you too, Annie. You want to hug her back, but you feel frozen in place. The smell of her shampoo, the feeling of her face in the crook of your neck, it's all so familiar, yet foreign all the time, all the same. You push her off yourself. In turn, she backs off, a little taken aback. What does she expect? Oh, thank you for meeting me. Looking at her closer, she looks like a mess. Her clothes quickly thrown on, her makeup smudged, parts of her hair tangled. In fact, she doesn't look much different from yourself right now, which is almost a bit comforting. To know that she's just been as awful as you. So what is it? So, do you want to come in? Annie shakes her head, mentioning to the car behind her. Right, the car. And Oldsmobile Delta. Funny considering Annie doesn't own a car. Jump in. Isn't this your dad's car? I'm just borrowing it, it's fine. The keys on her hip jingle as she tugs you by your sleeve, nudging you towards the car. Where are we going? It's a secret. Red flag! She seems to be in quite the hurry, but you don't budge. What's going on? Can you just come along? No. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on. You're acting strange. I want to apologize for what I did. Please come with me. Will it take long? Do you have somewhere to be in the morning? Not anymore, no. Sorry. Stop apologizing. It won't fix anything. It won't be long. Let me make it up to you. In no world do you believe she's capable of undoing the last month's events. But how does it go? Everyone deserves a second chance? Well, sometimes second chances are best not to be given. And a third and a fourth. That's exactly why. Come on now, we don't got all day. Her demeanor completely changed from what you heard on the phone. Was it just a joke? Did she put up an act to get you to show up? But now Annie slipped on the driver's seat and smiles at you, inviting you in. You look behind yourself. The other option is staying home and going back, sitting down with your parents like nothing happened. I don't get an option. If it gave me an option, I would just go back home and the game would just end there and we would say goodbye and we will go to the next video. But that's not happening because it's a very interesting story so far. I do like how the story's taking its time. It took like 45 minutes to build up the relationship and everything. And now I think is the main game. I do like that. I like how it's building things up. I like the art style. I like the music. This is very well made. I'm enjoying it. And I hope you are too. And if you are, please smash subscribe. And please check out the creator of this visual novel in the description. Talk about a hearty reunion. You look out the window. Again, Annie also looks older in this. I think it's the hair. I think the hair is longer. That's why she looks older. And more hair in general. I think so. If the artist ever sees, or if the visual novel person, maker, author, that's the word, ever sees this, I would love to know how art works. I like knowing how. I love art. I want to get into art, and this is great art. I love the music. Like in a lot of visual novels, like the music doesn't always match the visual novel, and that's like an annoyance that I have that I don't really talk about because, the visual novel can still be good, but it's good. I like the visuals. I love the music. It ties it together, and the story also is slow and it's good. I like it. It's good. I'll stop talking about how good it is, and I will continue the video. You look out the window, squinting and trying to see through the fog that spread over the road. The Delta left the town and traveled along winding back roads, soon leaving paved roads altogether as it plunged deeper into the darkening wilderness. With every bump Annie drove over, you were afraid the car was going to fall apart in all of its pieces. I don't know. You know how to drive? I don't have a license, if that's what you're asking. But Dad gave me a few lessons in this very car, in fact. What if you get pulled over? Shouldn't I drive instead, just in case? You have your license with you? Well, no, but... Calm down. Red flag. You think any officer is foraging through the backwoods at this hour? Just sit tight and wait. She winks at you and you roll your eyes, averting her look at the window again. The night was slowly settling in. The tree-lined street dark and ominous. What is Annie going to show you out here anyways? You think about asking, but the silence in the car is better than hearing her voice. So, I haven't seen you at school lately. It gets really boring to sit by myself at lunch, You sigh, aggravated. She never really could read a room, and neither could she stand being silent. Is it? I wonder whose fault it is I can't show my face there anymore. Annie returned, smiled stiffly. Eyes peeled on the road, her knuckles white with how tightly she's holding the wheel. You squint your eyes at her. She's feeling bad. You could tell, but you have no pity for her. The opposite, rubbing it into her face, was vindictive. The silence stretches down between the two of you, thick and awkward. You can feel how it gnawed at her, but she didn't dare open her mouth again. Aww. Healthy relationship, definitely, yeah. With a click of your tongue, you decide to have mercy on Annie after all and open the conversation again. So is your mom in town? She never lets you have the car. Annie almost whips her head around to talk to you, but remembers to keep her eyes on the road. Oh right, mom was on holiday with colleagues or something. You didn't want to go with her? You knew that Annie's mom had no interest in spending her family vacation with her, but since you were apparently asking such obvious, useless questions, you might as well contribute. It's Dad's week off. I wanted to stay home with him. That usually didn't end very good. Don't worry, we're fine. Things are good. Annie replied, as if reading your mind. Well, if she says so. You squint at her from the side, noting how Annie is wearing her pearl necklace, an item she usually only reserved for dates. Only that you can't ignore the blotches of red purple on her neck, peeking through the pearl even in the darkness. Red and purple. Your phone vibrated in your pocket, breaking your train of thought. You already know what was about to come. Who is that? Annie mused playfully. Probably asked her. I flaked out on her for you. Sorry about that. What was the occasion? Dinner. Oh, I think she'll survive on her own. Haha. You assumed that Annie was making a joke, but you didn't find it very funny. Astra's always on your side. I'm sure she'll come around either way. Maybe soon we can all just sit down and eat dinner together like nothing happened. Wouldn't that be nice? I also guess that's never gonna happen. Annie tapping the steering wheel with her fingers in a slow rhythm. You never knew what was going on in her head. What would she try to say? What was she trying to say? Maybe she's doing a Morse code. Who knows? Things were never going back to normal, thanks to her. What was she trying to say like that? I can read. Though your family would still prefer to see her rather than you, she'd waltz in there and she'd be seen as the victim. Poor Annie. Lied to and discarded, used and then replaced. The choir in your head began to crescendo. Truly, how could you? Your phone vibrated again, and suddenly Annie smiled as if having had an epiphany. Or maybe your new lover will instead join you at the table. That was the moment something snapped inside your head. Fuck off, Annie. Whoa, what's your issue? My issue? You call me hyperventilating, begging me to meet you after not talking to me for weeks, just to go on a little drive with me? What do you want? The Delta's tires squealed on the dirt as Annie slammed her heel down on the brake pedal. You hear a loud thump coming from the trunk. Oh no. Silence fills the car. One so suffocating, you feel your eyes might pop out of your skull. You wish you had never brought it up to begin with. Sheesh, I was just making jokes. You scared the shit out of me. I thought something happened. I should have known better. You always do this. Annie gulped uncomfortably. I'm sorry, Ollie. Ever since, I haven't been feeling like myself. I've been lonely. Not like you made any effort to make amends. I called you time and time again. She did. In fact, Annie apologized so much that you became sick of hearing her voice. All of them were hollow anyway. She only said sorry because you were ignoring her. Still, her words stung a little. Maybe you felt a little bad after all. Not bad enough to say anything, though. You said you never wanted to see me again. You don't hate me, do you? She looks at you with an expression you can't quite pinpoint. You assume it's guilt. Or maybe you just wish it were. I'm just upset. I didn't mean to yell. It's okay. Thank you for caring. I know I can always count on you. I wonder what you mean by that, because you might mean that you could be counting on me to take care of a dead body. Don't take it for granted. I don't. And I really am sorry for what happened. I don't want to talk about it. like how the mystery is being played on the thing. On what's happened and we don't know enough, and I like how it's slowly being played out. I do like that. You whip your head around to the sudden noise. It came from behind the car. It sounded really close. What was that? Hey, how about we take a break here? Red flag! Annie picks up a bag from the footwell and steps out of the car without awaiting a response. With not much of a choice, you follow. The spot was in the middle of nowhere. No sign of another soul here. It was mildly unsettling. The cold air surrounds you and you grab your jacket tighter. You glance over to Annie, who's wearing nothing but a flimsy satin top. Judging by her attire, you'd almost guess she had a certain motive for this trip in mind. Never mind that. That's not important right now. Are you not cold? I'm fine. She's obviously lying. She shivers as she speaks, but unfortunately for her, you're not feeling very chivalrous. Okay then. What's there to show me out here? The trees? Annie looks around disoriented as if the endless evergreen would offer her an answer. It makes you unnerved. She's never this quiet. By now, you'd even be happy if she truly did all this just to press you up against a tree and distastefully make out with you. Just because it did eliminate all other scenarios in your head. Okay, again, that noise. You look around yourself to try and find the source of it, hoping not to find a wild animal staring at you from out the trees, ready to pounce. But there's nothing other than the darkness staring back at you. The metal sounds are still there, sometimes dwindling only to sound again louder, banging and clanking and rattling. If you listen close enough, you believe can even hear something muffled. Something alive. In the heat of the moment, you wonder if Annie ran over some wild animal whose remains were smeared on the tires, fighting for its survival. You decide not to give that specific scenario much thought. It's better to hope it's just for your imagination. Okay, if that was the case, you would probably see a wild animal under the tires, which there are none over here. Suspicious, If you listen close enough, you believe you can hear something muffled, if I can read. Something alive. In the heat of the moment, you wonder if Annie ran over some wild animal whose remains were smeared on the tires, fighting for its survival. If that was the case, you could see it on the car. You decide not to give that specific scenario much thought. It's better to hope it's just your imagination. You look over to Annie, thinking she could offer you an answer, but it's as if she didn't hear anything. She's looking down at herself, awkwardly fumbling with the hem of her shirt. Annie, do you not hear that? Huh? What? The noise. Oh, fudge! Sorry, that was very loud for me. The noise sounds again, loud and clear. This time you're sure where it's coming from. The thunking noises escape the trunk of the old Delta, clear as day. It's funny because it's nighttime right now. Again, you look over to Annie, who pretends not to have heard anything. That's not gonna work this time, Annie. I know you're not deaf anymore. The time that you ignored me the whole time, yeah. Annie, tell me what's going on. Annie stood in silence, letting the frantic banging speak for itself. There was no way for her to lie herself out of the situation now. She didn't even try to. She just waited for you to get it over with. Fine then. You approach the car, the hair standing up on the back of your neck. Ignoring Annie's pleas behind you, you shakily grab the handle and open the trunk in one swift motion. I did not read that. Oopsie poopsie. The Delta's rust-flecked trunk lid stood open. The wind howls. No one makes a noise. Don't think that's the sound of the wind howling. Other than the person in the trunk of the car groaning in agony. The man blinks at the sudden intrusion of light and stares up at you. He was in a fetal position, knees clutched up against chest. He looks ragged. Blood flows down from a laceration on his forehead, staining his hair crimson. His wrists are bound behind his back by duct tape. There are small cuts at his throat, a myriad of scratches at his arms. He is dressed casually in a shirt and sweatpants, as if ripped straight from his living room. Surely he'd yell at you to help him by now. Weren't it for the tape on his mouth? And if all that wasn't bad enough, You recognize him. It's the dad! It's Annie's stepdad. I mean the stepdad, totally! Realization sets in. You stumble back and almost trip over your own feet, but Annie catches you by your arm. Ollie? Blood rushes to your head. Your eyes keep darting back and forth between Annie and the half-dead man in his car. There's a great irony in that, I gotta say. What the fuck, 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 what the fuck? Your thoughts keep repeating, keep ramming into one another, unable to comprehend what's in front of you until they finally escape. What the fuck? Ollie, calm down. What the hell happened? I don't know. I don't remember. What do you mean? He's barely alive. It happened so fast. Well, now in goddamn, how did he end up in the trunk of the car? I didn't know what else to do. Through ragged breaths, you try to maintain your composure, but it was a task your brain quickly deemed impossible. Oh yeah, you didn't know what to do, so you tied him up and taped his mouth shut. Is this your sick idea of a surprise? I need an excuse. If I knew your dad was in the trunk... Fuck, no, I wouldn't have. What did you say that before? I wish I knew. You didn't know what to do, so you tied him up and taped... Oh, yeah, you didn't know what to do with him. Okay. Is this your... It's like a surprise? You never come. Okay, I get it now. All right. Ollie, please stop yelling at... How have you gone crazy from all the shit you watch? You're to kill me. What? He did. Silence. There wasn't really a question whether you believed her or not. How? What? We had a fight. After we stopped talking, I haven't been feeling well. When he started to... Annie couldn't finish her sentence. You know exactly what she meant, of course, but for a moment you just couldn't get your mind to wrap around it. Not right away. I shoved him away. I got angry at him. He started choking me and I whacked him over the head with a bottle. He fell over. There was so much blood. I remember calling you, then I dragged him out to the car and drove off. Just like that. The thought didn't fully settle in yet. Things like that didn't happen. Not on your street, and certainly not to Annie. That kind of thing happened elsewhere, in more dangerous places, in rundown neighborhoods. They happen in movies or in books, but you knew she wasn't lying. Annie lied a lot, but this time she couldn't be. Why? Why didn't you just let him wake up at home? If I did that, would you really think you'd ever see me again? Go to the police. There's literally police for a reason, you know. How do you mean? Annie was staring at the trunk, lost in thought. She didn't respond to you. It was driving you mad. I hate him. What? What he did to me. I don't want it to happen anymore. Ever. What are you saying? I'm saying that I want to get rid of him. Like this, I could dispose of him and the car in one night. It would look like suicide or an accident. Shit. The words flow off her tongue so easily, as if practiced. You're no murderer, Annie. We can still figure something out. We can take this to the police. It was self-defense. Oh, please, the police wouldn't even believe me or over him. You don't even look like you believe me. Your words get caught in your throat as you lower your head, unable to face Annie and her accusation. Oh God, you really didn't. Don't you see me? See what he did? I want to, but I'll go to prison and rot in a cell for the rest of my life, whereas it should have been him. This is messed up. You can't do this. What's fucked up is that if I didn't do this, he would have never stopped. Would you have wanted that for me? No, but please, Ollie, please. Annie approaches slowly, carefully towards you as if you were a wounded animal she was trying to catch. Her breath hitches as she closes the distance between you two. Your mind started racing, screaming at you to run. All I'm asking is for your help. Once. I've helped you so many times before. Saved your ass in school and run of your family, and you won't even do this for me. This is murder. This is very different. This is not comparable. I never asked you to be my partner in crime. If you had, I would have been. Please, Ollie. You're the only one I can trust. I get a choice? Why do I get a choice? Oh no, I don't want to get a choice. What if I refuse? I can't, Annie. I can't do this. Annie steps away from you, keeping her eyes locked on you. You can see the exact moment your words reach her brain. Why won't you believe me? I do, but Jesus, Annie, we can't kill a man. You don't. If you did, you'd help me. Not with this. There needs to be what? You want to go and help him out of here? Since you're such a good freaking Seminarian, I can't. My words and eyes don't go together. And he pauses as if she's seriously expecting an answer. Do something, goddammit! Don't just stand in there. This isn't. It's not right. I'll help you any other way. Like you suddenly care what's right or wrong. You were always a pussy when it's too much for you. But what about me? I'm always everyone's fucking punching bag. And he starts balling her fist and punching her chest, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. It's not my fault he's home all day. It's not my fault mom's always away. Annie, please listen to me. I didn't do anything to you. You sounded like a child pleading. Bullshit! Oh my gosh, I keep pressing space. I never would have done that if you didn't abandon me. We were supposed to go through it together, but you just ditched me. I was forced to be with him all the time. How is that? You want to retort, but Annie doesn't let you. All you ever did was ignore my calls till you blocked me out of your life entirely. Well, I'm sorry for not being very welcoming after the shit you pulled on me. I'm not a fucking saint, Annie. You can't expect me to jump over your every command. This is insane. As if your yelling had flipped a switch in her brain, the anger in Annie gradually fades into a primal countenance of fear. Her sobs finally take over her as they tear through her whole body, leaving her shaking. She was heaving on the floor, her panic slowly taking over her. This wasn't good. She was impossible to reason with like this. Setting your own panic aside, you kneel down next to her, hoping to comfort her. Annie, come here. Please think about this. What's there to think about? I like the art. The art is good. If I don't have you, I have no one left. I'll drive this fucking car into the fucking ocean with me and this fucking asshole so our corpses can blow it up together. Always together like he would have wanted it. I'll help you, so please just calm down. I'm scared, Ollie. Please don't leave me alone. It's okay. Let's think of something. Breathe with me. The situation brings up memories of days past as Annie herself comforted you through thoughts that only occur in the darkest hour. You hold Annie in a tight embrace, shutting it all far away. Annie would never do something like this, not the one you knew. It can't have always been like this. Why didn't she ever tell you? Why did everything fuck up so badly? Why couldn't things stay the way they used to be? As you hold Annie's shaking frame, your thoughts start to spiral. It wasn't your fault, was it? How were you supposed to know? Hey, don't doze off on me now. This movie is my favorite. Great time to go reminisce. You say that to every movie. Because it's true. Look, right now. You saw a woman, a man, a chainsaw. The same scream that they used in every one of Annie's collection of oddly bloody pieces of cinema. At one point, they all melted together. It didn't faze you much. The girl next to you huffed grumpily. She wore this ugly sweater that was entirely too big for her. You could have sworn you've seen it on her dad before. If you're bored, we don't have to watch it. Can I be honest? Choose your next words carefully. I'm so bored. Been watching too many of these too long now to give much of a shit. You really do hate me. Never thought I'd say it, but I miss school. I could never be that bored. This year is awful. I mean, we've got Mrs. Inglet for maths and science. I can't stand her. Yeah, she'd hit kids if it weren't illegal. I can't wait to finish school so we can finally do what we want to do. Well, you really quick realize that you can't do what you want to do without school and without money. Only a few more months and I'm out of here. And what do you want to be when you're all grown up, young lady? I want to leave this place. Then what? Where'd you go? Don't know. Anywhere you'd like. Really, no. Could I keep you in my suitcase? Wherever I go. As long as the hotel's got cable and snacks, sure. Careful what you wish for. This movie might end up giving me some ideas. Haha, hilarious. You try your hardest to maintain interest for 10 more minutes, but your eyes keep darting over to the clock. It's nearly 9 p.m., and he was always quick to ignore her curfew. She told you about the occasional fights she and her dad had, and that, more often than not, Annie would rather be at your place than at home. Typical teenage girl stuff. Oopsie poopsie. It didn't delve much deeper than that. Despite all that, it was your duty as her boyfriend to make sure she got home on time. You nudge your neighbor. She ignores you, knowing exactly what you'll say. Let's finish this and then get you home, alright? Can't I just stay here? You know you can't. But I don't want to go home. What if I fall asleep like this? You wouldn't have the heart to wake me. Oh yeah? I think you'll be surprised when you wake up face first on the floor. You're so mean. Really though, your dad will be upset. Annie groaned in annoyance. I don't know when he became so strict. It's so annoying. Annabelle, come home before 9. Annabelle, where were you? Annabelle, who are you meeting with? Annie lowered her octave and put a mocking tone, slurring her voice as she did. She was making a terrible, albeit a funny little impression of her dad. Since when is having a boyfriend a crime? He used to always let me do what I want. Well, you're also older than you used to be. Why does that matter? If he wouldn't give you any rules, you just go doing whatever you wanted. Like wanting to run away with me, you dork. Annie huffed in response, and while you slowly started to appease her, she still didn't seem to be very happy. Sometimes there was nothing you could do to help her, and it made you feel sort of useless. I just wish things were the way they used to be. Yeah, that feeling never goes away. I'm sure he still loves you. You remember how he got when you were being bullied? I'll drop you off, okay? Maybe say hi. No, that's not a good idea. Why not? It could be fun. Maybe he'll borrow us beer again. Let's not. I don't want him to think we're a thing. Don't you think that maybe it's time to tell him? Or am I just that embarrassing to have as a boyfriend? You're okay, I guess. Oh, I see how it is. No, I got it. He doesn't want his daughter to be with someone as irresponsible as me. What a terrible influence I am. Tone it down, will you? You sound like Walter. Huh? Haha, no I don't. Whatever, you're so weird. I am, what you gonna do about it? Date me? In response to your awkward chuckle, Annie punches your arm and you flinch a little. Luckily, she didn't seem to notice and started to get herself ready to leave. You wouldn't stop her before she changed her mind again. You should be fine, right? Yeah, thank you. Annie gives you a goodbye hug and disappears out of sight. You wait till you could hear her keys jingle to know she made it inside safely. It took a little longer than usual. Past the hedge, you could make out a faint light emanating from the porch. Was someone there? You can make out muffled words from Annie and who you assumed to be her dad. Daring a bold peek past the hedge, you see Annie glancing back at you. You didn't know why Annie still kept you a secret from her dad. He knew by now anyway. Nothing bad came of it, so what was she so afraid of? But there was no need to ponder. Your luck would run out soon enough. Annie missed one day of school. Everything changed after that. When you got home, there she was, waiting for you. She was distraught, sobbed into your arms as she told you all about it, while all you could think about was what this would mean for you. You knew it had been your fault. The truth at the tip of your tongue threatened to spill alongside Annie's tears. You had been repressing it for quite some time, and now it was back, hitting Annie at full force. From what she had told you, her dad was more than angry about it. While the rational part of your brain seriously doubted someone like him would suddenly turn on his daughter as well as her friends, Annie's reaction led you to believe differently. If you got into trouble with Annie's dad, you'd be in hell on earth. Hell, he could probably somehow get you suspended from school. He's done so with others before. He would put lies in Annie's head about how she didn't want any of this and land you in front of the court for some count of harassment. Maybe he'd add an underage drinking charge on it too, just for the hell of it. And even if nothing happened to you, Annie now had more reasons to be away from her home than ever. Every day, even when you were not with her, if you were home alone, it ate away at you, ripping chunks out of your flesh. The worst of all is that he didn't tell her it was you. Annie was completely oblivious you ran your mouth. Oh, that only meant he was holding onto his knowledge to use it later. Later, whenever that be. Next time she's out after 9, next time she's clinging onto you at the mall, next time you sit with her at lunch. He'd find out. Somehow. He'd be wherever Annie would be. In her words, in her clothes, in the way she carried herself. She'd act like he was watching, judging her every move, seeking approval from someone not even present. And so you decided, for the both of you, that it would probably be for the better if you had some space from each other till the situation died down. Only that you never told Annie about this plan of yours. Yeah, that's where the mistake happens. You didn't tell her. The last time Annie would be at your house, she was crying again, just like your mother was. Your father was screaming and your sister looked at you as if a stranger walked through the door. You didn't say anything. You just wanted to disappear. And try as you might to shut out the world didn't want to be ignored. You were still sitting in the woods next to Annie with her stepfather, waiting out his last moments in the trunk of his own car. Most importantly, you needed to calm down. The girl you were friends with wasn't gone. She was still in there somewhere. You could get through this. There was always time to make amends later. Your hands rest on Annie's back for comfort, yet she keeps shaking you off and deliberately facing the other way, staring off into the thicket. Fine, be like that. Interestingly, she's still wearing her dad's pearl necklace. It is to hide the scars, I think, so. You decide to give her some space. She'd tell you when she was ready. Maybe you could think of something smart to do, but your body is running on pure adrenaline right now. You already skipped dinner yesterday, and only downed a can of beer on an empty stomach earlier. Those weren't exactly the perfect conditions to keep a calm mind. A few minutes later, Annie was still sulking and you were sick of sitting idly by, so you decide to get up and pick up the bag she disregarded earlier before she would forget about it. This is heavy. What's in here? You popped open the button to peek inside and saw a small knife. Sniffling, Annie quickly snatched her bag from you. Cash. I stole it from his stash before I left. Oh, smart. It's enough to last me a good while before I gotta think of a way to earn money. You noted how Annie said me instead of us. It was annoying, quite frankly. I said I'd help you. Why are you so upset? Because you can never admit when you did something wrong. And because you still have that tone with me. What tone? The one my mom has, the accusing one. Okay then. How about you tell me what really happened? Excuse me? If I help you, I should be able to trust you, right? Tell me what actually happened. I don't want your help if that's what you're thinking of me. What you think of me. You're not really trying to tell me you managed to lift your dad's unconscious body in the trunk all on your own. Believe what you want. I'm telling the truth. Like you did at school. God, when will you let that go? Once you're honest with me, I will. What do you want me to say? That I threatened him with a knife. To do as I say or else? What does it change? Nothing. Not much to argue with that. You realize that there is no winning in this situation, no matter how you twist it. If there was any chance of this ending well, you'd only achieve it by playing nice. You're right. I'm sorry. I believe you. And he scoffed. Ho 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 ho. Of course you do. I do. This is just a lot, Annie. Can you blame me for being nervous? No response. It's a lot you're dumping on me right now. Let's put aside what happened in the past for now, okay? I screwed up. You screwed up. Can we call it even? Fine. For now. Thank God. So, what will we do? Just knock him out and leave him to the animals?
That is certainly plausible, just saying.
That's a bad idea. I thought we'd drive the car with him over some cliff. We're near the ocean. Maybe he just got into an accident in a drunk haze. For that, we need to pull him into the driver's seat, though. If we leave him in there, we might as well hand ourselves in. Yeah. Even if he still has the head injury. What about it? He could have hit his head on some rocks. If they're suspicious with no evidence there left to guess something in the woods attacked him or something. That's someone being us. No one knows that.
For now.
What about your mom? Mom will probably suspect me. She always does. But she's not home this weekend. No one knows nor cares where I am right now. She can't prove anything. Won't she talk to you about it? What will you say? I'll make something up. As soon as she comes home, they'll start looking for him, though. How long will it take for them to find him? Annie shrugs nonchalantly. We are pretty far out, but they always investigate the waters. I'm pretty sure someone walking by the shore will notice a car floating in the water as well.
I don't think a car floats in the water.
The car will sink eventually. You know that, right? It doesn't just float. Okay, yeah, but what if... God, can you stop making it so difficult? I am difficult. Shouldn't you know how to do this? Huh? You know what I mean. You've been doing your research.
What do you mean by that? You mean the crime horror podcast I watch?
Annie narrows her eyes. Forget it. I'm just making shit up. No, elaborate. Yeah, I'll pretend you didn't say that. Right. I think I know a spot that leads towards the cliff's edge here, actually. Huh? From what? Got drunk there once or twice? Oh. With friends. It was a hangout spot. Uh-huh. Really? Yeah, sure. I believe you.
Yeah, sure.
You roll your eyes at her and start heading back to the car. Till you both notice the inevitable. You need to knock him out again. Why is that funny? That's not funny. That's horrible. There's no way he'll just go along with you to pulling him to the driver's seat unconscious with the way he's already squealing like a pig. If you show him your face in front of him again, he might just rip the tape out around his wrists and beat your face to a pulp. Does your dad have anything useful in this car? I don't know. There should be a big rock somewhere out here. We just need to knock him out, not kill him. Why do we need to do this now? I'm not driving around with him thrashing in there. It's going to drive me mad. I look if there's anything of use in the back. You just keep watch. The back seat was big, but it was crowded with many years' worth of accumulated junk. Old batteries, a bunch of cables, empty bottles and beer cans, an ice scraper, a spare tire, a folded tent, and more. Within the rubble, you can make out a piece of metal. Pulling it out, you find it to be a crowbar. Wait, a crowbar? What's her dad got a crowbar in his car for? Actually, you don't want to know. It's a blunt object. It should do fine for giving him a one over the head. You take it out with you before slamming the door shut. Annie looks at you expectantly. You lift the crowbar up while her expression remains uneasy. She nods. With that out of the way, your objective is clear. Still, your stomach drops as you grip the cold iron, threatening to slip out of your sweaty hands. Give it to me. I'll do it. You whip your head around to Annie. It was less of a question and more of a demand. You don't have to. I need to. You shouldn't get your hands dirty.
It's kind of dirty as it is because I'm an accomplice. Do you know what that means? It's that I'm going to go to jail with you.
She pushes you aside, not taking no for an answer. Not like you wanted to step in. Truthfully, it was a relief. At least she's finally contributing to the mess she dumped on you. But her demeanor does nothing to ease your worries. She wasn't usually so demanding. The opposite. Your gut feeling is telling you to intervene, to convince her otherwise, to do anything, and yet you do nothing but observe helplessly as she advances. She opens the trunk and simply looks at him without moving a muscle. He starts flailing around in his restraints, the car rocking with his movements, all while Annie doesn't do anything. Till she bows down and rips the tape off his mouth. Why? Why would he do that? Just slap him on his head. For a moment, the whole forest keeps quiet. The breathing emanating from the trunk is frantic. Come on, Annabelle, you're not going to kill me. She looked at him, really studied him. Let's just go home before you do something you'll regret, yeah? Annie tightens her hand around the crowbar, her knuckles turning white. She starts to lift it bit by bit, ready to hit him. But she doesn't. She waits. As if on command, Daniel catches his breath. You don't want to do this, sweetie. You won't find peace with this. I've never known peace with you in my life. Annie kept her voice hard. Her resolve was firm. There's always a chance to right your wrongs. I've repented. Her dad pauses for a second, and you think he can sense your fear, like a shark scouring the water. It was his idea. Oh, sorry. I'm doing so many oopsies today. It was his idea, wasn't it? Oliver's. Your blood runs cold as he mentions you. A shiver crept up your spine as the wind starts to howl. No. Hey, Oliver. I know you're there. You swallow a hard lump in your throat. You stand at the side of the road, a small, useless kid just watching. Too scared to make a noise. Annie pays it no mind, keeping her eyes locked on her target. This is the shit I get after being nothing but welcoming to you? To the guy who fucks my daughter? Hey, help me out here, God! With a split second, Annie shifted her grip on the crowbar and swung it down. Then there was a meaty thunk as the crowbar smashed against his knee. He let out a howl of pain that quickly turned it into an angry groan. Just saying, now if you go and actually kill him, someone is going to come out of the blue and just say, hey, I in the court, and just say, hey, I heard noises of screaming people last night. So, yeah. It always happens somehow. You bitch. What are you doing? Don't talk about him. He has nothing to do with this. Why are you protecting him? He used you. In the blink of an eye, Annie's composure crumbles. He didn't use me, you did. You ruined my life, you ruined me. I've always taken care of you when your mother was busy whoring around. I bought you dinner, I helped you at school. Who helped you when you were getting bullied? Me. It was me. Not him. Annie holds her breath. You weren't a parent for me. A parent doesn't do what you did. I wasn't always right, but I've always loved you. I've always wanted what was best for you. Oh my God, no! You don't care about me. That's intense. I am the only one who cares about you. Again, very intense. You can see the bruising on her neck too. I like the art. It's good. It's really good, and the sounds also really good. You came crying back to me when he couldn't handle you. It all happened like I said it would. I don't want to hear it. You'll rot in hell where you deserve to go. Oh, sorry. He sucks in a breath of air and that escapes his lungs in the form of roaring, almost manic laughter. It felt like needle pricks in your ear. If he was begging for his life before, he must have completely given up on that now. I have made my peace with my Lord. He's forgiven my sins. I'm not going to hell. I know what's waiting for me, but if you kill me, you'll have no one. Shut up! You really think he'll stay with you after this? The guy who doesn't even know what a fucking whore you are. Yeah, I was gonna say that it was a bit, it was a bit, alluding to what happened, and, well, I guess that's on the nose. Annie clutches the crowbar tight to her body, hunching over herself as she starts screaming at full force. Shut up, shut up, shut up! She hits him. He lets out a long, horrible groan. And again. And again. And again, and again, and again. That's a lot of blood. That is so much blood. His screams, worsened by the repeating metal thunks, reverberate in your skull. See, now you can't dump him in the water because now the autopsy will reveal that he was killed before he was dumped in the water. So that's a bit on your problem. You want to cover your ears and scream at the top of your lungs. Anything to make it stop. But instead, you're frozen in place, held by an internal force to watch as the blood splatters on Annie's face. Oh, jeems. An incredibly loud cracking noise snaps you out of your trance. The screaming has long stopped. Annie's eyes are wide open and her mouth slightly agape, breathing heavily. There's a fury in her eyes like a rabid animal. She starts to lift the crowbar again. You rush at her and roughly pull her away from him as she continues to thrash around herself. Annie, calm down. That's enough. Stop, please. You yank her away from the scene, and by some masochistic impulse of your subconscious, your eyes can't help but dart towards the object of her hatred. One good look at him and your stomach does somersaults. Your eyes are glued on the gruesome sight. He wasn't breathing. He wasn't blinking. What was left of him barely resembled a face at all. His head is smashed open, blood is splattered all over his clothes and the trunk. If you look hard enough, you think you can even see glimpses of bone peeking out. You slam the trunk shut and finally your legs give out as you slide down the back of the car. With your head in your hands, you swallow both your bile and the tears prickling your eyes. You couldn't cry in front of Annie. Not now. Somewhere you can hear the crowbar clank on the floor. It didn't sound close. Everything seemed so far away. Annie appears in front of you and pries your hands from your face, locking eyes with you. Why did you do that? We had to remove the tape anyway. You did not. That wasn't your question. I wanted to hear what he had to say for himself. Annie stands up to lift the crowbar off the floor. The bloody metal screeches as she drags it behind herself towards the car door. You can hear it falling shut, but it doesn't register in your brain. You sat in silence, breathing shallowly. Annie must be waiting for you. You shouldn't let her wait. Before you know, your hands grab the steering wheel and you start to drive, your brain running on autopilot. Annie was sitting next to you. That's right. It was Annie. Annie liked sweets, chasing down feral cats to pet them, and most importantly, you. Annie was cute, innocent, albeit erratic at times, with ideas that were not always realistic. She was clumsy, outspoken, and laughed easily, despite what people said about her. Her mind would wander any given opportunity, getting her in trouble with teachers when they found out she wasn't paying attention to their math problems like she was supposed to be doing. It would cause the whole class to laugh at her when in response she simply sat in her seat, mouth unmoving and staring holes into the blackboard. Embarrassing, though not as embarrassing as the fact that you were doing exactly the same, not getting caught half the time she did. Spacing out, you learned from such days, meant getting in trouble, and trouble seemed to find Annie a lot growing up. Despite it all, Annie was important to you, not just as a measly distraction from the work you hated doing and the people you had to pretend to be nice to, but as an equal in the life you hated living so much time sometimes. Everything you were going through, Annie would be by your side, waiting for the storm to pass. Annie was your girlfriend, you reminded yourself. Yet you couldn't recognize the person in the car, sitting next to you, staring blankly out the window. You had always wondered what it was that she was thinking about. You're not sure you'd really want to know. Behind Annie there would always be shadows lurking in the vague shape of a man that she once counted a trusted adult. One who knew way too much but spoke so little that actually mattered. It was already September, yet the weather was in Aster's favor. It was as clear as comfortably warm as a regular day in spring. It was her birthday, a joyous occasion usually. While the pretense of turning 14 and all of its incoming challenges didn't seem to be something worth celebrating for you, you hoped it would turn out better for your sister than you. Aster was playing somewhere in the garden with Annie, while the food was getting ready, catching frogs, or the like. You could hear them both giggle from a few yards away. Even though Aster presented herself more on the mature side at heart, she was still just a kid. Annie was good with kids, less with adults, as she often proclaimed they were difficult to understand. Always something. Hidden meanings and bad intentions. Children wear their emotions on their sleeves, telling you exactly how they feel at this very moment, be it with their words, actions, or expressions. You didn't completely agree. Quite the contrary, you didn't understand Aster at all. It was impossible for you. And she and her good grades, great friends, and even better relationship with your parents. She was your sister. For that you loved her, yet the distance between you two felt insurmountable. You'd rather have Annie amuse her than be left with you. Both of you wouldn't have any fun that way. Your parents and some others were gathered around the grill, some waiting for the food to be ready inside the house. There were a lot of people from the church, close friends from your father, faces you've never seen before. More adults than children, leading you to question who this party was for. Ignorant to all the bustling joy around you, you sat on one of the benches where everyone would gather soon to enjoy their meal, staring at the half-assed card your parents made you write. You tried to sound as sincere as possible, with the little things you really had to say that were appropriate for her to hear. You already bought those books she wanted. Why did you have to write a card she'll dispose of in a few years, if not the very day anyway? You got so preoccupied with wondering when you can slip back inside that you didn't even notice the person coming up to you. Hello, Oliver. You look over to your left and there he was. Oh, hello. It was Daniel, Annie's dad. He sat down next to you on the bench, eager to hear from you. What are you sitting here alone for? Don't want to join me and your parents? Not really. I'd rather wait till food's ready. Am I right to think you'd much rather be in your room about now? Annie's dad was rather nice. There wasn't a reason to be intimidated by him. As often where Annie would be, he was too. You get used to him quickly. It felt like talking to an adult and more like someone fresh out of college. He understood you more than your own dad did. Yeah, it's kind of boring, but I can't go. Dad would scold me later. It'd be a shame. You even wore your nice dress shirt. Are those suit pants I see? Yeah, I was gonna go in something else, but Mom got upset and told me to change. Maybe later you and Annie can just grab your plates and go to the living room. Oh, I don't think my dad would think that's very polite. We're eating in company and all. Gotta say our prayers. Well, if you were suddenly disappear, I wouldn't tell anyone. You huffled in amusement. Thanks. Daniel continued to asking you about school, home life, all the like. If it were anyone else, you'd be bored out of your mind about now, lying your ass off any other sentence. It was different with him. He was the only honest adult you knew. In that way, you agreed with Annie. The others were always acting like they knew what's best for you, watching and judging your every step. He just listened. If you said something stupid, he'd mock you. If you said something funny, he'd laugh. It was as simple as it was relieving. So when Annie's father got serious, it usually meant nothing good. You know, Annie is scared I'll be mad at her for having a boyfriend. A cold shiver ran down your spine. He wasn't asking. There wasn't a question to his voice, and the music also stopped, so... You wanted to say what, or huh, but what came out was more like, what? You wanted to sink into the ground for sounding so stupid. Oddly enough, it was embarrassing to come off like an idiot in front of him. He went on talking like he didn't hear you. Not sure where she got that idea from. I just wish she'd tell me, if she did. And he was very serious about not telling her dad about your relationship. He never understood why, but it was her decision to make, not yours. I don't know anything. She didn't tell me anything. You can tell me. I am fine with it. What may or may not have been a question was now a demand, a confirmation of what he very well knew already, or very well already knew if I could English. I can't English, so who knows? You gulped, fidgeting with your fingers. He looked over your head to the grill and all the people surrounding it. They were oblivious to your conversation. Your knuckles cracked alongside the fire in the grill. You and that brown kid sure get along, huh? Suddenly, time stands still. What? Walter, was it? Annie always tells me you're inseparable, that she can't get a second alone with you. You flinch. One of his hands lays itself on your thigh. I don't think I need to lecture you about that kind of thing, do I? Okay. I thought the exact opposite was gonna happen. He stares down at your hands. For a second, you think maybe Daniel can see it. Senses... Me and Annie are dating. Oh, okay. You choke the words out, globs of thick tar spilling out your throat. I think... For some time now. He looks back over his shoulder at you and smiled. Not the relieved, albeit concerned smile of a father, but the content smile of somebody who'd convinced someone to say something against his will. It was, truthfully told, a little unnerving. Puppy love is so cute. But then the smile vanished and his expression turned serious. I have nothing to be worried about with the son of our pastor, do I? He thought about answering, but didn't. No sound would leave your mouth, even if you had wanted to. Maybe it wasn't even an actual question, more so just another suggestion. Still, you nod, the motion as stiff as your shoulders. But he just laughed. Look at your face, I'm kidding. You chuckled nervously, along with the man, squeezing your trembling hands into fists to make them stop. Ha, good one. He laughs it off, offers you a beer. You gulp it down, hoping it will take the edge off. The rest of the barbecue goes by as slow as the sun sets in the summer. The grill sizzled, food was put on expensive plates, people were laughing, telling stories. Eventually, Aster and Annie joined, sitting adjacent to you and her father. They were all giggling. They were still giggling. Aster's nice new shoes plastered with dirt, and Annie with a wide smile on her face. It looked nothing like her dad's. It was hard to enjoy the evening with an iron grip on your fork. With another 2 beers flushed down your system, your scrawny figure wobbled your way back into your bed. Hours before the party in your backyard laid itself to rest. You had hoped to forget about it the next day. With no luck. The following months you were on edge, wondering when something would happen, when it'd catch up to you. And just when you had thought that everything was over, that he must have forgot, or maybe really was joking, there she was, crying at your doorstep. Ignore the sound of my teacup on the grill tea mug on my desk, serving as a constant reminder of what he had hovering over you. The drive to the cliff goes by without anyone muttering so much as a word. There was nothing left to say. Once you notice a familiar pathway. You pull over and both of you step out of the car. You scour the area, taking in the view and the sound of the ocean down below. You'd forgotten how calm it is here. Only a few miles away from the thicket where Annie's father let out his last screams. That's one way to describe the place. Very hot tea. You've an intimate knowledge of this place. It quickly became yours and Walter's favorite spot during the last summer. The trees that ring this cliff wear their late summer leaves in stride, brownish greens hiding those starting to yellow and wilt. You look over to Annie, joining you in your moment of solace. They're reminiscent of the poorly disguised bruises that ring her neck. Ooh, I missed something there. It's nice here. Oh, okay. Why do you never bring me here? The way the text appears is a bit throwing off. It really was the one place you could be yourself. Don't know, never crossed my mind. And now that too was sullied. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair what happened to her. It was unfair that you had to make up for it for what he did. How dare you have a place to call your own while she was sitting alone, plagued in her own home by a stranger that disguised himself as a family. Nothing about this was fair. We could have had a picnic or the like. Well, I'm sorry. Do you want to catch up on it now or what? You're so mean. When did you start forgetting about me? I never forgot you. We talked about this. It felt like a poor joke to talk about it now. Annie's bloody face kept reappearing in front of your eyes. There were still specks of red on her top, forever staining the soft white satin. Everything about this felt wrong. I don't even know why you talked to me back then, if you were just gonna ignore me later. Do you know how shitty that feels? That's not what happened. I didn't ignore you. I sat next to you. I hung out with you at lunch during my break after school. I did everything with you. What more do you want from me? Yeah, right. Did it boost your ego, hanging out with the girl that no one talks to? Oh, come on, don't sour the memory. I'm not. I just want to know why you did it. That's all. Oh, okay. I keep missing that. Well, I feel a little bad. I knew it, asshole. How am I the asshole for talking to you? I don't need your pity. I was fine. You kind of did though. You beamed at me. I would have beamed at anyone. Well, no one but me did talk to you, so I'm sorry you ended up with me out of all people. The memory tasted bitter in your mouth. You tried so hard to find anything good about the situation, but there was nothing. Annie seemed more bothered by this about having just murdered someone than about having just murdered someone. That makes sense. That should, that definitely should be more bothersome. You couldn't wrap your mind around it. I just thought we were kind of similar, that's why. Yeah, right. It's true. Don't act like you were unpopular. Walter hung out with you, of all people. I don't know about that. Can't you just accept I liked you? Annie bit her lip, no further response coming out of her mouth. It seems you finally pushed her into a corner. I miss how it used to be. I'm not 14 anymore, Oliver. I wasn't... That's not what I meant. Then what is it? It was just easier back then. For you, maybe. You didn't want to think about what Annie was implicating. It was always something with her. No words were ever pure, the real meaning hiding behind a facade of cynicism. It became so hard to just have a conversation with her. Be honest with me for once. Why did you stop talking to me?
Because you were gonna kill a person. Just, off the top of my head, just saying.
I thought I was doing what's best for us. If he saw you with me again, he would have... You didn't do that for me, you did it for yourself, because you were scared. Well, congratulations, I was living with him. What about me? Why don't I get to be scared? Why don't I get to run away from my problems? Let's just drop it. I don't want to argue. You don't want to do anything. You stopped even before he found out. Did I get boring? Is that it? Annie, please, I can't do this right now. Was it because you saw my house, my room, and thought, oh, she's so miserable, I can't help myself? This is really not the time for this. Then when is? I don't know. When we're not disposing your dad's corpse? Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. I'll never burden you with the task of thinking about your actions ever again. Don't be so condescending. Every other sane person would be losing their fucking mind in this situation. I'm not saying that you aren't, but will you just help me get him out there now? You bite your tongue. How come she needs your help now? She managed just fine dragging him into there the first time around. Her words. Regret pulled in your stomach. You never should have picked up the phone. You should have just stayed home. Like always. As you were busy drowning yourself in your self-pity, Annie was one step ahead of you and slipped back onto the driver's seat, driving the car towards the cliff's edge, stopping just before it plummeted down into the ocean. Like, you don't need to be that close. Like, you should be a bit farther so it gains momentum and it goes actually into the water instead of, this ridge right here. She walks back towards you, opens the trunk without another word, and turns her head. There was no need to discuss what to do next. Annie and you both lifted him up from the trunk. It took considerable effort, even with the both of you. His limbs were heavy and his skin cold to the touch. Your motions became robotic, merely fulfilling the task at hand. As you tried to position him, his head kept lolling back and forth, akin to that of a puppet. It was revolting. You couldn't bear to look into his face. He didn't resemble a human anymore. Once you put him in place and made sure no other evidence was left, both of you aligned behind the car to give it a final push. One good shove, followed by a split second of silence. And with that, the deed was done. I didn't expect that to be done so fast. Huh. Okay. It was so easy. So quick. Scaringly so. No more screaming. No more crying. No, nothing. It wasn't premeditated, and there was no spectacle. Just you and Annie standing at the cliffside, waiting for something to happen. You look down at the car slowly sinking and begin to shake. The gravity of the situation suddenly becomes as clear as the rippling tides down below. You killed a person. Well, no, you have to be specific for the lawyers. You didn't kill a person. You were the accomplice of a person's murder. Very different. Okay, lawyers? A despicable, disgusting person, but a person nonetheless. You recall the few times you visited Annie's home and made idle chatter with him. The day he rose from the bench he sat on and shot you a toothy grin as he went back to join the adults' chatter, lying through his teeth as he said he was happy for her. He was never meant to find out. If he didn't, would all of this have happened? It was weighing heavy on you, yet you couldn't bring yourself to admit it. There was no use for heartfelt confessions anymore. Some things are best left unsaid. It was already way too late. You glance over to Annie to judge her reaction. Nothing. Her face a blank slate. I won't pretend to be sad over it. He deserved every bit of it. I even wish he suffered more. Despite her words, there were tears in the corner of her eyes, where it was from the shock or guilt you didn't know. But she could no longer hide the deeply rooted resentment blubbering out of her. I keep thinking about what he said. Huh? In the trunk before I hit him. Do you think I threatened him? Do you still think I threatened him? No, I do believe you, Annie. Everything you said. You know, he never actually found out about us. I mean, he did, but not the way I said he did. I told him myself, later. It felt as if this huge burden had been lifted from my shoulders, but it didn't really matter. I think he knew already. Because he wasn't really mad. He wasn't really anything. He didn't even say anything. Just made some sound as if he didn't even care. And then he stopped looking at me entirely, like I'd done something really bad. It takes a moment for Annie's words to register in your brain. You stare at the ocean's tides gently rippling under the wind, replaying her voice in your head like a broken record, to make sure you didn't mishear. But Annie spoke her truth calmly and confidently, as if those were her last words, like she had nothing left to lose. Maybe she really doesn't, and that's what caused her sudden spurt of honesty. Then why did you lie to me? Annie waits a second, weighing her words carefully. I wanted to see what you'd do. If you'd pay me attention again. You should have been surprised by, but somehow you really weren't. Only hurt. Not at the fact that Annie lied. She did so all the time, more so that she felt the need to do over such a grave event to get your attention. It was something you've been losing your mind over for the past months, only for it to turn out to be nothing more than a test? All the fear Annie put in your head suddenly dissipated and left nothing more than a bitter taste in your mouth. You didn't understand, you didn't want to, you just wanted to go home and pretend like none of this ever happened. Annie looked at you, waiting for a reaction that would never come. She must have been expecting something. A confession, an apology, your honest thoughts. You didn't have anything to say to her. I couldn't tell you what was happening, so I lied. I thought that maybe you'd understand and then I wouldn't be alone anymore. Or something stupid like that. It was dumb. I shouldn't have expected anything. She looks over to you, meeting your eyes. Your throat runs dry, your brain scouring for anything comforting to say. With every word Annie said, you wanted to further disappear into the ground. Her words clung to your heart like a heavy blanket, slowly suffocating you. You can't muster up the courage to hug her again. Your body feels tired, ragged, as if you were the one being dragged down in the water. I'm sorry I didn't notice sooner. Annie didn't look like she believed you. She looked hurt, angry, or disappointed. All three at once, maybe. Did it matter if you meant it or not? After this, everything would go to shit anyways. Eventually, the police will find his body and figure out what had happened. Despite everything Annie said to assure you, you feel sick to your stomach. Or she's right, and they'd believe the words of a misfit 17-year-old girl with a record of 1,000 class absences and theft. Yeah, right. Hey, Annie? What do you say we go home? Huh? And then what? We can hide out at my place. Let it blow over. You knew the words sounded like bullshit the moment you said them. No, I don't want to. You never planned to go back after this, did you? Would that be so bad? I never agreed to that. I don't want to go back, Ollie. Don't make me go back. This has no future, Annie. This is just another one of your crazy antics. This isn't an antic, I'm serious. As serious as you were about breaking into the mall at night or poisoning the maths teacher? Or maybe that time when you showed up unannounced at my house with your bags the morning me and my family were going on vacation. You don't get it. I don't have a future anywhere. What would I even do if I went back home? If mom didn't throw me out? If we just went back to school like nothing happened while cops were at my house day and night? Then you'd have no one but yourself to blame. Oh my god, you're so high and mighty, aren't you? What do you even have to return to? Your sister will be fine without you. Dare say even better with less whispers around her classmates. And whose fault is that? I didn't think it'd spread so fast. Even now you can't even apologize for it. You're not sorry, you never were. If I didn't see you, someone else would have at one point. If I didn't, it seemed like you wanted everyone to know. You really wanted to be gentle with her, not let it escalate, but one could look at Annie and everything became clear. Her eyes cold and hostile, waiting for your next move. To hell with not reacting. She wants to fight, a fight you'll give her. Are you fucking kidding me? You ruined my life. Ever since I met you, everything has gone to shit. Oh please, you would have long killed yourself weren't it for me. Alright, Ollie, what kind of bullshit are you on? I need to, you leave your room, don't eat if you, okay fine, just like basically taking care of yourself. Were you trying to make me worse? I didn't make you anything, you were always like this, always lethargic and pessimistic and bored to be around. If I was so awful, why didn't you just leave me the hell alone? You needed me as much as I needed you, only that I was the only one who actually cared. Of course I'd care. If I didn't, I would have left you ages ago. But I should have never put up with your obsessive lying ass in the first place. You said that as if you haven't been lying to my face for months. What else should I have done? You would have had a mental one, and had I broken up with you, I was looking out for you. Yeah, right, you never gave a shit about me. You turned into a pathetic version of Walter. You followed him around like a lapdog, doing everything he wanted. Oh please, you couldn't go 2 steps without me. I could barely take a piss without having you stuck to my leg. That's a weird, icky thought. If I even so much as told you that I hung out with someone, you'd start panicking. Apparently I had every reason to. For fuck's sake, I just wanted to spend some time with someone else. You can't take care of yourself. I always had to be there for you. No shit, I got sick of it. Everyone would. I gave you space. Every time you said you were busy, you think I'm fucking stupid? Of course I knew you were lying. I'm so sick of being your cover-up. All of it so you can get daddy's approval. How's that going for you? I just hope it was worth it. I hope Walter's a great kisser, and I hope everyone in your family remembers it. Oh. The suddenness of the comment caused you to drop your facade, and all the suppressed anger came to a boiling point and exploded. You took a sudden step towards her, pushing her back further towards the cliff's edge. Annie flinched. You didn't back down. Do you even know what you did to me? I couldn't even leave my room the last month. I was beat up. His friends followed me around and then beat the shit out of me, asked me if I liked it. My father wanted to throw me on the street, and Asher can't look at me anymore. All because of you, all because you got so jealous as soon as I found out someone I actually liked. You didn't like him. You just didn't want to be around me anymore. You dissed me time and time again for someone who ended up backstabbing you. You're the one who backstabbed me, outing me to the whole school and then forcing me to murder someone with you. Are you even listening to yourself? It's not just my fault. I didn't read that. 1 second. If you had just... Don't you try to pin this on me. You didn't tell me crap. How was I supposed to know what he was doing? I tried to tell you, and you just stared at me like I was a freak. I felt so weird and disgusting, and you pushed me away. You made me feel like I was crazy, like it wasn't real. That's because you are fucking crazy. I don't know what to believe you. I don't know when to believe you anymore. I'm not crazy. Don't call me crazy. That's what they're gonna call you in court. If you act like you do now, you might as well plead for insanity. And you'll definitely end up in court because you splattered his brains all over the trunk. When they find him, they're gonna know it wasn't an accident. That was the final nail in the coffin. Annie has been reducing to a sobbing mess, slumped down at the edge of the cliff. However, her wails echoed through the forest. You can't just cry every time you run out of arguments. The game is right. I am losing my voice slowly. You're losing your voice. Whilst Annie loses her mind. Yelling at Annie didn't make you feel any better. In fact, now you both feel like shit. Maybe that's why you hoped... What you'd hoped would happen. Blah, blah, blah. I can't type. I can't press space properly. No one would miss you. Astro... Oh. That's what would hope would happen. You couldn't be happy. Why should she? And what you hate the most is that she was right. No one would miss you. Astra would for a while, but then they'd all forget. Your fingers dug into your sleeve. You wanted to slide your hand under it and scratch your skin raw. Let the scars open up, and only to heal anew twice the size. Maybe you could just dull the pain away, just like usual. Make yourself bleed and let Annie lick your wounds. Your hand barely grazed Annie's shoulders for her to almost instantly recoil from your touch. Annie responded in a voice so cold it froze you to your core. Don't touch me! Sorry. I don't want to hear it. I don't want you, of all people, to speak to me like that. You don't get to fucking yell at me. If I wanted to be with someone who yells at me, I'd climb back into my dad's car. I suffered for years at his hand. And what, you're hung up about this guy who ditched you? Get a fucking grip. Everything is always about you. I was always there when you needed help. Always. As soon as I ask anything of you, I'm a bother. I'm clingy and needy and annoying and all the things Walter said about me. I hate him as much as he hates me. He can say whatever the hell he wants to about me, but you're my boyfriend. You're supposed to be on my side, not his. You're happy and laughing and smiling with him. Why don't I get that? Why can't you be happy with me? But guess what? I bet you feel really stupid right now. For a moment, you truly believed Annie would come up to you to beat the crap out of you. You'd have probably deserved it. If he loves you so much, why don't you try calling him for help? That'll work out great, just like last time. She wiped her tears and stood up, wobbling her way back and into the forest, never so much as shooting you a glance. If you want to go home, go ahead. I don't need you. You look back after her, the words escaping you. You shook at Annie's innuendo. There was an innuendo? What? I don't see an innuendo. It felt so unfair for her to talk about it as if it were a cruel joke, an unplanned inconvenience. The emptiness in your chest continues to grow, rising up to your head and clouding any possible thought. It all felt like a bad dream. Annie wasn't like this. She wouldn't say such things. Walter was right. You should have just broken up with her. That would have spared you both a world of pain. You, probably more than her, but what's it matter now? If he were here now, you know exactly what he'd say. Ouch, crackety wackety. Goes my knuckly wackly. Oh, it's a tent night. Interesting. You continue to gaze into the TV screen playing a movie. It was one you were happy Walter agreed to watch for once. There wasn't much attention to be paid as Walter continued to talk into you, only to then ask about what just happened on screen. It's all a beer, Walter. Shouldn't be drinking all that. What's the point of being her boyfriend when all you're doing is avoiding her anyway? I'm not avoiding her, we just need some time apart. Did she do something again? No, nothing like that. Her dad just... He creeps me out. What's her dad got to do with this? Did he show up at your house like he did at school or what? No, whatever. Forget it. It's not whatever. When will you break up with her? For someone who had previously told you he hates the way that everything revolves around Annie, he sure liked talking about her. Only when he brought it up, of course. It's not that easy. She's got enough problems already. I can't do that to her. You talk about her as if she's your pet. Might be good for her to be with someone who actually cares, too. I do care. If you did, you'd be at her place, not mine. So what if I don't? You'll find someone else? Maybe I should. I'm sick of her sticking around everywhere. Good luck with that. You gonna walk up to one of the guys in church and ask them to be your boyfriend? Don't get cocky. What's it to you anyway? Nothing would change other than us being awkward. I don't want that. Have you ever noticed how awful she is to be around? I can't stand her complaining, constantly whining and complaining. It rubs off on you. Okay, well, you're like her scapegoat. Something happens, and it's because you weren't there or whatever bullshit she comes up with. You're just saying that because you don't like her. She doesn't like me. There's a difference. Well, I'm flattered you care about me that much, but I'm fine. It's all working out. Whatever, do what you want. If she ever goes crazy on you because she found out, just know I told you so. The movie is all gunshots and explosions. Walter watches it blandly, unimpressed. You wonder why he even agreed to watch it. If he's this bored, the offer, we can watch something else, hangs off the tip of your tongue. Annie wasn't always enthusiastic, but at least she made some sort of suggestion for an indoor activity. Watching a movie, playing board games with Aster, prank calling the pizza guy. Walter rarely knew what he wanted to do. Like the effort of thinking of something was too bothersome. Also, I just had a thought. Prank calling pizza places is like old now. It's so sad. Like before you used to like actually call to get pizza. But now it's all done in the app and you can't really prank through apps. It's so sad that whole genre of like pranks just gone because of technology getting better. And services getting better. Well, better is is a relative word here. You can kind of see that's gotten worse in a way, technically, but also it's gotten better in general and subjectively. But yeah, it's really sad that you can't just. I mean, I'm sure there are places where you can call up and order. Obviously, they'll have that option because it's good to have those options. But eventually, even that's gonna go out the door because yeah. But like, oh my god, we're not gonna be able to prank call pizza places anymore. So that's so sad. I've always wanted to do that, but I never had the chance to. Yeah. Walter rarely knew what he wanted to do. Like the effort of thinking of something was too bothersome. Whatever you want to do is only fun once or twice. Then it gets exhausting to be the one deciding all the time. Yep, I get that. I gets that. And if you didn't decide anything, there was only one other natural outcome. What would happen that night? There was little ground for you to complain. However, as it was entirely your doing to go out of Annie's way, just as Walter had said. If you're honest, you don't actually know what sort of movies he likes anyway. Sometimes he seemed more of a concept than a real person, and that means that he's not a good person to be around or with, in both the platonic and romantic way. Always doing what was expected of him, exactly the right way. Walter? Nothing. Walter sighed and shifted, cursing as he tried to find a comfortable position with your head digging into his shoulder. Maybe it was better not to mention anything. If you're just gonna keep it for yourself and be all up in your head about it, just spit it out now. It doesn't matter. Is it about Annie? No. An exhausted groan came from Walter. Are you my girlfriend or what? Just tell me. No, I'm Annie's boyfriend. I mean, the friend now, because I'm apparently throwing dead bodies around with her. Like, if I did break up with Annie, would you want to... I don't know. Would it change anything for you? Why do you have to make it so complicated? It's not complicated. It's pretty easy, actually. Isn't it good the way it is? Don't get all up in your head because of what I said, man. I don't care if you're together with her. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying you need some kind of hobby. Preferably one far away from her. It's a bit weird. I mean, a lot of these kind of things are like, I'm not saying like the story, I'm saying in general, like this is a very realistic. It's really well written. The author who made this did it really well. And it's one of those situations, and I've experienced it multiple times now, where there is no particular source of the fault other than the fault being there and everyone being entangled in it, and everyone is the fault and also not the fault at the same time, because the fault started with it's like a Mobius strip. The fault started with someone, but it didn't end with, but it ends with someone, but then they also started it, and it's an untangleable web of just faults and feelings and emotions and thoughts and things, and it's just too much, and you can't really unravel everything and find a source of it, right? Walter is a bit weird, trying to push her away. I mean, I understand why he has some feelings and stuff like that, but also he's not the best character. He's not like the morally white character. I mean, morally good character. nor is he the worst character. Like, he has his own feelings, he has his own things. He would also not be the best to be around. So wouldn't Amber, Alita. I forgot her name already. I'm so bad at names. And so would Ollie. You know, everyone has their own problems, and it's just them going through life and not being able to figure out. And just know that it's okay for those things to happen. It happens, and it's difficult to navigate through them, and it's okay. You can get through it. Everyone goes through it in their own way, and every solution is different. But go through it your own way. The best way that I can suggest is just taking a step back, breathing it out, and just thinking about it rationally. That usually is a general thing that will help for you to break it down and see with which route or path you want to take. So, yeah. And my throat's really still dying. Oh my god. Whatever happened to the guitar? Whatever happened to the guitar? I can say a bit louder than that. It was dumb. Nothing serious. Really? I kind of liked it. Doesn't matter now. Walter sighed inwardly. He knew when it was best not to pry, as he knew it was best to let the matter rest. He uncomfortably shifted under you, something weighing on his mind. You haven't told anyone, though, right? No, I don't want to get my teeth kicked in. Good. Hey, look at me. It always started this way. The movie didn't matter. It was just a means to an end, but it was fine. The TV was distracting, though you knew the reason it had to be kept on, so you didn't argue. Sometimes in between the credits start to roll, a song plays. You don't know how the movie ends. Walter didn't care for it, but you would have liked to know. Alas, it's only a rental. You'll have to return it tomorrow. Oh well. Walter liked it, and you liked Walter, so that meant in return you liked it too. Saying it made you feel great. Maybe too strong a word. Nice is too polite for what it is. Good is meaningless. Good is what you call a quick meal or a warm shower. As you lay next to Walter, his ribcage moving along with the rhythm of his breath, you keep turning the thought over in your head. Wanted. Then again, Annie had wanted it too. To made innuendos once or twice. If she had pushed more, perhaps she would have gotten her will. Then you wondered, what would Walter say if next time you didn't want to? And after you figured out an answer in your mind, you realized that you didn't want to find out. Yeah. The last time you saw Walter was at an empty parking lot late at night. It was a strange place to meet up. You assume he didn't want to be publicly seen with you anymore. You try to talk to him, explain yourself, how it would all blow over soon. He stopped talking to you soon after. But this day he had asked you to meet him. As soon as you saw the notification, you stormed out of your house. The air was cold and damp. There was not a single soul around, only the lights of the street lamp giving you a little comfort in the dead of the night. You think about texting Walter, asking where he is, what is taking him so long. Faintly, you could hear footsteps approaching. Only that it was more than one pair. It felt as though your blood froze cold. You could feel your eyes glaring at you, daring you to look back. Hey, Oliver, you waiting for us?
No, I'm just waiting for the ice cream man, the muffin man, you know. He's down in Muffin Lane, blah, 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 boo.
Your entire body shook, cold sweat running down your skin. You should have known. The next thing you know is a fist in your face. There must have been 4, maybe 5 of them. It was too dark, and they were too fast. One of them grips your arms and forces you back. Someone forces their knee into your stomach. Hands grab you from all sides to hold you down. Your breath comes fast. The crowd roars in your ears and your head spins. Go get the backpack. Footsteps scramble to obey. You hear a zipper unzip, the clanking of a bottle. Wait, what do you want with that? A familiar voice rings in your ear, immediately sparking a faint feeling of hope. Walter was here too, but it doesn't last long. The spark quickly snuffed out by a dooming feeling of despair. Walter was here too. He had been all this time. Don't act so surprised. We're doing this for you, dude. I thought we were gonna get wasted. We will, after we're done here. Maybe we should go. Man, you're too soft. We shared a locker room with this freak. It's disgusting. Just stay where you are. He leans far over you. His friends all were laughing with mirth. You feel your heart hammering in your chest in fear. Someone roughly grabs your arm, shoving the sleeve up your shoulder and close your eyes in pain. You knew you should have fought against it. You should have yelled and kicked and screamed. You also knew there was no point to any of it. You've made your bed. Now you must lie in it. Isn't that a quote from somewhere? Like, it's Bible quote maybe? I'm not sure. The bandage gets ripped from your half-healed wound, and a drop of red runs down your arm. For just a split second, you wonder how he knows, but the answer is standing beside him. You can only imagine what he said. Hey, do you know how to spell vodka? The smell of alcohol perforates your nose. Or is that too hard for you? He lifts the bottle over your arm, slowly but surely tilting it down. You could hear them laughing. It's all bright and terrifying, and they're laughing. You scream so loud your throat feels on fire. It echoes through the parking lot. Not a single person of help is there to hear it. The memory crept up your spine, sending shivers down its way. You barely managed to shake it off, swallowing the lump in your throat. You didn't want to think about this now, of all times. You look past the cliff's edge towards the horizon and the never-ending ocean with only one thought floating in your mind. Of course you won't do it. Who are you if not a coward? Annie has had no word left for you. She simply kept walking away. You turn around like a dog with his tail between his legs and you followed after Annie, crowbar in hand. There was nothing else to do. You don't dare speak a word the first hour. Annie doesn't dare to look behind herself, but she knows you're there. The silence stretches thickly, and this time no amount of small talk can rescue you. After a few minutes, you already thought of abandoning the stupid crowbar.
Well, it's kind of a murder weapon. You might want to throw it away. I mean, not throw it away. Something else other than that.
The rusty iron felt clammy in your hand, and the blood on it slowly started sticking to your palm. It felt disgusting to have his blood smeared on your hands. And you couldn't leave it. What would you do if Annie got caught? Maybe then you'd finally have some resolve. Aimlessly, you wander through an endless stretch of trees for miles on end. Annie's sobs stifle and are replaced by occasional huffs of discomfort or yelps of pain as she gets caught on yet another tree branch. You hear the gentle trickling of water before you slip through another line of trees and see a little stream winding through the woods. Clean up, clean up, clean up anthem song, let's go. Oh. Your legs carry you into the clearing without conscious instruction, insulating you from the hopelessness of your situation for a time. Suddenly, Annie stops in her tracks, causing you to bump into her. Are you okay? I'm fine. You're bleeding. It's a scratch. It's fine. 'Tis but a flesh wound. 'Tis but a scratch. Do you even know where you're going? What's it to you? I told you to leave me alone. You'd rather dig your own grave right here and now than admit the truth to Annie. I don't know where to go. It's dark. I don't want you to wander alone either. Annie distantly looks up into the sky, as if she didn't even hear you. You have no idea what was going on in her head. The whole night you didn't, but right now more so than ever. How was she suddenly so calm? She should yell at you, scream and rip your hair out. Instead, she passively sunk her head and started to sink down onto the forest floor, staring through a bright spot in the foliage above. You kneel down to her in an attempt to help her up, but she shakes you off. What's wrong? Will you not get up? Annie shook her head. We can't sleep here.
I mean, we could if you tried.
I don't care what you'll do. Go home. I'm staying. Indecisively, you stare at Annie. You're dehydrated, your stomach was eating itself, and you could pass out from how tired you were. How the hell were you supposed to know anything anymore? At this point, you might as well lay down with her. You want to know something? You nod. Sometimes I thought about going into the woods like this to lay in the grass, unmoving. I'd wait and see if anyone would come to look for me, but no one would. The birds would pick out my eyes, the insects would gnaw at me until I'm unrecognizable. I'd let the maggots crawl into my wounds, lay their eggs in my body, and devour me until there's nothing left of me.
You'll be surprised how the body's automatic response for survival would activate.
I'd prefer thinking about that over opening the door and facing him. I prefer it over going back home with you, to all those terrible people and their happy little picket fence houses, where everybody pretends we're all happy and nothing bad ever happens. You're just like them. I'm never going back there. There's nothing left for me. Annie, you don't have to worry about that anymore. He's dead. She shakes her head. He's dead and I'm still the same. You will never feel anything again and I will feel like this forever. It's so unfair. I don't know what to do. We can flee town, get a new car for some cash. No one gives a shit about us anyway. They'll stop looking for us after some time.
I don't think that will be the case, especially if they know that 2 people related to the person are gone.
Why should I bother? You think I'm a freak? You'll leave me behind eventually. You did it before. You're always with me out of convenience. That's not true. I don't think you're a freak either. Then why do you look at me as if I'm the bad one? You have no idea how it felt to be under his thumb. Then tell me. Oh, really? I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I don't want to ruin the mood. If she had really enough spite in her mock to... I can't read. I still can't read. Oh my god. If she had enough spite in her to mock you, surely she can't feel that bad. She can't be feeling that bad. What even was the point? It was like talking to a brick wall. Anything you suggested would fall onto deaf ears. What are you accusing me of, Annie? You have everything you wanted. Your little runaway fantasy is finally taking shape. Annie finally sat up straight, meeting your eyes. I have nothing. Not even my dad. All you ever did was lie to me. What do you want me to do? All I do is apologize. I haven't for hours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What more do you want from me? Tell me. Nothing. I don't want anything from you anymore. God, why are you like this? You have some nerve to ask me that. Why don't you just go back home and wallow in your misery? It's what you're best at. Annie was scolding you and you felt small, like a little kid who didn't know any better. If you're trying to provoke me, it's not working. It worked just fine before. Why don't you yell at me some more? I'm sure you'll feel better then. Annie was visibly annoyed by the lack of anger in you. She grit her teeth and moved in. What's wrong? You can dish it out but not take it? Annie's words don't make you angry, furious, or anything like. You didn't sound like yourself back at the cliff when you said all those terrible things to her. You didn't feel like yourself when you were with her. You hadn't felt like anything in a good while. Earlier, you asked why I stopped being around you. Yeah, and? You make me feel like shit, Annie. I do, huh? I make everyone feel bad. See, you're always implying what? That I made you say those things? I made you abandon me? You didn't respond to her question. There was no point in it. You don't give a crap about what happened to me, do you? I wouldn't be surprised if you riled yourself up on the thought of me suffering as much as you did. With the drop, a pin, Annie's face facade changes. It was surprising that she still had the capability to feel bad, apparently. Is that what you really think of me? You shrug. It didn't really matter anymore. Since when are we ever honest to each other? Like now? Starting like 5 minutes ago? Annie laughed. It wasn't a guttural laugh. It was a small, delicate sound. A broken exhale. Oh my god. She holds a shaky hand in front of her mouth as if what you said made her want to throw up. You couldn't tell anymore if Annie was pretending to be hurt or if she genuinely was. You looked at her, hurled over and out of breath, and couldn't bring yourself to care about it. I never wanted you to get hurt, but I will not grovel on my knees for forgiveness like you'd have me do. I stuck out my neck for you so many times. I answered your every call, and what do I get in return? You and Walter, of all people, making out like nothing ever happened? You have no idea what I went through every day with those assholes, and no one but my dad ever gave enough of a shit to do anything. Not the teachers, not my mom, not you. Walter could have always told the others to stop bullying me. He just didn't, because he didn't give a crap at all. And he just stood by and watched it happen, because, oh, Annie can handle it. I didn't do anything wrong, and now you think you can stand here and tell me how I ruined your life? How I don't care about you? You couldn't even bother to break up with me. That's why I showed everyone that stupid photo. Not because I was jealous, not because of some petty revenge, but because of you. Because my dad was right. You don't care about me. You don't love me. You sink down into yourself, suddenly smaller. And you say that you didn't know, that I didn't tell you, but you never even cared to ask. Because if you had asked, then you'd have to do something about it, and God forbid you have to make a decision. And you know what? It serves you right. It's always about poor Oliver, always depressed and always acting like no one wants to help him. Nothing bad ever happened to you your entire life, and you bitch and moan about God knows what and how unfair and meaningless it all is. You open your mouth, ready to tell her to stop talking, to shut up, to calm herself, or else. You couldn't do it this time. As the seconds passed, her vigor drained and the anger left her face, and something pale and pensive took its place. I just gave you a reason to feel the way you do. Now everybody does hate you. You couldn't take it anymore. You were taking distance from Annie, gripping her jacket for comfort. Annie narrowed her eyes. She studied your expression. You felt your stomach drop as a sudden mix of disgust and apprehension was painted on her face. Go on. Call me crazy and a bitch and tell me how much you hate me. Something Annie said burrowed deeper than you realized. Something that lashed and lingered. Putting yourself second has never been your strong suit. It's unclear when it all started. The numbness, the tingle in your fingers, the restlessness from either sleeping too much or not at all, the spot in the mattress where you could feel the coils, the white noise in your head. Things used to be fun. Some time ago. You knew they should be. The places Walter dragged you to and the games Annie made you play. The feeling dwindled for some time, and the air got warmer and Annie's laugh louder. But it never went away, only hiding in the fluorescent lights of an overfilled cafeteria and the bedsheets your mother folded every morning. You never bothered to put a name on it. If you call it something, then suddenly it's real. Clinical. It would be stuck to you forever, like gum on a shoe. It was already there before Annie. She knew all along. She's not stupid after all. She saw it all. The bandages, the scars, the food you refused to eat. Yes, even the blood in the sink. The expression on your face, the fear in your eyes when you knew you had gone too far. She sighed, like a disappointed mother. She took the sharp object out of your hand and washed away all the blood along with your guilt. She bandaged you and took your hand back to the bedroom, where no word of what happened would be spoken. Annie never said anything, playing along with your blissful ignorance. Unlike Walter, who was always acting like he cared, he didn't, not like Annie. It made you feel better. So who was he to tell you what to do? He only said that because it made him uncomfortable. Because it meant he'd have to be more careful around you. There was Aster, and she cared, sure. Always worried and always curious, but she was too young to know all those things, and far too good to understand what any of it meant. When there wasn't Annie, because you shoved her away in an act of cowardice, nor Walter, because you weren't nearly as much fun when you weren't up for anything, there wasn't anyone. There were the empty husks of what looked like people passing you in the hallway, but could only be cruel images to show off what you did not have. Every little thing they enjoyed, their laughs and smiles and happily contorted faces that all should just melt off because how dare they enjoy a life that's just so full of shit for someone like you. Ever changing and hoping for something better, yet to come, motivated for a future that shone brightly upon the horizon, while you stood idly by, because what more could you do? The world was happening outside of the locked bedroom door which key you had swallowed. Oftentimes, you had the impression that you were stuck in your current self, a bystander in your own life. The look the mirror gave you was from someone that was hard to recognize. And while you brushed your teeth for the first time in days, you were overcome by a sudden urge to go through it, to place your hand on the cold glass surface and slip through it as if it were liquid. Then you'd pop onto the schoolyard and find Annie waiting for you on the stairs by the PE gym. Annie would hear your laugh and your bad jokes, and the scent of vanilla on her soft hair would fill the air. And she would mock you, with the usual cheerful ring in her voice, and the world would be warm again, alive, full of light. But you knew, no matter how much you hoped, that there was nothing but your own reflection hiding under the hard surface of the mirror. It was just a mirror. And the person looking back at you wasn't an imposter, nor a hallucination, nor a phase that would soon come to pass. It was just you. Never before had you felt the desire so strong to smash the glass with your fist, to take a shot and ram it into your eye. It wasn't a good day. The curtains were closed, windows shut. Your belongings were scattered on the dirty floor. It hadn't been cleaned in over a week. Your mother stopped doing it after you yelled at her to stop rummaging through your things. The door wasn't locked. Astra never liked when you did it. She said it made her scared, that you might do something you'd regret. She was being dramatic. It must have been some time after you distanced yourself from Annie. She hadn't been over a lot since then. It was for the better, you told yourself. You had missed her, even if it were only for the selfish reason that she made you feel better. She used to, at least. You didn't tell her you were leaving early. The school bell rang and you walked straight out of the building to the bus stop. Someone must have seen it, but you didn't really care anymore. Your head hurt. Oopsie daisy cursor. And you didn't have the nerve to sit there for 4 more hours, having barely clawed your way out of bed this morning. Annie also didn't stop by to pick you up after school started anymore. It made everything just a bit harder. You felt bad when she was there, and even worse when she wasn't. That was pathetic. Eventually, sleep took over you, sparing you from your own thoughts for just a few hours. Or so you thought, as a knock on your door echoed through your room, ripping you out of your slumber. It was frantic, not gently asking to be let in, but rather a hurried intrusion. Probably Astra, you thought, but Astra always waited for you to answer. This time you didn't even get a chance to do that. Ollie? It was Annie. Your eyes blink against the sunlight let in through a gap in your curtains as she slowly advances towards your bed, shoving your clothes aside with her feet to make a path. Ollie, are you awake? She shook your body, her frail hands clawing at your body, looking for something to hold on to. I need to talk to you. She must have been saying something. It all sounded hysterical, garbled nonsense. It was the same thing as usual. It was always something with her. Your migraine came back in a pinch, spots of your vision blurring and head splitting in two. You remember thinking how annoying it all was. She should have called you before. You always told her to. Are you listening, Ollie, please? Your brain was wide awake while your body felt frozen in place. It would take all of the strength you had left that day to even move a finger. You were unresponsive, thinking if you ignored her, she might go away. You knew it wouldn't work, that it was nothing more than a futile wish to be snuffed out as soon as Annie grabbed your shoulder. She turned you around to face her with whatever strength she had left in her skinny arms. Your eyes were open, looking at her, looking through her, like she wasn't really there, just another trick from your psyche. Annie slowly touched your neck, her hands wandering up to your hair till her lips met yours. It was only then you realized how strange she smelt, sweaty and musty with a hint of beer on her tongue and all the things she said she hated on you. She wasn't careful like usual, always initiating but still letting you take control once the discomfort wore off. She had an urgency behind the iron grip on your head that was alarming, scaring you even. You tried to fight against Annie as she continued to hold you down. It proved to be difficult in your current state. Maybe just laying still and letting her finish whatever she was doing best would be the easiest solution. You started to think. Maybe she'd get bored and stop. Maybe she'd notice that your eyes shot open. Heat flushed your face as Annie's other hand traveled under the blanket, her fingertips ghosting down your abdomen. This you could no longer ignore. Alarm bells in your head ringing loud and clear. Frantically, you reach up to grab her by the root of her hair, tugging harshly and causing Annie to wince and flinch away. Loose strands of her hair were flying through the stagnant air as you push her away with a force that almost landed her on the floor. Your back hit the wall as you completely retreated from her, edging yourself into the corner. You wanted to catch a glimpse of her face, but it was obstructed by her hair hanging in front of it like a curtain, leaving you only to guess. Only now you realize that she was crying. Neither of you said anything. Your words lodged in your throat as 1,000 thoughts swirled inside your head. What was usually nothing more than a sign of affection felt so oddly violating, coming from Annie of all people. When she couldn't bear the silence anymore, she spoke up and started to profusely apologize, going on a tangent and tripping over her own words in the process. Whatever her explanation, whatever she had to say, it was too late now. Instead of lashing out at her, you lie back down and pull the blanket over your head, yelling at her to leave you alone. You had hoped it to be a yell, yet it came out barely audible. There was a pinch of regret as the words left your mouth, still coming off harsher than you intended. It was quiet in your room. Then nothing settled between you two. Again, as Annie tried her hardest to keep her sounds inside of her. You wondered when she might leave. She did as she was told, soon after saying nothing more, closing the door carefully so as to not make any more noise. Your head was empty, the sudden loneliness of the room swallowing you whole. It was too silent. You almost wanted Annie's annoying, shaky voice back. You tried to go back to sleep, but there was no rest to be found. Your arm was itching. Sometime after Annie left, you got up. You walked towards the door, still hearing her voice from downstairs, shushed and defeated. The lock clicked. You didn't want to be bothered anymore. You thought if you ignored her, it might go away. Temporarily, it did. But these things always have a way of catching up to you. Just like back then, it always ended with you making her cry. Her scratching eyes were no more. Everything Annie had said till now, it had been with control, with anger, and with the targeted intention to hurt you. What you saw now was utter devastation, a loss of all control, and an agony and devastation that reflected in her glimmering, tired eyes. No calculated anger, no power play simmering in her mind, just the white fear of saying something that should be left best unsaid. Please say something, I'm sorry. It was all spilling out of her. The hatred slowly accumulated, not only for her father, but also for you. It had always been with her, covered up with countless lies and a brick wall of hostility. You weren't even looking at her anymore. You barely knew the girl you spent the last 4 years with. The girl from 9th grade who dressed in pink and carried around her diary was long gone. What was left was a loathsome and spiteful shell of a person, bitter and hateful and rotten at her core, stopping at nothing to get her way. You hated her so much, her miserable life and pitiful tear-soaked face, as much as you've never hated anyone before. And you figured you made her this way, by hoping that your gut feeling was wrong, by ignoring the threat and his hands on your leg, by turning a blind eye against every one of Annie's complaints. Had you have been a better person, a better boyfriend with sharper eyes and a better sense of right and wrong, you would have been able to help her, to keep her the way she used to be. And despite your meager, pathetic efforts, the girl she once was gone. Like driving by a helpless animal slowly bleeding out at the side of the road. Soon to be roadkill. I would never hurt you. Ollie, please. There was no longer any point in arguing, in trying to make Annie feel miserable. You had already done all the work for her ages ago. Annie must have known by now. She always somehow knew what you were thinking. She bit her lip, regret for what had just come out of her mouth, taking form in tears festering in her eyes. Do you really want to stay, huh? She reminded you of all the worst parts of yourself, and that maybe why that feeling was as visceral as it was suffocating. But none of it ever even mattered, because Annie was all you had left. There was nothing, no one else to return to. With that, what else could you say? Yes, the crack in your voice gave you away. Liar, you fucking liar! Annie yelled out. In the blink of an eye, she turned to her side and opened her bag to pull something out. You only noticed what it was once it was already too late. Oh, God. The blade flashed in the moonlight as she aligned it with her neck, extending her arm, ready to slash her throat wide open. This time, panic didn't knock at the back door of your psyche. It stormed in, frying your nerves in an instant. You lunged at her, pinning her to the floor, the knife slithering across the ground. The motion caused the blade to graze Annie's neck, slicing through her necklace and leaving pearls sprawled all over the grass. Your heart pounds through your chest as you kneel above Annie. For a moment, the only thing you hear are your ragged breaths and the ear-deafening sounds of rustling leaves. Annie blinked at you, unfazed. So you do care about me, after all. Of course I care. You don't show it. So you'll kill yourself? I'm just crazy. What do I know? You're not crazy, I'm sorry. I do everything for you and get told I'm insane. You must really hate me. No, I don't. I was angry. You sound just like him. No matter what you do, how I dress or how I act or what I say, you don't care. It doesn't make a difference. I don't even care if you love me or not. You couldn't even care enough to act like it. I'm sorry. You're right. I was stupid. You're only sorry for yourself. You don't mean anything you say. You were right. Let's just forget about all of this and go somewhere, yeah? Please? Annie's eyes were distant. They stared right through you, writhing their way into the most intimate parts of your heart. She didn't say anything, keeping her silence. It felt like torture. I don't care what it is you want to do. I'll do what you want me. Oh my god, my English. My reading capabilities are just incomprehensibly stupid. Oh my gosh. Annie, I'm more stupid than you, Annie. Actually, Annie's not stupid. None of you are stupid. You're all cool. You're all my awesome cookie macaroon sandwiches. I forgot the entire thing that you all guys were. I don't care what it is you want to do. I'll do what you want. Just please stop this. What if I wanted to stab you? Would you let me kiss you? You don't like it when I kiss you. I wanted to like it. Really? Yeah. I really hate you. I love you, Annie. No, you don't. I do. Did you love Walter? I don't know. Don't lie. I think it hurt to say it. You never dared tell him in case he'd laugh at you. It was a thought you found silly back then, but the reality that it's likely the truth stings more than anything else. I loved Dad, but he didn't love me. He didn't even pretend he did after some time. I miss the way he used to look at me. It was disgusting and I hated it, but I still miss it. I'm sorry, Annie. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I do the shit I do. I care about you more than I have about anything else. You're right, he was fucking awful. I'm glad he's dead. I never wanted him to die. I just wanted him to love me the way I did. That's why I did it. If he didn't do it out of love, then he just used me. I was nothing to him. You didn't deserve that. Don't pity me. I don't need your pity. Don't you see it? You know, we're not so different. I guess Walter can't have loved you that much either, huh? You could see the corner of her mouth twitch. Annie's expression contorted into a wry, defeated smile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let that happen to you. Annie lets out a distorted, mocking giggle. Her lips curve into a smile. What did they do, huh? It must have really hurt. All of his friends boasted about it at school. Annie, they told all kinds of stories. I wonder what of it is really true. Red and black skin is torn up on your right hip, gravel embedded in the wound. It throbs painfully under the fabric of your shirt. It hurts to move, and you're scared that if you try to, they'll notice that they didn't finish the job yet. You tried waiting it out, but they seemed to have little interest in leaving. Your shirt was wet, clammy, sticking to your skin. The once white fabric of it was soaked with booze, sweat, and blood. It was entirely filthy, as the crowd above you merrily exclaimed. Your face burns, and you're not sure whether it's from screaming your lungs out or from the alcohol they forced down your throat. It's all too much, till suddenly, it's cold. It feels like it takes hours before your nerves become shot. Hey, get up. In an attempt to do as you're told, you try to push yourself up with what little strength you had left. But your body betrays you, your arms quickly giving in under you. With a dull thump, your face hits the ground yet again. One of the figures grew pissed off with your growing unresponsiveness and grabs you by the hair. The gravel cracked upon impact as your head hit the concrete, threatening to send your consciousness flying once for all. In the blinding pain, you could still see the shapes hover above you with looming anger. Their voices are muffled, distorted. Between the chaos, you could make out one voice loud and clear. It was yelling. I think that's enough. You should stop. What? I'm checking if he's dead or not. I'm serious, let's go. Whatever. No matter how hard you try to forget, the memory stays etched into your brain. Wondering if maybe they're right, if you ever wanted it at all. Wondering if they just enjoyed your suffering in a purely sadistic manner, or were really acting on behalf of their friend. If they were repaying him. No matter the truth, to them, you were just an injured dog taking a rightful beating for biting its owner. Well, kissing its owner. If you ever put your hands on one of us again, we'll make sure you never walk again. The last thing you heard was their roaring laughter as they left you to rot with a final kick to the ribs. All while he watched. He didn't move a muscle. Didn't even flinch as they called you despicable things and threw punch after punch at you. At the very least, he showed you mercy. Why would you say that? Because it's true. If you can't realize it yourself, someone needs to tell you. All the shame came rushing back at you in an instant. It felt as if something, was hugging you from behind, closer than ever before, this time aiming to put you out for good. The ringing in your ears overshadowed everything else. It became hard to breathe because of Walter and the ugly cocktail of feelings left for him stirring in your stomach. Because of how he, your family, and everyone else looked at you. Because of the smell of their sweat lingering in your nostrils, and because no matter how much you showered, the bruises wouldn't go away, so you stopped showering altogether. Everything must be your fault. You deserved everything that happened to you. For being a lying, deceiving piece of crap who can't make up his mind. You can't let it out. It's okay. I know how it feels. All the tears, all years worth of accumulated guilt and shame you've been holding in finally comes to a release, and you start bawling in front of Annie like a little kid. Everything suddenly came crashing down, the world caving in on you. Hot tears streamed down your cheeks as you shook, feeling cold like never before. The hand that's now tracing calmly along your back, the same motion again and again in a futile attempt to be soothing, makes your stomach revolt with every circle it draws. You could hear yourself wailing, but it was distorted, strange, as if you weren't the one screaming, but like it came from far, far away. The back of your throat feels hot and scratchy. You must have started to hyperventilate. There is Annie's voice, you suddenly realize absently, growing louder for a split second and then shrinking back to a dull droning noise. You could maybe manage to figure out words out if you had the capacity to listen. I'm sorry. The apologies keep spilling from your mouth without any rhyme or reason. I'm sorry is piled up with forgive me's. You repeat the words so often in such desperation, they start to sound like gibberish. There was no way to articulate what you really felt. The thought of losing Annie, of what's been done to her, how much she f***ed up your life because of how much you despise yourself for thinking that, how much you hate her, how much you want her dead, how much you love her, how much you need her. Annie doesn't understand. She couldn't. And neither do you. You only know she, too, must be looking for someone to love her. Fuck, I'm so scared, Annie. I'm scared. There's nothing more cruel than to be completely alone. It's a fate you wouldn't even wish on Annie, even if she had deserved nothing more than to rot in the depths of hell. She loved you, more than she must have loved anyone else in her whole life. Annie wasn't an evil mastermind, aiming to ruin your life. She was just a sad, pathetic little girl. She had been screaming into the void all her life to reach someone who might care enough to listen, only to be let down again and again. As you cried and cried for help that would never come, you weren't any different from her. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You lean into her touch, your body acting on its own accord. Bits and pieces of Annie's hushed, mumbled nonsenses are managing to make themselves heard, or the throb of the blood rushing through your ears. I am unsure of what's happening to my eyes. I certainly cannot read. It's okay. You're okay, Ollie. Your body felt numb. You couldn't feel your face, but you felt Annie's embrace. You inhale her soft scent and rest your hands at her bare waist. Maybe it was good that Annie did what she did. At least now you know none of them actually cared about you to begin with. As she whispers into your ear, your senses slowly start coming back to you. Annie lovingly holds you till your breathing slows down and your sobbing stops. She'd wait the whole night if that's what it took. How sweet. What's love if not a give and take? Annie takes one of your hands into hers and holds it tightly, like you might crumble and fall out of her grasp at any moment. You wipe the snot from your nose with your sleeve in an attempt to look less pitiful. Despite her futile efforts, you must have looked utterly wrecked. Yet Annie still smiled at you. If you love me, then I want you to be with me, always, no matter what. That's what loving someone means, sharing your pain. Well, I would say that there's a lot more that it entails with it, but it was such a warm, earnest smile, you almost started to sob again. You nod in response. Promise that you'll never leave? It's not like a boot against your throat. This isn't the cold threat of a knife. I promise. Annie still smiles. Like it's any other day, like it's any other school day in spring or summer. Like she's running out of the school building, racing you to the bus. She remains inviting. She remains warm. Even as she turns to rub her hands clean on the grass with a displeased expression. Ugh, you made my hands all grimy. Why do you take the scoop at crowbar with you? I didn't want you to get caught. Oh. Ollie? I love you too. And as always, she forgave you. You lay down next to Annie and simply breathe in her presence. You bask in each other's misery for what must have been hours. Time felt non-existent. There was only you and her in the now. The only thing you knew is that the sun had yet to rise. If it ever will. Annie told about all the things she could never speak of before, each sentence etched into your mind with its gruesome detail. To know about her, It was the least you could do. In a way, it felt as if you were repenting. Do you think people in hell look like how they did the moment they died? That'd be disturbing. It's hell. It's supposed to be. For his sake, I hope they do. No one would fuck him looking like that. Annie let out a giggle. I think if that were true, I'd want to die early, so I can look good forever. You'd have to join me so we can be the prettiest couple down there. Don't worry, I'd come with you.
So many red flags.
As you laid on the grass and fantasized about your eventual decay, the words ran out and there was nothing else to do but stare at the sky. The stars shone brightly. For all the ugliness in the world, there was always something worth keeping your eyes open for. And so, for as long as the stars didn't burn out, you'd have to keep going. As all things must, your moment of solace has too reached its end. You help Annie get up and pat the dirt off her. By now, Annie wandered too far into the nothingness that the only thing you could do was move forward. You take her hand and you move into the thicket of the woods, the unknown swallowing you whole. As you start to walk, your phone vibrates in your pocket once again. You ignored it. You ignore it. As does Annie. You wonder who it might be, but it doesn't matter anymore. You shut your phone off, along with the door to the back room of your thoughts, filled with memories of the life you left behind and the regret that hadn't had time to fester yet. Whatever was about to happen, whatever terror may await, you'd be together. For once, there was no fear nor guilt. You could sleep inside this moment, live inside it, freeze it, make it last forever. It would be fine to stay like this. If only this moment had somewhere to hide away from all the horrors of reality, if only it could survive. But soon, it'd follow. The feeling you know all too well about. With every step, you could feel it approaching further, tailing your legs with such eagerness to bite them off. This time, it was here to stay. Darkness. Annie's heels clacked on the pavement as she made her way through the winding back alleys, past various dumpsters and suspicious clubs, following the faint neon light, illuminating your goal. Hey, do you know who's playing today? Some guys named Factory Junkies. That doesn't sound super lame for once. Don't they all sound the same? Okay, whatever. This was your idea. A little more enthusiasm wouldn't kill you. There was a whole lot of noise, both in and outside of the club, with plenty of people already sitting and talking by the entrance, some already half passed out. A few more minutes down the line, Annie looked at the mirror wall, stopping in her tracks. Ah, shit. I knew I forgot something. Ollie, why didn't you tell me only one of my eyes has eyeliner? You try your best to control your facial muscles, not letting it escape that you found Annie marching around with just one massive wing mildly amusing. You cough quietly. Well, you were in such a rush to leave, I didn't want to inconvenience you any further. Annie stared at you, scowling. It had no effect on you. You're cute when you're angry like this. Annie rolls her eyes and you could faintly hear her voice mocking you in her head. She pushes her hand down her thighs and pulls something out, hurling it at you. You barely catch it before it stabs your eye. You look at it. It was an eyeliner pen. You know how to draw my wings, right? Yeah, why? Can't you draw it yourself? Annie grabs you by the neckline of your shirt and you stumble forward, the alcohol rushing to your head, bracing yourself against the wall. Your stomach swirled like a carousel, just like the lights inside. The clubhouse swirled in a myriad of different colors. It was nauseating. The bouncer turned around and gave you a disapproving glance from under his shades, but Annie just smiled sweetly at him. I'm so sorry. He's not good with the crowds, gets dizzy. Annie's hand pinches your side, and you wince as her nails dig into your bones. You turn to look at the bouncer as well. Sorry. The bouncer just shook his head and turned to mind his own business again, sending kids with fake IDs home. Wow, had too much to drink already? It's more fun this way. Uh-huh. Go on, get to work. You sigh and pull the eyeliner into view, pulling the cap off. Annie leaned back to the wall, making herself smaller so you could have a better angle. You place the brush at the corner of her eye, drawing the line and trying your best to match the other eye. You furrow your brows, drowning out the music from the inside, concentrating on not messing up. While you fill in her wing, Annie stayed perfectly still under you, not flinching. Your hand stops its movements, staring at your partner. Your eyes trace her sharp cheekbones, her round nose and tinted lips. She made herself pretty today. You could barely make out her dark circles from under her eyes. For someone who wanted to stop you from going, she sure put in the effort to stand out. As of noticing you staring, her eyes fluttered open. Annie's fingers reached up, caressing your cheek. Got something to say? You look pretty today. Oh, you. No, I mean it. Your hair looks good. Black didn't suit you as much. Speaking of, couldn't you have washed yours before we went out? How long's it been? It's too much of a bother. Can't you do it for me when we come back? I suppose it can't be helped. Annie smiled wilder, squinting her eyes just a bit. A smile of which you knew were not sure of its nature nor intent, but was the only one you knew. I love you, Ollie. Annie accepted you, with all the sick and twisted thoughts in your head, all the hatred for the universe, and everyone in it weighing your heart down. She'd burn the world down if you asked. I love you too. That's what it must be. Like a fist to the face, like a foot to the ribs. This must be what love feels like, you thought, in all of its pure, unfiltered, ugly glory. And oh, how much you loved her. She slowly reaches up, standing on her tiptoes, and presses a chaste kiss against your lips. You close your tender eyes as you lap the alcohol off her lips and go to the back room of your mind, knowing you do the same for her. Because no matter how much you want to hate her, nothing has made you feel as alive as her terror. She takes your breath away and leaves your throat burning for oxygen, yet she is all you can live and breathe. The bass boomed through the night, and the laughter of drunk people carried through the night, having fun. You take a sip, enjoy the burn of the ethanol in your throat. Between the blurry lines and shapes of people, there is her blonde black hair, shimmering almost purple in the lights, bright like a warning sign. A lighthouse. A haven. The room is spinning. You start to lose focus, but not fully, because there is something else. A stranger across the room, with auburn hair and doe-like eyes, so beautiful and full of life. You take another drink, try to walk straight, one step at a time, the damp wall underneath your fingertips leading the way. The way to the stranger, with his distorted face, his real features slowly coming out underneath the ones you gave to him. The girl across the room is watching, waiting, for the night to end, for you to fall back into her arms. She knows, today you are someone else's, not yours or the stranger's. Not God's or the bottles. Only your mind's, chased by some nagging terror, a will to destroy. Leaving broken shards in your wake, Annie will bend down, breaking her back to pick up every single piece on your way home. Barely conscious, with pupils as wide as the moon, Annie would hold your hair back every time. If you had desired to, the night might have turned out differently, but why should you bother trying? Annie loved you the way you are. She would hug you with weary arms, her exhaustion written on her face, despite the overwhelming smell of vomit coming off you, and say that it'll be fine. She didn't look at you like you were any less, like you were disgusting and reckless, and all the other things the voice in your head told you as soon as the booze wore off. And the next time it happens, as it definitely will, Annie will do the same with just as much patience and care as before. Once the day comes when Annie will be too tired to get up, she will look into your eyes with 1,000 unspoken apologies dampening her shine. You will lay yourself to rest next to her and become an entangled agglomeration of misery, as wherever Annie goes, you follow. During those nights at the lowest you had ever been, it felt like Annie really deeply cared for you, and you did not doubt it on the back of your mind for the first time. What a bliss it was to have her by your side, always and forever. Ending 2, Misery Loves Company. I did read on the site that the decision that we chose has 2 very big branching options, like the story changes drastically. So that is interesting. It was fascinating, the story, and obviously it's a lot about depression, a lot about feelings, about things that just go convoluted, where one thing starts, you don't know where it starts or ends, or it's just how it is. And you're just all over the place, and so is the other person, and it's just all muddled of everything, and it's just so much, and it's hard to explain, but it also makes so much sense at the same time, and it's just a lot. And you can't say right from wrong, and you can't blame or do anything, and yeah, it just goes on, and it just happens, and yeah. Of course, these things are difficult, and they happen in real life, when there could be one problem or the next, and it's just hard to decide what to do and when to do and how to do it. Just know that whatever it is, whatever thoughts there are, that you are worth it, that you can get through it. Just like how we're going to get through the next part of this visual novel. We're going to go through with the second option now. Alright, let's get to it. I don't mean to press start. Oh my gosh, I meant to press load. Well, actually, I might as well just start and then do it all the way from the very beginning, you know? That would be probably a faster way to do it. Or like the better way to do it. I don't know if it's a better way to do it, but it's definitely a way to do it. Oh my god, we've been through so much. A lot of stuff has happened. Now we're towards, okay, yeah, big noises. Ouchie, wowchie. Alright, so I think I refused last time, so let's accept all of this and become insane along with our minds. It's not already insane enough. You were waiting for Annie to jump at you and scream, "Surprise!" as her dad gets out of the car, the tape around his wrists evaporating into thin air, as the air pulls you into an awkward hug to reveal the grand scheme. It'd be the perfect way of properly welcoming you into their messed up little family, I guess so. A sick joke like that would seem right up her alley. Only that you knew that the moment would never come, just as you knew that if you made the wrong move now, you'd have more to worry about than just Annie's dad. Annie was severely unnerved as is. If you questioned her any further now the situation would certainly escalate. It might be best to just go along with it for now. To the extent that you could simply go along with a murder. That wouldn't hold up very well in court. Yeah, it really wouldn't. Shit, is he even alive? He should be. Annie murmured, unsure. But I doubt he knows what's going on. The moans of pain from 3 steps away seemed to hint at something different. For your own well-being, you decide to ignore it for the time being. I need a moment, Annie. Annie nodded and awkwardly looked around, deciding to seat herself on the trunk and contemplate on what to do. Maybe trying to rub the dirt off her beyond salvageable sneakers was her way of doing that. You glanced towards her, slightly inwardly. Annie used to sing nothing but praise of her dad. Around town he was very well liked, a little short-tempered maybe, but nothing that would alert anyone. He was a frequent churchgoer, donated an appropriate sum every Sunday. Maybe his age should have alerted you more than it did back then, an obvious sign that he wasn't in the house to help raise Annie. You thought he was nothing more than a babysitter paid for by favors. Even that doesn't seem to ring true anymore. Everything was still a little hard to believe. Now you're left waiting, aimlessly standing around, hoping to find the answers in the endless evergreen towering over you. Instead of pondering about all those possible what-ifs, you decide to join her in her solitude. Well, it's no longer solitude because there's now no soul. Blaming yourself wasn't going to do any good now. I know your dad I didn't know your dad would do that. It's not like anyone would want to hear about that. I wish I could have done something. It was enough to let me hang out at your place all the time. Yeah, for how long that worked. Well, that wasn't your fault. It was good for the most part. Astra was a good enough excuse. Don't call her that. Sorry, but she does like me, doesn't she? She does. She talks about you a lot. See? It wasn't even a lie, really. I liked spending time with her more than you, honestly.
Oh my god.
Why is that? Annie shrugged. She's pretty cute. Hey, now. No cuter than me, of course. That's not what I was saying. A mischievous chuckle escaped Annie's lips, quickly suffocated by the solemn mood. How were you after you left school? Annie worded this blatantly in her favor, as if it was out of your own volition to suddenly drop out of school. This wasn't exactly something you wanted to talk about at this very moment, as it seemed off little practicality, but you at least gave her credit for caring. How do you expect? I barely left my bed. I would only go downstairs for meals. Even then, I would hardly eat a thing before going back to my room. One day at dinner, Dad told me that I should find a job and move out if I'm not going back to school. After that, I shut myself in. Mom even started bringing up me meals up when I was sleeping. Not much more to it. Annie bit her lip, probably regretting having brought it up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. It's whatever. I don't care about that anymore. It just sucks you blew up like that. I'm sorry. Do you remember when I told you that my dad found out about us? Every teenage secret gets busted eventually. So did yours when Annie came to you one night crying and distraught about a recent fight with her dad. He must have found out about you two one way or the other. She said he was angry at her, and by proxy, at you. And he refused to break up. She said she could handle it. She might have been able to handle her dad, you not so much. Annie was still his daughter, so to say. She'd still receive his grace while you were the bad boyfriend filling her head with all sorts of twisted ideas. Feeling like you had him at the nape of your neck. Okay, sorry, I had to read that 2 times to understand what that meant because English. Watching your every move took quite a toll on you. You felt guilty for a good reason. After that, you started drifting apart little by little. Yeah, did he do something? No, I mean, of course he was angry, but he never acted on anything. It feels like he was stretching it out, waiting for something, for me to mess up. And then you just started ignoring me. I didn't ignore you, but you were always busy. I couldn't come to you with anything anymore. It felt like you just forgot about me. Is that really why you did it? Maybe I was just jealous. Not a little, but just a normal amount of jealous. Is that what you want to hear? And as soon as she seemed to be getting somewhere, she shut herself down again. Annie was rarely ever honest with her feelings. Always quick to escalate and blow everything out of proportion, rather than get to the root of the problem. It was fine by you, considering you'd really rather not talk about this right now, if ever. If it were up to you, all those memories would be buried 6 feet underneath the ground. Everything that Annie was making a big deal out of was in reality much smaller than what she herself pulled off a few weeks ago. Nothing she would say or do could justify that for you. Of course you felt bad for her, but she never told you anything about her dad. How were you supposed to tell her if she didn't tell you? Yet you also realized that anything other than apologizing would just add fuel to the fire, and nothing good would come out fighting now. I'm sorry.
Hey, damn it, I'm talking with your daughter here. Throw up.
Your half-hearted apology got interrupted by frantic banging from inside the trunk. Holy shit. Annie brought down her fist on the car hard. A small dent appeared in place of her fist. Do not mess with Annie. Got it. You jump at her sudden movement. Yeah, we're talking about you. Maybe he wants to say something? Like what? I don't know, something about his hidden cash stack he'll give us if we let him go. Yeah, bullshit. I don't want to hear anything from him anymore. Besides, it's a little late for that. I stole all the cash he saved up and hid around the house. Which was... Annie opens her bag and it's filled to the brim with cash stacks held together by rubber bands. You see something shining, hidden underneath all of the stacks, but Annie is too quick to close it for you to get a good look. It's the crowbar. Don't know. Not gonna ask either, but it seems like enough. Yeesh, that's a lot. It's good that he was stupid enough to never trust banks. A smirk creeps up your lips, but you quickly wipe it off. There isn't really anything amusing about the situation. The fact that Annie was level-headed enough to grab the cash while running out of the house kinda creeps you out. That's good and all, but maybe he'll just go away if we let him go? Flee town? Whose side are you on here? If you're so eager to hear from him, go ahead, open it. But I guarantee you, nothing of value will come out of his mouth. Annie was losing her temper with you. It's probably best to let it rest now. It's time to recognize that you, too, are at some fault for the situation. At least in Annie's version of the story. No, it's whatever. I'll help you. Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, spare it for later. So what will we do? Just knock him out and leave him to the animals?
Yes, good plan. Let's do it.
That's a bad idea. I thought we'd drive the car with him over some cliff. We're near the ocean. Maybe he just got into an accident in a drunk haze. For that, we need to pull him up to the driver's seat, though. If we leave him in there, we might as well hand ourselves in. Yeah, even if he still has the head injury. What about it? He could have hit his head on some rocks. If they're suspicious, with no evidence, they're left to guess something in the woods attacked him or something. That's someone being us. No one knows that. What about your mom? Mom will probably suspect me. She always does. But she's not home this weekend. No one knows nor cares where I am right now. She can't prove anything. Won't she talk to you about it? What will you say? I'll make something up. As soon as she comes home, they'll start looking for him, though. How long will it take for them to find him? Annie shrugs nonchalantly. We are pretty far out. But they always investigate the waters. I'm pretty sure someone walking by the shore will notice a car floating in the water as well. It's almost like it doesn't float. It's almost like it doesn't float. The car will sink eventually. You know that, right? It doesn't just float. Okay, yeah, but what if... God, can you just stop making it so difficult? I'm difficult? Shouldn't you know how to do this? Huh? You know what I mean. You've been doing your research. Annie narrows her eyes. Forget it. I'm just making shit up. No, elaborate. Yeah, I'll pretend you didn't say that. Right. I think I know a spot that leads towards a cliff's edge here, actually. Huh? From what? Got drunk there once or twice. Oh. With friends, it was a hangout spot. Uh-huh. Really? Yeah, sure. I believe you. You roll your eyes at her and start heading back to the car, till you both notice the inevitable. You need to knock him out again. There's no way he'll just go along with you two pulling him to the driver's seat, conscious, with the way he's already squealing like a pig. If you show your face in front of him again, he might just rip the tape around his wrists and beat your face to a pulp. Does your dad have anything useful in his car? Dunno. There should be a big rock somewhere out here. Yeah, big rock, super effective. We just need to knock him out, not kill him. Why do we need to do this now? I'm not driving around with him thrashing in there. It's gonna drive me mad. I look if there's anything useful in the back. You just keep watch. The back seat was big, but it was crowded with many years of worth of accumulated junk. Old batteries, a bunch of cables, empty bottles, and beer cans. An ice scraper, a spare tire, a folded tent, and more. In the back seat? Like, this dude drives his family around, right? So, that's weird. Within the rubble, you could make out a piece of metal. Pulling it out, you find a crowbar. Oh, right, sorry, the crowbar was from the car. Oopsie-poopsie, my mousy. Wait, a crowbar? What's her dad got a crowbar in his car for? Actually, you don't want to know. It's a blunt object. It should be fine for giving him a one over the head. You take it out with you before slamming the door shut. Annie looks at you expectantly. You lift the crowbar up, while her expression remains uneasy. She nods. Oh wait, was the shiny thing in the bag a knife then? Probably. With that out of the way, your objective was clear. Still, your stomach drops as you grip the cold iron, threatening to slip out of your sweaty hands. I can do it. You don't have to do that. While it was nice for her to offer herself up, for some reason you didn't quite trust Annie with the task at hand. Oh, I trusted her with it, and it definitely worked out. So well. Yeah, so well. Maybe it was her shaking hands or the uncertainty in her face that told you she was too unstable to be trusted with this task. She'd flail out and you'd be left to clean up the mess. You shook your head. I'll do it. Can you turn around? No, I said I'll do it. Annie's eyes widened. You could tell by her reaction that she was just a little scared of you. Well, that wasn't fair. You were doing her a favor. Let me do this for you, okay? She shuffled her feet. Clearly unnerved, but without another argument, she nodded and turned around. Guess you already agreed. There's no backing out now.
I mean, there are others always backing out, just gotta back out.
With my two tootsies. You open the trunk and face Daniel. Now fully awake and aware, in this very moment you're glad that his screams are muffled by the tape over his mouth. And even through that, they sound absolutely livid. On second thought, maybe you should have convinced her. Maybe you would have put up a fight even if you let the more cowardly side of yourself win. Maybe then the urge to impress wouldn't have given you such a headache. This is what it is, you try to reason. The good old reason of this is what it is. If it weren't for him and the things he put into your head, the gnawing doubt, the secrecy and missed phone calls, the unshakable fear of everything as you know it being destroyed by a single sentence, then would have never come to this. Then maybe Annie wouldn't have finished the job in his stead. As you grip the handle, you think that waiting for the light at the end of the tunnel must be more unbearable than the thought that the end is there at all. Or maybe all a man like him can feel is hate. Nothing but anger can be seen in the scathing eyes staring right back at you. Despite yourself, you adjust the grip on the handle as your other hand joins the first. You take one deep breath through the crowbar. God damn. You take a moment to catch your breath and slam the trunk back shut. Still gripping the iron, you notice your hands trembling a little. You decide to not give it too much thought. I'll drive us to the cliff. The cold sweat on your body starts to stick to your shirt and your shiver under the frigid air, despite your jacket weighing heavily on your shoulders. You tread towards the car, awaiting an answer from Annie all the while. But there are no footsteps behind you to be heard. Annie doesn't follow. Oh? Her face was plainly abjected with fear, coming from the very depths of her soul. You didn't understand why. Why was she scared of you? You take careful steps towards her, but Annie yelps as she backs off, and for some strange reason, annoyance slithers its way into your mind. What did you do? What do you mean? I knocked him out, like we said we'd do. Oh God. I think I'm gonna be sick. Annie stumbles back and covers her mouth with her hand, breathing heavily, almost heaving. What's wrong? This was all a bad idea. We should just go home. I don't want to do this anymore. Wait, what? My mom will look for him. They will find him and oh God. If they find us, just lie. You're good at that. She will never believe me. No one will. I'll come clean. Tell the police what happened. Annie, you can't exactly back out of this now. You motion to the crowbar in your hand, which now has a few specks of blood on it. The red fluid shines in the reflector lights of the car. What if she was going to tell on you as soon as you got home? Make up a sob story to her mom about her evil boyfriend who wanted to take her away. Annie changed her mind about things as often as the tides turn. I should. It's the right thing to do. Lying is a sin. Dad always taught me. Why do you suddenly care about what he has to say? What he did was a sin too, but I don't want him to die. What the hell do you mean? A minute ago you were practically begging me to kill him for you. And now? I don't know what I was thinking. He hurt you, he nearly choked you to death, and you want to protect him over me? But he wasn't bad. Wait, what happened before that? He was always been there for me when no one else was. He wasn't bad. Annie trails off, frantically looking around herself. You look at Annie to try and see what she sees, to understand what was going through her mind in this very moment. But you just don't get it. You want to grab her by the shoulders and shake her body till her brain is set right, for her to stop spewing her emotional nonsense. But you are better than him. You will not yell at Annie. You maintain your composure, despite your blood boiling blisters on your skin. She wasn't dumb, but short-sighted. If you left it all to her, both of you will definitely get caught. You want me to go to prison? Is that it? How about you tell me that it was all my idea? You'll get off scot-free. You're only 17. The law really plays in your favor. Annie stares back at you, dumbstruck. All her frantic panic quickly replaced by a dooming sense of fear. She starts shaking her head in a frenzy, as if refusing to acknowledge what you just said. I don't want that. I don't want to be alone. That's what it's sounding like. No, if you tell on yourself, you tell on me. Asher knows I ran out the door to see you. Who else would I meet after all? No one but you wants to see me anymore. I'm sorry. As soon as the first sob leaves Annie's mouth, you catch her by the shoulders, pulling her in, right in the nick of time. Hey, it won't come to that. It'll be fine. I just need you to listen to me. I know you're scared, but we're in this together now. In order for me to help you, you have to cooperate. Annie looked at you like a deer in headlights, reflector lights shining upon its features in a godly premonition. One blink away from death. I mean, there's another thing. There's one more thing away from death. It's a crowbar. And you knew that absolutely nothing of what you said had reached her ears. It was you who came up with this because you want to do this. I don't want us to go to jail. This is bad, Ollie. This is really... He was bad. He hurt you. I would never hurt you. You hear, Annie? Annie gulped uncomfortably. I know, but it's murder. Your grip on Annie's shoulders was becoming harder to control with every word she spoke. No, you're not listening. Listen to me. When have I ever tried to hurt you? It was a simple question, spoken calmly and clearly. It caused her to actually think about what you asked, formulate an answer, and get her head out of the hysteria it jammed itself in. Never? Right. I'm trying to help you, so help me make this work, please. What did you say earlier your story was? Repeat it to me. He got drunk and drove off the cliff. That's right. It was an accident. He got drunk and drove off the cliffs. You stayed at home and called me because you were worried. Everything is fine. Annie's shoulders are slumped down the tiniest inch, a hint of relief settling into her. With that, a heavy exhale escapes your nose in hopes that you finally managed to turn her around, to go through the plan she made. What about you? Won't your family wonder where you've been? You just made up the story. Your house. I don't think anyone cares where I went. You let go of her. Annie's having seemingly regained both her common sense and her composure. Yet she doesn't face you, only looking at the floor, almost looking a little defeated. The truth hurts, you suppose. She had to hear it from someone. You're with me now, got it? We don't need him. We'll figure it out ourselves. Okay. Will you follow me to the car now? Before something or someone catches up to us? Annie doesn't say anything. She simply nods reluctantly. You hear her soft footsteps following after you. With your back turned to her, it was almost as if Annie didn't exist, as if the situation wasn't real. It was always a little too easy to forget about her. Annie never had a big presence about herself. Her footsteps treading lightly so as to not disturb anyone. Walking behind walking behind rather than aside you, falling like a domino whenever someone pushed her out of the way. Her demeanor never quite matched her crass words. It was hard to tell which of the two was the real Annie. She never changed much. She was still the clumsy, indecisive girl she has always been, stumbling over her feet as she did with her words. But that's why you loved her. She was a constant in your life, never changing. No matter the truth, Annie loved you. You were sure of that. And so Annie would follow you as you lead. It has always been that way. As you escape out of class into the schoolyard, you see Annie patiently awaiting you. Did you promise to meet her today? Crap, you don't remember. Hey, Annie. Why did you ditch me? I thought you had to go to church yesterday. I was helping my dad. I saw you with Walter. That's right. Last Saturday, Annie had asked you if she could sleep over at your place. Sleepovers were never a good idea. They came with too many questions and too many worries about what lie Annie had told her dad, this time around to allow her out after 9 p.m. At the time, it seemed easier to pretend to be preoccupied with boring family matters. If you're secretly meeting up with someone, maybe don't do it somewhere public next time. You wanted to slap yourself for being so dense. Acting dumb wasn't going to save you now. So I can't have other friends anymore. That's not what she said, and this is not what she meant, and you are putting yourself in this hole in this situation. What? That's not what I'm saying. Why weren't you honest to me? You can hang out with other people. I just thought you'd get up in your head about it. Which I was right about. Huh? I'm not. I don't care. You could have just said that you'd rather hang out with him than me. I just already said I'd go watch the game with him. One of his friends was playing. That's fine. I just don't want to be lied to. Okay, I'm sorry. Won't happen again. You always say that. Hey now. Don't act like you don't lie to me sometimes either. What? Hey, lovebirds. Suddenly a cheerful... okay. I like reading that. A cheerful voice rang out from behind the two. You turn your heads and there he was. Speak of the devil. Aren't you too cute? How about you kiss for the camera? Walter made a frame with his fingers and posed in front of you as if he were a photographer. That's so cheesy and no one does that anymore. You give him a playful shove as he continues to grin at you. Cut it out, asshole. Annie didn't seem too pleased with your sudden company. Ugh, don't you have to go iron your boxers or something? Walter squinted his eyes as he continued to smile down upon Annie. Wow, what a warm welcome. Hello to you too, Annabelle. Annie had no interest in greeting Walter. You gave her a little nudge. No need to be so rude. Hi. What are the lovebirds doing? Just talking. About? You open your mouth, wanting to speak before Annie could cause a scene, but she put in her word before you could. About Oliver's church duties. How boring. Don't you ever get sick of being so prim and proper? It's impossible to hang out with you, princess. You know, I don't have a choice. Yeah, you do. Just say no instead of, oh father, lecture me about some more, and while thou'st are at it, allow me to shove the Bible up my ass. Annie frowned. One of the many reasons why she disliked Walter was because of his blatant so-called blasphemy. Although he was just joking, it always made her uncomfortable. You found it funny. I don't think your mom would like to hear you say that. As if you care. So, what do you want? Can I just come to enjoy your company? Maybe I can third wheel my way along a trip to dinner and watch you make out as I eat some sad, lonely, soggy fries. Quit your whining. You know what you want. I know you want something. All right. Let me make this quick. I wanted to talk to you about something. Can I steal your boyfriend away for a minute? He motions towards you, but Annie steps in front, blocking Walter's way. Just say it. Whatever you want to tell him, he'll tell me later anyway. Is that so? How much do you even know about him? I know plenty. I bet you didn't know that he still has 4 of his baby teeth. I know that. Did you know that when he was a kid he couldn't differentiate between the letters B and D? Huh? Yeah, and it took him ages to learn how to read. Annie looks over to you in awe, as if this was a vital piece of information you withheld from her. When I was a child, well, when we all were children, when I was in middle school, we had the worst time differentiating P and B. Like, we couldn't say P and B properly, and we couldn't differentiate them properly. And it's so weird now because it's just so easy, and it just makes sense, you know? It's a really weird thing to think about that happened years and years and years ago. Well, years ago. In reality, it was nothing to be embarrassed about. There was a reason, plain as day, that he never told her about this. Wait, really? Yeah, my dad said This is getting ridiculous. Will you two grow up? Well, I'm not the one starting an argument here. Talk to your girlfriend. You shot Annie a serious look, a warning, perhaps. Things always escalated between Walter and her, and it was starting to become really bothersome. You just wanted your two closest and, dare say, only friends to get along. She wasn't even putting in the effort to pretend to like him. Annie bit her lip nervously. Sorry. By the way, I saw your science project. Not half bad. Thanks. You know, if you actually attended class, you might have decent grades. Better than Oliver's, at least. Annie scoffed. Who are you, my mom? It's a well-meant observation. Then tell your asshole friends to stop laughing every time I talk. Right. You've sure gotten more mouthy ever since spending time with Oliver. What did you do to her, huh? I don't do nothing. No, really, you can tell me later when God is not listening in. But after getting nothing but a glare from Annie, Walter huffed. Come on, don't look so grumpy. I gave you a compliment. In return, Annie grimaced a smile. She was making absolutely no efforts to hide her distaste for him. Is she always like this? I'm right here. Then speak when I'm talking to you. Oh my gosh. Don't think just 'cause your daddy's a doctor you have authority to tell me to do jack shit. Oh, I don't think of you, of all people, should be speaking about other people's fathers. Excuse me? Oh, my bad. I wouldn't want him to come to school again to teach me a lesson. Okay, this was escalating quickly. Walter, whatever it is, just tell me later, okay? Fine. As he turned away to leave you both at your bickering, he tilted his head to shoot you another glare. Then I'll see you at school tomorrow. Or not, depending on what you feel like, huh? You could tell he was addressing Annie specifically. You rested your hand on the small of her back for comfort. Sometimes it felt like you had to hold her back as if she was a leashed dog. You don't got to be so hostile around him. I don't like when he talks about my dad. I mean, your dad's a little much sometimes. He's just worried. He does a lot of cool stuff with me. Like, he lets me watch movies that mom doesn't, and we order pizza like every week. He doesn't mind if I skip sometimes either. He's pretty okay. You shrug. That does sound pretty good. Definitely better than having a preacher as your dad. Annie smiled as she talked about him, and you took that as a good sign. Walter doesn't know what he's talking about. All his parents care about are his grades. Why do you hang out with him? He's so snobby. He's different outside of school. Yeah, 'cause he has an image to uphold. What do you mean? So you don't think it's weird how he only talks to you when no one's around? You're around. I don't count. Well, whatever. He's just busy. Besides, you don't like anyone. Don't be surprised that nobody wants to hang out with you if you pull a face every time you get approached. That's not true. It is. You'll get frown wrinkles. Ugh, I'm leaving. Have fun with Walter later. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. See you. With that, Annie stormed off, her lips in a pout and her feet stomping the ground. In her fury, she left her notebook sitting on the stairway. What a scatterbrain. She was already out of sight, so there was no use yelling after her. You wouldn't run, that's for sure. I guess you'll have to take it home with you and dangle it in front of her nose tomorrow morning. That way she at least needs to come to school. Annie carried this thing around with her everywhere. It was clearly important to her. It wasn't even a fancy diary. It was a simple college notebook. Instead of taking notes during class, she probably wrote in this thing the whole time. You knew it wasn't the right thing to do, but the temptation of it was simply too big. A little peek wouldn't hurt, right? There were a handful of pages of Annie's complaints about various teachers and students, calling them colorful words that you're not sure the Bible would approve of. Her words were contrasted by little sketches of various animals and flowery adornments. You flipped through the pages with glee, only feeling a little bad for this invasion of her privacy. You were sure Annie didn't mind. Just like she said, there was nothing in here that she didn't already tell you. You flipped the page. My hair looked nice today. I wish only noticed. I want to tell him to say I look cute. Mike pulled on my ponytail in PE again. He's such an asshole and no one says anything. But Dad said he'll take me to the movies on Saturday. Not at a small movie theater, but the big one in the city. Ooh, meow meow. Mm-hmm. 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 The next day you return Annie's diary, with oh so many questions if you looked inside, and if you did, she'd find out, so you better fess up. Of course you didn't look in, but being the loving boyfriend you are. Despite one of Annie's many rules that stated that her place was off limits for visitations, there was one instance where you decided to break that rule. You were at her doorstep rather often, bringing her over things she forgot at your place, acting instead for your sister. Her dad would always be there to accept her belongings before you could set foot in. Sometimes you could catch a glimpse of her home, past the small lit slit by the door, which wasn't obscured by his large figure. During last winter, near the Christmas holidays, Annie stayed home sick from school. She probably only had reprimands of her dad, had asked you to bring this week's homework to her place. As your fist hovered over the wooden door, you noticed that the red delta was nowhere to be found. The driveway stood empty. Her mother was out this week, so it could only mean her dad was out as well. Like a teenager excited to finally have some time alone with his girlfriend, in a house devoid of parents, you turned the knob and set foot into her home. Without what you don't block your doors? Excuse you? Albeit not the reasons one might think, there was little interest in getting close to Annie's snot-nosed face, and more to finally know what was behind the doors she would always shut so tightly. As your deduction had predicted, he wasn't home. And it was a relatively normal, if not a bit messy, household. Again, why don't you lock your freaking doors? It made you just the tiniest bit disappointed. It also relieved that there was nothing nightmare that Annie didn't want you to see. The first thing you noticed was how it smelt. Walter's house always smelt comforting, like the beams of sunlight hitting his soft bed through the large overlooking window, like the warm home-cooked meal you ate with his mom, his dad, his aunt, his grandparents, and him at the table. But also the tiniest bit clinical, like carpet cleaner and laundry disinfectant. Annie's home smelled stuffy, as if the windows weren't open very often, almost a bit like a locker room. It smelled like when you hid your head under the heavy covers to block out the outside world. Annie had not yelled out to her surprise visitor yet, so either she must be sleeping or listening to music. You made sure not to make any noise when you advanced and shut the door behind you, so as not to be caught in your sudden intrusion. There was a brown leather couch on the right. In front of it, the TV that stood on a sideboard in the living room. It was adjacent to an open kitchen where a few dishes were also piled up. You glared at the fridge with lots of photos and notes on it and wonder how appropriate it is to look inside. The stuck-up blonde health class teacher always says a person's fridge is a window to one's lifestyle. While dramatic, it held some truth. I did not have any fridges when I lived alone. What is this? That means I have no lifestyle. Oh no. You decide to open the fridge to find it mostly barren, aside from the bare necessities like toast and some ham. There were some cucumbers in the compartment and spare tomatoes, one of which already had a suspicious-looking white spot on it. The top was filled with various beverages and soda pop. In the middle of it lay a small plate of cupcakes, likely prepared by none other than Annie. Near that was a small pantry with lots of cans and other conservatives. Boxed mac and cheese and Pop-Tarts, cereal boxes, and all that junk. A thin layer of dust settled on the small shelves that led further towards the bedrooms, stacked with various trinkets, mostly modeled figures of racing cars and empty cans and bottles alike. As you went along the small hallway, you finally, inevitably, found what you're looking for. The reason why Annie didn't want any visitors. Oh, hi, Ollie. Don't worry about the door. It's broken. Dad will fix it soon. Ah, okay. Annie's room didn't have a door. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I get that because I did not have a door for a while. Not great. It had been mounted off, the hinges hanging empty on the wall. She spoke without being asked. You had hoped that she was right. You could only hope. The drive to the cliff goes by without anyone muttering so much as a word. There was nothing left to say. Once you notice a familiar pathway, you pull over and both of you step out of the car. Gotta go blink there. You scour the area, taking in the view and the sound of the ocean down below. You'd forgotten how calm it is here, only a few miles away from the thicket where Annie's father let out his last screams. You have an intimate knowledge of this space. It quickly became yours and Walter's favorite spot during the last summer. The trees that ring this cliff wear their last summer leaves in stride, brownish greens, hiding those starting to yellow and wilt. You look over to Annie, joining you in your moment of solace. They're reminiscent of the poorly disguised bruises that ring her neck. It's so nice here. Why do you never take me here? I guess I never thought of it. Annie chuckled solemnly. You were never much of a romantic. Hey, isn't like killing your dad and taking a nice forest walk on a cliff romantic? I still have time to learn. Those friends you said you were here with, that was just Walter, wasn't it? He too, I suppose? Annie bit her lip. It seemed there was something that she wanted to say, but didn't quite dare to. You assumed it was something along the lines of everyone but me, huh? And a matter of fact, you didn't need to hear it out loud. Annie shuffled with her feet, her eyes nervously darting back and forth between the car and the woods you emerged from. Slowly but surely, you were growing impatient with her. You could tell she wasn't entirely convinced to go through with this. She was trying to leave herself an open back door, an escape plan. Maybe she just needed a little push. I lied, back there by the car. About my dad. He wants to send me away. What? Where to? I heard him talking about it. He wants to sign me up somewhere for troubled youth. Like a boarding school? No, more like a program for people like me. Annie's eyes widened. Oh, you know what they'll do to me there? Annie fell mute. You were quite glad for it. None of this was true, after all.
Why would you? This is horrible to lie with.
Maybe your father didn't even deem you worthy of fixing. It's not that you wished it were, far from it, yet the question remains, why doesn't he? If in his faith where he deemed such things possible, why not for you? Perhaps you were a lost cause, doomed to forever burn in the depths of hell. That thought wasn't any less depressing. I can't go back, Annie. Do you understand? It was just a little white lie.
I don't think it's a white lie at all. It's just a straight up lie.
To make sure she doesn't change her mind again. I'm sorry, I understand. I don't think that's the right thing to do either. She had trouble finding her words, but given the situation, you were surprised Annie met it with as compassion as she did. I didn't mean for that to happen. And for what Walter didn't do anything. We can talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. Whatever you say. This wasn't his fault. For all you know, they heard the same story Annie told loud and proud to the whole school. It wasn't a secret anymore. Can you help me now to lift him out of here? Annie's answer to your non-question was written plainly on her face, but you've given her a little space to object now. As Annie was busy twiddling her thumbs, you slipped back onto the driver's seat, driving the car towards the cliff's edge, stopping just before it did plummet down into the ocean. You walked back towards her, opened the trunk without any other word and turn your head. There was no need to discuss what to do next. Annie and you both lifted him up from the trunk. It took considerable effort, even with the both of you. His limbs were heavy and his skin cold to the touch. As you tried to position him, his head kept lolling back and forth akin to that of a puppet. It was strange. He almost looked like he was sleeping. Wasn't it for the if it were not for the open wound on his head? His chest was still rising up and down, the movements barely visible. You suddenly became extremely aware that he was, in fact, still alive and might wake up at any given moment. You did not want to test your luck. You only hoped by the time they find him the spare blotches of blood in the trunk would no longer be visible. Once you positioned him and made sure to cover the crowbar out of the front seat, take the crowbar out of this front seat, you align behind the car and give it a final push. One good shove followed by a split second of silence. And with that, the deed was done. It was so easy, so quick, scaringly so. No more screaming, no more crying, no nothing. It wasn't premeditated, and there was no spectacle. Just you and Annie standing at the cliff side, waiting for something to happen. You look down at the car slowly sinking and begin to shake. The gravity of the situation suddenly becomes as clear as the rippling tides down below. You killed a person, a despicable, disgusting person, but a person nonetheless. You never thought he'd do something like that. Maybe because you were too trusting, or maybe because he just didn't seem like the type. Whatever that meant. Eventually, the illusion shatters and all you're left with is the hauntingly mundane truth. A grim reminder of what people are capable of. He was never meant to find out. If he didn't, would all of this still have happened? If you never met her, you glance over to judge Annie's reaction. Her sorrow rained down on her like a summer storm. You were almost relieved by the immediacy and intensity of it. As long as she could cry, you were sure that she was normal, that she felt something along the lines of remorse or guilt. The thoughts in your head get all jumbled up while you were trying to figure out the right thing to say, if there'd even be anything appropriate in the situation, yet you only open and close your mouth a few times, silently unable to find the words. A frail hand ends up resting on her back, drawing slow motions up and down in an attempt to be comforting. You could only watch as Annie's sobs turned hoarse and pathetic as she slumped down by the cliffside. She raises her head and looks at you, with teary eyes, a question on her mind. How do you think he'll die?
Probably from drowning. Just off the top of my head, it's just a gander, a guess.
Well, he'll probably drown now. The water will get in his lungs before he wakes up, though, I think. So he'll stay unconscious? Well, a little bit of suffering wouldn't hurt him, don't you think? I don't know. He was an asshole. I hope he burns in hell. As the last word left your mouth, you started to regret what you had just said. Annie froze up, clearly uneasy with your choice of words. Do you want to sit down for now? You must be tired. I know I am. She made a small, reaffirming noise. Annie walked forward, getting dangerously close to the edge of the cliff that you had almost feared she planned to join her dad for a plunge. Luckily, she only did so to look downward and observe the waves. She sat down, her legs dangling off the cliff, head hung low. You follow after her, taking off your jacket and gently put it over her shoulders, which gets her to crane her head back and give you a shy smile. You see yourself next to her with your eyes set on the ocean in front of you. The moon hung high upon its waters, its reflection shining brightly. Annie rests her heavy head against your shoulders, leaning into you. Do you think God will forgive me? I think so. No. Say what you really think. Be honest. I don't think God gives a shit about any of us. He's probably just sitting up there pointing and laughing at us from his ivory tower. Annie stares off into the distance, fiddling with the laces of her dirty white sneakers. You always thought it was stupid how much she believed in all that, but you can't blame her for being raised that way. The entire town was. It's easier to grow sick of it all when you hear about God and his rules every day instead of once a week. For her sake, you decide to play the part. Is there anything you'd like to get off your chest, little lady? Huh? Confess your sins. It's between us and God. Oh, well, dear father, I committed the sin of murder. I'm scared God will send me to hell. What a predicament, young lady. You take your time pretending to weigh her wrongs and rights. Thou shalt not kill does not apply in the case of being a piece of shit on behalf of the murdered. I, as a son of our appointed pastor, have hereby forgiven your sins.
You are taking the power. Take the power from your father. Become the greater rune of destruction.
Annie smiles sadly, even if only to amuse your efforts. Is that how it works? Sure it is. It's all made up anyway. I can make up my own rules. You were almost certain that Annie didn't buy into it. She would likely forever be stuck in her ways, as were you. But at the very least, she stopped sulking, and that was enough for you. Thanks, Ollie. I don't think you're going to the same place as him anyway, remember? At first, she looked a little confused about what exactly you were getting at. It slowly clicked in her mind as the seconds passed. She left out a soft chuckle. Right, I'm too pretty for hell. You weren't sure if she made it up herself or picked it up from somewhere. But it quickly became a joke between the two of you that every time Annie didn't want to do something, she was simply too pretty for it. Too pretty to bring out the trash, to do the dishes, to do homework. The more often she said it, the more ridiculous it became, and she started saying it to just about anything. Although today she didn't sound very enthusiastic about it. You got it. Annie let out a weak sigh, her way of telling you to ask her what's on her mind. Within the years, you had learned all of her little quirks. Something wrong? Mom always said that I'm lucky that I was born pretty. That at least I wasn't fat. I didn't have acne, or braces, or glasses. Hey, glasses are known to make anyone cuter. Excuse you. It has been a scientifically proven thing. If that were the case, I'd at least have a reason to get bullied, right? She said it was all my fault, that I didn't try hard enough. Maybe I'd still have a chance to marry rich, she said. That I needed to before I got old. Sometimes I wonder if I looked different, if he had still done it. I don't know. He probably would have. Isn't it more about feeling powerful than anything else? Annie takes a moment to weigh her words. I suppose that makes me feel a bit better. Not that it happened, but I don't know, that it wasn't my fault. You did the right thing. If he ever left, he likely would have just done the same thing to another girl. He wasn't always bad, you know. All the ones before him didn't care about me. I only ever had Mom, and she was never there. And if I told anyone, he'd have to leave. I really wanted him to stay. The way that he used to be. Everything that Annie was saying felt contradictory to you, but somehow it makes sense. Knowing you will probably never even could in the first place. No matter how much you want to understand how Annie feels about Daniel. Only that what conspired back at her home must have derailed to an extent that she herself could never have expected. That caused her to act in a way she never would have otherwise. You kept sitting together, you not saying anything, just looking at Annie and not really seeing her either. You could barely hear her breathe over the sound of the ocean, softly, in and out. Your eyes were heavy, too heavy, alongside your weary bones and tired muscles. You close your eyes, letting the waves lull you to sleep as exhaustion finally settles over you. Things could be so easy sometimes, if only you could always find the right words. If only she was a little easier to figure out, shorter on her words, maybe a little taller. Less of the complaining, less whining. She was always causing trouble, almost drawing it to herself as if she couldn't live without it. Walter never complained. Well, almost. He only ever complained about Annie. Darkness. After class, your teacher held you back to talk to you about college applications in a rather concerned tone of voice. It was their job to pretend to care, as it was your job to pretend to listen. In a perfect world, you'd open the mail and an acceptance letter from a college you never applied to would just fall into your hands. It doesn't matter which one. Any of them are fine, preferably one of the Walter fancy med schools. But it was way more likely you just copy most of what Annie wrote and apply to the same one as her, so you'd at least be with someone familiar. Yet somehow you doubted Annie had any application plans in mind, just miraculously hoping it'd all work out eventually. You could hardly blame her. You could see Annie and Walter bickering from a mile away. Those two were never up to any good, if left alone too long. Although, maybe you should give them some time. See how it plays out. If anything goes wrong, you could always intervene. You walk out of the door that leads out the building and hide behind a conveniently placed tree near a pair of park benches with various stains and leftover trash. From here on out, you could make out most of their words. And it felt just a little ridiculous. And if anyone were around you to see it, you really wouldn't have any good explanation as to what you were doing. They might think you were a creep listening in on them, which was sort of exactly what you were doing. It was extremely childish and extremely nosy, but also, no, there was nothing else. You just wanted to spy on them. Hello, Annabelle. Walter? Waiting on Oliver? What's it to you? Why am I even asking? Not like he'd have anyone else to wait for. Very high coming from you. Walter clicked his tongue, his patience growing thin already. So where is he? A teacher wanted to talk with him about college. Right. You know, you should look out for him more. What? What are you trying to say? Nothing. Whatever. They both exchanged a bitter look and laid the conversation to rest. You felt just a little bad to let them wait for you so long, mostly for Annie. Walter could handle himself. And you think about standing up to spare them any further torture, but then Walter speaks up again. Do you know where you're going? To college. As if you care. Sorry for acting like I do. It wouldn't kill you to be a bit nicer. I didn't do anything to you. Your friends do more than enough. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Don't want you to order them to follow me around again. Oh, please. You act like they're beating you. They would if they didn't get in trouble for it. As if you're worth the time. You're really not as important as you think. And you are? Actually, yeah. More than you. Oh, don't. That's just thanks to your mommy and daddy's money. You probably pay the guys to hang around you. Anyway, is your allowance growing thin, or why aren't they with you? You're just making shit up. Everyone else may believe your bullshit, but I don't. It's true, I heard the others talking about it. Is spending your break running back and forth to the vending machine that much fun? It's kind of pathetic if you ask me. Walter neared in, nearly pressing his forehead against Annie's, who flinched away. Just a bit. You know what they also say? Her look remained stern. Even if the smallest bit faltered, he whispered the words so Annie could hear them. Then there was silence. Stone cold, dead silence. Annie's eyes widened and she let out a barely audible noise. She just took a step back, and that. Walter stood still for a moment, holding his hand over his cheek. His face was turned away from her, hiding his expression. When you realized what had just happened, you jumped to your feet, hoping to break them apart before it got any worse. But Walter recovered from his shock faster than anticipated. The next thing you know, there are Walter's hands clawing at Annie's scrawny shoulders to hold her in place as she tries her best to get away from him, thrashing and yelling as she does. He's saying something, his voice growing louder and louder the more she fights against him. In the midst of it, his eyes finally meet yours as you get up in their near vicinity, and without any words, he releases his grasp of Annie. She cries out and he storms out of the gate, fleeing the scene. Annie breathes heavily as you come into frame, ready to feign ignorance. What happened? And I could tell she was at the verge of crying, but her performance left a lot to be desired. You gathered enough from their conversation to know it wasn't a one-sided argument. Her crocodile tears wouldn't impress you this time. He just grabbed me and started yelling in my face. He wouldn't just do that. Well, he did. Did he provoke him? Well, even if, how does that make it okay? It doesn't, but it explains it. Annie hesitates a little too long for it to just be out of shock. I may have said something to him. It was a little mean, but it was the truth. Would you look at that? No more crying, no more hysteria. Annie was back to her normal, avoidant self, blatantly lying at that. You just wanted to hear her admit it, to no luck. But then he completely freaked out and started to get physical. You're impossible. Seriously, one day without you two ripping each other's throats out, is that too much to ask? He's mean to me all the time. How is that any different? Annie shouted at various borderline profanities after you, as you set off, turning your back on her to follow after Walter. The man in question, already way out of the sight, paid you and your attempts to tell him to slow down absolutely no mind. You opted out to set out in a pathetic little sprint that left you way more out of breath than it should have. You trot after Walter to turn a sharp corner, pointedly ignoring you. Huffy and out of breath, you grab him by his shoulder and stop him in his tracks. What's wrong, man? Your little rabid dog of a girlfriend is a bitch. That's what. Dude, what the hell? Sorry, I'm just mad. Doesn't mean you can say that about her. Oh, I can't? She's the fucking rumor mill in person. What if she goes around and starts saying God knows what about me? Annie says something different every day, like they'd really care what she has to say. But that's my point. She can run her mouth whenever she wants, and it's fine because she's just a puppy-eyed hurt little girl with divorced parents. You can't really compare her situation with yours. Because you know so much about me and my family. Indian mom, American dad. One of the few things you knew was that Walter's mother was rather strict with him. That wasn't something he bared himself, but rather known from secondhand experience. For such a fancy house, the walls weren't very thick. You didn't need to understand what they were saying to recognize her tone of voice. The one only a scolding parent possesses. Despite what Walter was implying, this wasn't an invite to ask him about himself. What did she say that made you so pissed? What's it to you? You always cover for her ass. Can you cut the bullshit and just spit it out? Walter gripped the strap of his bag and bit his tongue. It wasn't something new that he preferred to keep his feelings to himself. Nonetheless, he rarely was this avoidant about something. She said that my friends are only using me for my money. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Well, she's not completely wrong. Oh my god, you're such a fucking dick. No, but think about it. I mean, how much time would they really spend with you if you weren't their errand boy? Or if your house wasn't basically a liquor store? Walter scoffed and rolled his eyes. His posture stiffened, immediately becoming defensive. Those are just things we do for each other. You wouldn't know anything about that. She wouldn't have said something like that in the first place if your friends really stopped picking on her. It really sucks for her. I don't know who you think I am, but I don't have any say in what they do. Which means that they're not your good friends. That's a real indicator of what bad friends are. You should not have those kind of people as friends. No, my fault she's making herself such a victim. It's like she wants it. I'm not with Walter on this one. I am so not, because I know what it's like to be bullied. I am so not with Walter on this. She's not doing anything like that. Walter let out a childishly exaggerated, drawn-out groan you were pretty sure could be heard all over the neighborhood. Ugh. It doesn't matter what I say. I'm going home. Do you want me to come with you? I don't know. Can you decide something without asking Annabelle first? The words escape you. You can't think of anything smart to say, so instead you say nothing at all. He never talked about it, and you didn't want to assume anything, but maybe he really didn't have another choice than to play along with the others, being the odd one out. The kid with the weird lunchbox. It was a touchy subject. At that moment, he looked a little more like the pouty kid from primary school way back when than the guy he made himself out to be. Whoever that may be, behind it all. Walter knew a lot about you, more than you'd like him to, but when it came to himself, he was rather tight-lipped. Other than studying, he didn't show great interest in anything. Maybe he liked video games. He must have, considering he had every console currently on the market, with nearly every game that was currently released.
That is so expensive, my god! You know how expensive games are? Jesus.
Sometimes only playing them once to decide they're no fun, and letting them rot in a box under his bed. You wondered if he only played them as long as you were around. You passed down the street that led the way to his home, going by identical-looking houses, neatly aligned one after another, while Walter ahead of you silently blew off steam. Walter's house, although estate might be more fitting the term, stood pretty much in the middle of what you could call the heart of your town. There was the mall, built just a few years ago, and just as boring as it always was. One cinema played the same movies on repeat. A few burger joints sprawled over the place, and the infamous duck pond where teenagers would meet to get wasted. It wasn't exactly a bustling hub of entertainment, but it was still worlds better than your home at the outskirts of town, caged in by the endless forests. The closest trace of civilization was a church only a few minutes' drive away, and also the last stop of the bus line at that, always leaving you to walk the rest of the way home. It took Walter 5 minutes of silence to stop at the crossway that would lead further down the way to his house and turn around to face you again. He had enough of pretending you didn't exist. You weren't going to leave anytime soon. I'm hungry. Want to grab something to eat? While Walter's peace offering was very much appreciated, food wasn't exactly the best way to lure you. Not really. I'll pay, too. No, I'm not hungry. You're never hungry. I'm getting you a burger. I just said I don't want one. And I don't care. I want one. You're getting one. I knew they all tasted like crap. What else is new? I know they all taste like crap. Blah, 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 blah. I can read. Fine, whatever. Walter popped the cap off the drink and took a few last sips before offering you the rest. It had lost all of its fizz and was lukewarm by now, but you still accepted. Half a tasteless burger and a third of a soft drink later, you sat in the dirty parking lot of the fast food place and watched the sparse cars drive by, sometimes listening into their drive-through orders that'd feed a family of 5. This is a question to chat. If anyone's listening to this point, I doubt anyone is. But if in case you're a fast food person, what is your go-to fast food orders? Go. How about we go for a drive sometime after graduation? Obviously, assuming you'll make it. If you help me out a little, I don't know if you're worth the risk anymore. Walter tried to sound serious, but it felt pretty flat considering he rarely ever pulled through with the things he said. It was all bark, but no bite. This got confirmed when he just went on changing the topic like nothing happened. Remember the cliffside by the woods? Mm-hmm. Maybe we can do a road trip over this summer. Drive further out. Go to a town that doesn't suck as much. You know, live out of the car and stuff. Walter crumpled up the wrapping of his burger and aimed it at the trash can, hitting right into its bullseye. You stare at the half-finished burger in your hands and think about doing the same, but Walter paid for it. It'd be a waste. If you were honest, it was probably less about the money and more something else. Yeah, I've decided for us. Summer sucks ass here. It's so boring. You're not going anywhere with your family? I'll just say I'm busy applying to med school. I'll stay behind. They don't need to know. You mean it? Yeah, sure. Oh, the sure doesn't make that sound so sure. As long as it stays between us, we don't end up taking your dog along. What did you say to her back there? Oh, she didn't text you yet? Color me surprised. At the realization you weren't going to take his sarcasm for an answer, Walter furrowed his brows. Doesn't matter. She shouldn't start fights she can't finish. Maybe just apologize tomorrow before you try to avoid her for a week again. This time Walter put his foot down. He swore that he wouldn't come crawling back to her, that he had enough dignity to wait for her to apologize first, as she should. You and Walter kept sitting and talking about the world's most meaningless things, till it started getting dark and you parted ways. The next day, during lunch period, Walter apologized. It made you realize that Walter, besides all the crass things he said, wanted people to like him. That road trip was what you had been looking forward to the whole last year. It was your own getaway from this whole town and everyone in it. You thought maybe, just maybe, you'd come back home after and miraculously would have the guts to make everything right. While stuck in a dream that would never come to fruition, it was easy to pretend Annie didn't exist. And while you knew you should have felt guilty for thinking that, you didn't. It felt freeing to not have to think of what to say and how to act around her every day. To pretend you didn't mind her long-winded talks about her family, how everyone and everything was so annoying. The way Annie talked about other people dragged you down. You had this fleshed out, negative image of classmates you never had spoken to before, but of what Annie had told you. Things you supposedly overheard, or saw, while looking at their notes, their phones, stories about their family and relationships. Stories you're not even sure were true, and if they weren't, what did she gain by making everything up? Most people lied about themselves to put themselves into a better light. Annie lied about others to put them down, not even to an audience, just to you. It only started bothering you when it came to Walter. Annie tried to talk him bad. It made you angry because you knew it wasn't true. None of it was. It was the confirmation you had always anticipated, yet fretted at the same time. It was all lies. You always had to tell where you went, with who, for how long, all while she lied her ass off all the time. It wasn't fair. So, you figured, if Annie was lying to you all the time, wouldn't that make it okay for you to do so too? And so you didn't feel guilty for turning your back on her that day. No, not at all. Annie chose to say those things, to spread her lies. Everything she did was with certain intent. No, you don't understand. This will fucking ruin my life. I had added the "ing" there for dramatic flair, okay? Annie had a choice. Walter didn't. Hey, Ollie. Oliver! A pointy elbow nudges into your ribcage. Your eyes jolt open and the first thing you notice is a dull ache coming from your neck, likely caused by the way you were resting. You lift your head and stretch your neck, rubbing it gently with your hand. The ache subsides, and as you stretch your head back, you find your jacket laying discarded on the floor. So you decide to pull it back over your freezing arms. This isn't really the time to be dozing off. You let out a half-hearted chuckle. Sorry. What are you dreaming about, huh? Not much. I was just tired. What were you doing while I was out? Oh, just thinking. Watching the ocean. You decide to lean slightly forward to see what was so interesting about the body of water, and sure enough, the red delta was nowhere to be seen, like having found its rightful place at the bottom of the ocean. If her dad's corpse would ever escape its interior and float up to the surface, you didn't know. You certainly did not want to stick around to find out. It's been like this for some time. He never came out. She sounded like she expected him to, even had hoped so. If those movies were correct, bodies don't come up afloat till days later. Since he's trapped in the car, maybe he won't ever surface. It'd be your ideal scenario for him to disappear, in the quietest way possible, though you doubt Annie would find that very comforting to hear now. Did you get an idea on what to do now? Annie shakes her head, her vision still glued to the ocean. We can't just go back like nothing happened. I don't really want to go back home. The implication behind Annie's words was clear. She wanted to run away with you. She wanted to leave this town and never come back, like she always said she would. Although you didn't expect that day to be today. And not with Annie by your side, if you were completely honest. Well then, first we should get our hands on a new car. Maybe an RV. We could live out of that for a while. You're just agreeing?
Well, I chose to, for some reason, so this is what I'm doing now.
You shrug. Do I have a choice? Don't say that like I'm forcing you. So what? Do you want me to walk home now and forget any of this ever happened? We can't just buy a car. Neither one of us should use our real names when buying anything. I guess we'll need fake IDs. Who says we have to buy it legally, with papers and all anyway? Because that's so easy. It's not impossible. Your cash can hardly be traced back to us. In some backwater town, I'm sure there'll be someone waiting to get rid of their junkyard car. For that, we first have to get to a hick town, by foot. Annie's constant questioning did not help you feel at ease. It also did not help that you were the only one making actual suggestions, while she was busy taking each and every one apart. Since when was she ever in charge here?
She's been in charge a lot last time.
You've done everything up until now, not like she ever made any sound decision herself. Well then, I guess we'd better get going. It can only get lighter, not darker. I'm sure as hell not staying the night. You don't like camping? You can hardly call it camping without a tent. It's gonna be like Bible camp all over, but way worse. I like Bible camp. I'm sure you did. Yeah, I was really good at capture the flag. Everyone wanted me on their side. No way, you suck at PE. I don't suck, I just don't participate. It's not worth the effort. I don't buy it. Oh, you don't? Annie took slow steps backwards, and then another. She started smiling, and upon instinct, you started closing in, but by then she had already turned around, started off into a childish sprint. What? Hey, get back here! After about what felt like an hour of trekking through winding dirt paths and endless forest, a road was nowhere to be seen. Annie kept asking repeatedly, to the likes of a kid in the backseat of a car, when you'll finally be there, without knowing where there even is. You vaguely remember seeing a motel some miles out of town when you left for your parents' summer trip this year. You prayed for a miracle, that you'd somehow run into that rather than a hitchhiker who will only see two suspiciously disheveled teenagers with a crowbar in hand. That, or a crazy person running through the woods on the prowl and mistaking your fleeting form as one of his future trophies. You hear a gentle trickling of water before you slip through another line of trees and see a little stream winding through the woods. It didn't appear too deep. You could easily leap it or wade through within the space. The water didn't come up any higher than your knees. You walk past it, taking in the scenery for just a moment, but disregarding it quickly. Seeing the stream here meant you likely weren't as far away from the cliffside as you'd like to be by now, or even on the right path at all. You let out a frustrated sigh, looking around disoriented, unsure where to go next. Would following the stream lead you outside of town, or just further into the wilderness? The latter was more likely, but then which direction should you steer instead? Up, down, left, right, north or east, or west or south? You had no idea where anything was, where you stood or where you started off. Where any of this even led. Perhaps crossing the river would be the most logical option after all, you decided. Someone needed to decide. We need to cross the river. You should take off your shoes. A high whining rang out from behind you. I don't wanna. I'm tired and we're not getting anywhere. Yeah, if you keep complaining the whole time, we won't. My legs hurt. I have scratches all over. This sucks. So what? You just sit down and stay here forever? Watch me. And that she did. Annie sat down by the little stream and dunked her hands in it, playing with the water. You roll your eyes and let out a heavy breath through your nose. No need to get impatient. She was just as frustrated as you. Surely, she just needed a break.
You know what else kind of break that she could have? Her father's head, she could have broken it. She did earlier.
A little break wouldn't make things any worse. You poke Annie's head from behind. She wobbles forward, as if spineless, and you let out a mocking snort as she nearly tumbles into the stream. It seemed to do the trick of making her loosen back up. What's your issue? You need someone to keep you steady? Your question was met with an attempted angry glare. You end up sitting down behind Annie, wrapping your arms around her. I could use a drink. Should have grabbed one of those beer bottles from the back seat. Me too. No drinking for you, little lady. No drinking for you either. But it's 2 years less legal. That's not how it works. You shrug. We just killed a person. I think underage drinking would pale in comparison. Annie scrunched her nose in response. I don't like it when you drink. Makes you stink. It keeps you away from kissing me, at least. Now, why would you want that? Just joking. Ollie? Can we get back together? Immaculate timing, as always. Did we ever break up? Well, you were very serious about pushing me out of your life. I had a right to be. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to be forgotten. I would never forget you. You could have just talked to me. Would you have stopped? I could have at least explained. Explained how you're cheating? Annie looks away, clearly moping, but not saying a word. She always manages to make you feel like shit. Was it really just for show for you? I do like you, but not enough. I like you enough to kill your dad with you. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Annie lolled her head to the side, looking off into the distance. What's he got that I don't? I don't know. Chromosomes. Besides, the obvious. It's not about that. So you like girls too? I like you, at least. Just me? Don't push it. I just never liked him. He's snobby. And after everyone knew he pretended to like you, forced yourself on him, he was always disloyal. Oh, so you did that to test his loyalty towards me? Very chivalrous of you. I wasn't gonna... Wait, what? No, I missed something. What? Oh, if you say you're sorry again, I will push you, for real this time. I wasn't gonna... Good. Having wallowed enough, Annie freed herself from your grasp and jumped up, suddenly seeming energized. Hey, before we go, what do you say we carve our initials into one of the trees? That'd be so romantic, wouldn't it? You let out a snort. Why are you laughing? Sorry, it's just, that's what you're thinking about right now? Seriously? Well, I don't want to grovel in misery all night long. Come on, it'll be cute. Annie scoured her view for the perfect tree to massacrate, and once found, began running gleefully towards it. Wait, she was actually serious? Annie, do you not realize how stupid of an idea that is? Annie continued her merry way, playing with the sharp object as she mocked you in a tone that didn't even match your voice. You grab her by her arm to hold her back, causing her to yelp. Ow, what's the matter? Will you listen to me? We're near a crime scene. They'll investigate the forest and find traces of your dad, and then imagine they'll stumble upon a tree etched with our initials onto them. Then we might as well turn ourselves in. Annie pouted, but finally seemed to listen to a bit of reason. Lots of people starts with the letters A and O. You get what I mean, right? Yeah, buzzkill. Also, why do you have a knife with you? Self-defense? Against who? Me? I don't know. I packed it to feel safer. Okay, well, there's no need for that anymore. I think it's best if I take it. Huh? Why is that? I'll just put it back. Give me the knife, Annie. You didn't mean to sound so demanding, but you were slowly but surely getting sick of letting Annie trample all over you. No, I already said I won't do it. Why do you want it? I don't want you running around with it. It's dangerous. With a sour expression, she quickly slid the little knife back into her small brown bag, only to then lift both her hands up as if held by gunpoint, wiggling her fingers. It's already gone. See? You didn't find anything about Annie's acting remotely amusing. You know what? Do what you want. I'm sick of this. Huh? Wait, are you seriously mad? What did I do wrong? I was just joking. Maybe there was no need to break it to her just yet. Annie was easier to handle when she was full of herself. Whenever she got insecure, you'd be sure to spend the next 10 minutes comforting her. Which of course you didn't mind doing, being the loving boyfriend you are. You simply did not deem that very time efficient, considering from now on you were actively running away from the law. We can't sit around here all day. I'm leaving. Hey, come on, talk to me. I said I wouldn't do it. It's not about that. I ask one thing of you and you go and do it your way instead. Instead anyway. That's not fair. I always do what you want. Yeah, like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like what? I always came over when you wanted me to. I cooked and I helped you clean. I did every school project we were assigned. Hell, I spent time with a vulture because I knew it'd make you happy. You click your tongue. You didn't expect you could actually name something. Yeah, but never without a fight. You only do that to appease me, not because you agree with me. So what's the problem with that? If I didn't do half of those things, no one would have. I'm not anyone who's almost 20 and not done with high school. That's a low blow. You started this. You're saying that like it's my fault. Oh yeah, it's never your fault. It's not. I've been screwed over and left and right my entire life. Annie scoffed and rolled her eyes. Here we go again. God, you know what? You think you've got it all figured out and are so independent, but without me here, you'd be dead by now. Annie looking at you as if you just spat on her sneakers. It was supposed to be a little snarky remark, one that stings just a little bit. But you did not expect the topic to upset her as much as it apparently does. Huh? I meant that if I didn't pick up your call, you probably would have just scurried around your house and cried for hours till your dad woke up and would have done God knows what to you. And then if you did drive out here all on your own, which would have been a miracle in itself, then he could probably convince you to do otherwise, and then you'd really be the one underwater. You called me for help because you need me. You always do. Tears start welling up in Annie's eyes, and her lip trembles as she tries to fight against her accusations. Your accusations. But the faltering look in her face tells you all you need to know. Yet she still fights. That's not true. I can handle myself. It never is with you. You turn around and make your way forward. Yet again, Annie stands still, in place like a stubborn child, unwilling to move and unwilling to admit her wrongs. You know that she won't follow if you don't turn back around, but doesn't Annie know you're bluffing? For all she knows, you could really be leaving. Her stubbornness could really leave her deserted one of these days. From a mile away, you could make out faint sniffles, coming from none other than Annie. You might have gone a little too far. As much as the more annoyed part of you wants to leave her be and fend for yourself, then all the effort was for nothing, you realize. You groan inwardly as you turn on your heel. The first part was done, now you just have to make amends. You approach Annie, who keeps her back turned to you. Annie, Ayuki, Annie. Didn't you want to leave? Maybe I do want to. I can turn back around if that's what you want. You suck. Don't just walk away from me like I'm a little kid. This is serious, Annie. I don't know if you understand that. Do you want to go to jail? I know I don't. Of course not. I just wanted to lighten the mood. You're such a spoilsport. Looking at Annie with tears in her eyes and her mascara just a little smudged, you thought she looked a little cute. Nonetheless, it did its trick. You just wanted to teach her a little lesson, that's all. Things won't always go as she wants them to. She can't always have her way with you. Will you give her the knife now? Fine, whatever. Don't know why this is such a big deal to you. Annie grumpily shoved the entirety of her bag in your face for you to carry. It was a little too late for you to realize that you could have just asked to carry her bag for her down the road, and she would have never as much as given it a second thought. You'll know for next time, you suppose. Thanks. Then let's get going. You move along, but Annie tugs your jacket, holding you behind for just a moment longer. Wait, we'll get through this, right? Together? Yeah, it'll be okay. Do you promise? Oh, of course. I promise I won't leave you. You're my girlfriend after all. Annie's features softened up, a smile creeping on her lips in an instant. With everything else, all her troubles and burdens of the world so quickly erased from her mind, she beamed up at you and pulled you in for a hug. It didn't matter if you meant it or not. If it kept Annie happy, you'd play along. If she didn't have you, she'd have nothing. You couldn't do that to her. Not after what happened to her. Not after you left Astor behind. What a good boyfriend you are. Give yourself a pat on the back. Seems like you're of some use after all. She was just as cheerful as she used to be before it all. As cheeky and snarky as when you just met her. Such an adorable girl she is. You offer Annie your hand, which she accepts, and you both move into the thicket of the wood, the unknown swallowing you whole. Buzz, 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 buzz? Who is that from? You pull out your phone from your jacket and stare at the message on the bright screen. I'm sorry, call me, want to talk. Oh, it's Icon. Love me good old Icon. That would be a cool name for a phone, actually, Icon, because like it's an icon. It's iconic. It's Astor. She's asking where I am. Will you respond? No, I'll toss my phone later. Oh, okay. You smile at Annie, reassuringly, and she returns the gesture. It was such a hopeful expression, as if you were her whole world, her universe. How could you deny her, a soul so innocent? She showers you with love, lays at your feet every man's dream. And yet you don't feel anything. You don't feel anything where this love should be. Perhaps God existed after all, and this was his punishment. A sudden spurt of service in an area so desolate and hopeless as this. A text message that never should have arrived. You could have imagined him looking down at you in this very moment, laughing and pointing at you.
From his ivory tower.
In a way, isn't pretending to love someone an act out of love itself? Deep down in that cold, mechanical heart of yours, you truly believed so. That you did love her. You were sure Annie would agree if she had any say in the matter. She's kept so nice and quiet all this time. What was going on in that little head of hers, you wonder? Tired and sore, with the weight like lead in your veins, you repress a sharp exhale and close the front door behind you without so much as a thud. You shift your fingers more securely around the backpack you carried and slowly creep forward, uncertain of what would await. The inside of the apartment was dark, except for the glow of the TV off to the right. At the state of it, your eyelids fell to a near close in exasperation, but you drew a breath through your teeth and steeled yourself. Turning lightly to the kitchen, you take a moment to pile up the excess dishes that were starting to litter the kitchen counter in order to make space for your bag. Wait, this is an apartment? This is very clearly not an apartment. This was a house. Because the dude, Oliver, stood on the porch to get inside, didn't he? So this couldn't have been an apartment because there was a bush outside that I've got her name already. God, Aster, not Aster. My God, I suck at names. James. There was a bush outside that she would go past quickly so that it would cut a view off of him. And there's like a backdoor moment as well. It's like he went around the house as well. Yeah. Something seems afoot. Something seems a fish. Turning lightly to the kitchen, you take a moment to pile up the excess dishes that were starting to litter the kitchen counter in order to make space for your bag. You put down your bag on the crowded counter with a light thud and make a mental note to take care of the mess later. Otherwise, Mom will complain again that this place is a pigsty the moment she comes home. Dad was sitting on the couch. He didn't look at you when you came in. You approach him carefully, waiting for him to say anything, but all he does is gaze further into the flickering screen, playing some sports channel. You hover over the edge of the couch, hoping to gain his attention. Are you still mad at me? Neither did he make any implication that he was going to answer you, which was an answer by itself. You are. That's months ago now. I said I'm sorry. He cocks his head at that, but not yet turning around. You weren't worth that much to him. I felt really bad about it. That's why I told you. What? Like I should thank you? What do you want me to say? I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. Something like that? Would that make you feel better? I don't want you to act like I don't exist. Can you look at me when we're talking? I'm just watching something. In an act of defiance or frustration, or more likely a long overdue buildup of both together, you walk over to the TV and block his view. It didn't quite warrant the reaction you had hoped for. He sat up straight, groaning as he did. You want to talk? Let's talk. I've known for a while. I was just waiting for you to tell me, but really, 3 years? You must think I'm really fucking stupid to not notice you've been dating someone for 3 years. It's none of your business who I spend my time with. I should be allowed to have a boyfriend. I'm 17. It becomes my business when you think you can lie to me. I'm your father. You don't get to lie to me, you understand? You aren't my dad. You never acted like one. Oh well, I guess I just imagined all those parent-teacher conferences I went to. Ugh, I hate you. I wish Mom was here. Your mom? The woman who puts a roof over your head and a spoon in your mouth, but never even shows her face? What's she gonna do? Mom's working, and when she's here, she's busy tidying up everywhere because you don't care to keep the place clean. You don't care at all about us. Daniel's face crumpled, the humor draining entirely from his features in roughly 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he lifts himself from the couch and you retreat against the wall till your back collides with it. He didn't give any reassurance that he was coming or give any space for defense. Ooh, his eyes are scratched out too. Interesting. Need to remind you of all the money I spent on you? Everything I bought you, whatever you wanted, places I took you to, times I busted my ass to show up at your school. It's all thanks to me that you don't look like you come from a goddamn dump. All of it for you to go behind my back and do God knows what with your boyfriend. He doesn't do stuff like that. And have you ever thought about why? It's because... Oh, crappity. Because he's not like that? Oh, okay. You fall silent, embarrassment washing over you as he mocks you. Do you even hear yourself? Who's he hanging around with? His friend? Putting you second to some guy? You grit your teeth, swallowing your response. You know it's not true. That he's just trying to get a rise out of you because he's upset. He wants a sign of defeat, your resignation, because it'd give him exactly what he wants. The unavoidable makeup after a fight, where for a few weeks everything is good. You both pretend it is. But you eat lunch together and he takes you on long drives with great music and funny jokes. And by the time you come home, way past bedtime, you fall into bed together. His bed, that's warm, comforting, and not like the cold space you're supposed to call your own. He'd hold you the way he did when you were younger, more fragile and easier to mold. It was special, like he said, secretive. He was in a good mood when things were going as he wanted, when you went along with the motions like a puppet on a string, and maybe in between all the strange muddled sensations, it even felt nice. The thing about those times is they never last. Not with you around, surely. Somehow you always decide to cause trouble and make him angry, with the look in your eyes or your enunciation that was somehow defiant. It seemed to last little less than every time it happened, the nice part. Then there was no lunch, no car rides, only Mom's nasty comments echoing through the walls and the cold shoulder. Worst of it all. It made you feel like none of it was real, and you couldn't tell anymore if that was good. Then that meant you could pretend it wasn't, or if it hurt even more that he refused to acknowledge it. It wasn't worth it, not this time. I've been keeping quiet too. What if I told someone? Mom or the police? But instead of the glaring anger you expected, he continued holding you in his unflinching stare, his mouth cracking open as a smile broke out across his face. That stupid, self-righteous smile. Tell them what? About there's nothing to tell. But every synapse in your brain was screaming at you to open your mouth and screech into his face as loud as you can, but before you can even will a single muscle in your body to move, he speaks. Annabelle, don't get in over your head, he says, backing off like the conversation is over just because he made his point. What do you want for dinner? I'll order it, whatever you want. When you're out of whatever this is, Aster, he just stands there looking at you, unimpressed, because what will you do, realistically? What can you do? Your eyes dart over to his phone, laying discarded on the shelf. Then the gears in your body begin to turn again, and as if it's moving on its own, your arms reach out and grab it from the shelf. What are you doing now? Daniel questions, cocking his head a little. I'll order pizza. You say innocently, but he knows exactly what you mean by that. You scour through the contacts in his phone looking for her name, all the while he waits for you to make a move, for the phone to start ringing. I don't have the pizza guy's number saved, if that's what you're looking for. You hover over the call button, mirroring him. How about you give that back to me? You don't answer. Daniel closes in. You storm off in the direction of the bathroom, turning a sharp corner and almost slipping under the fabric of your socks, but manage to get a hold of the doorknob. Daniel yells out behind you, his footsteps growing louder in a wave of unbridled rage closing in on you with every passing second. Inside, you fumble with the key in the door, shaking hands, losing their grip on it as you scurry to pick it up. He breaks down the door with ease. A sick terror twists through your innards as he slams it shut behind him. Only you and him in this tiny shared space. His phone must have fallen out of your hand, you notice. You could feel it slither through the bathroom with an accidental kick from the heel of your foot as you try to back off. He grabs your hand and an iron grasp, one so hard it could bruise, and yanks the key out of the other. You try to yell, but before you could get through the first syllable, you were being shoved back against the wall, and there was a finger pointing in your face alongside all the words being hurled into it. You think your mom would care? If your mother cared about you, she wouldn't go looking for men to take care of you. You bite your tongue, tears stinging in the corner of your eyes. You press your head back and turning, as far as you could, avoided the majority of it. But you don't come crying to her when you've had a bad day. Maybe next time to go to her instead. See how she'll treat you. Or even better, go to your boyfriend who blows you off every other day. You want to do that? No, really. How about you go tell him about the things you did? You really think he'll stay with a girl like that? He was scary when he got so angry. Silence was always the best and only option for that tone. Stony, empty silence. You stared down at your dirty sneakers and only hoped he would stop soon. Go to his house right now and tell him. See what he'll do. And when you do, you'll see that he never cared about you to begin with. That's not true. He loves me. You start to cry in earnest, unable to keep up any longer. It's true, sweetie. Sometimes we have to learn our lessons the hard way. He soothes the razor-sharp edge to his tone, so deadly it had cut at the lightest touch. If you don't believe me, you gotta see for yourself that everyone in this world is full of shit. And by God, when you turn back up here like nothing happened, you'll notice that this is the only place you belong. He says, as if the words are supposed to comfort you. You sob, pressing your eyes shut and shaking your head around profusely in denial. Oliver loved you. He said he did. He meant it. You repeat it over and over like a mantra because if you don't, you're scared you'll stop believing it. His eyes never left you, judging, condescending, and pity-filled eyes. Daniel lets out a weary sigh and lets himself fall on your shoulder, allowing his arms to rest around your body. I love you, Annabelle. You know that, right? You didn't answer. You stared at the wall. Your skin felt buzzy and too tight. You wanted to peel it off right at the spot. You want to know why these things happen to good people like us? As he slowly came down from his fit of rage, his speech started slurring and you could smell the pungent stench of alcohol on his breath the further he leaned in. World's unfair. God just didn't like our sorry asses. A breath gets caught in your throat as his hand slithers its way under your shirt. It's soft. It's gentle. It's the opposite of the words he hammered into your head just now, floating around in your brain getting mixed, up with the touch of his hands where they shouldn't be. It's almost enough to convince you that he couldn't possibly mean any of the things he said. It doesn't last. You didn't look up when he turned around. You didn't look up when he gave you the keys to his car. You didn't look up when he trudged back the way he came, the way he had come, to the same old couch. It was only when you'd shut the door to the Delta that you leaned back against the seat and stared up at the hovering blackness before the ceiling and gulped in the air like you'd never tasted it before. Ollie would do something. Ollie loves you. Ollie would help you. But Oliver was just like him. Like Dad. Like Walter. After this, he would start seeing you the same way everyone else does. The way Walter said everyone did. You know what they also talk about? How you act so prudish all the time when in reality you're probably just a huge slut. That's what everyone said, so I guess it must be true. And I know it's not Oliver you're sleeping with, so I really have to wonder who else it is that's putting up with you. To this day, you ask yourself if he was pushing you to it because he wanted to get caught. If he wanted to get arrested, wanted to repent in earnest. All because of some gnawing guilty conscience that hid itself deep in the backrooms of his warped mind. Or if Daniel really, with all his trust in God above, believed, dare say, basked in the thought that Oliver would be too cowardly to help. And if that were true, then what he said must be right. God just didn't like you. You sit on the bed of your camper, happily looking at the text on your phone, a wide smile plastered on your face. It's been some time since you felt this good, having done something that was on your mind for quite a while. It needed to be done. It was for the better. Keys rattled in the door and you look up, watching a slightly sweaty and queasy-looking Ollie stumble in. You hum, eyes lighting up as you jump up and run towards him. Ollie, you're home! You spread your arms, leaning in for a big hug which you barely avoided. Not now, Annie. You laughed. Oh, come on, give your girlfriend a kiss, mwah. Oliver tried to dodge away, only to end up cornered. He made a strangled noise, pushing you away hard. Oh, you stumbled back, crashing into a chair and falling to the ground. Oliver pulled a grimace, something between wincing and scowling. Ow, 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 that hurt. You look at Oliver, who seemed even paler. That door hurt. That hurt. I'm sorry. Oliver turned away and made a beeline to the bathroom, slamming the door shut and locking up behind him. You pout, still on the floor. You're no fun when you're like this. Shut up. He shouted back through the door, making you roll your eyes. He'll see soon enough. God will forgive someone who has once shined and prayed for forgiveness, but will let ignorant sinners burn in hell. You get up, picking up the chair from the floor, listening to Oliver rummaging behind the door, cussing. You sat down on the bed, waiting. Tick, tock, goes the clock. Clitter, clatter, go the bottle of pills, falling down onto the tiled flooring. Loud curses, followed by a loud crashing noise. Soon after, the door unlocked and a frustrated Oliver appeared in front of you. Okay, where are they? You blink at him. Where are what? Oliver scrunches his nose, face delightfully pained. Don't play dumb with me. You pout, looking away. He knew what you did, so why was he making you say it? He banged his fist against the wall, making you yelp as you fall back on the bed. God damn it, you don't tell me you did it again. You said you'd never do it again. What was he saying? You've never done this before. On top of everything, now he was accusing you of all sorts of things. You flush with anger, balling your hand and gripping the sheets of her surface. Well, I wouldn't need to do it if you just didn't waste all our money on them. You think you're so fucking noble. I won't let you do it again, you say. But then we have no money when I leave it all to you. Because either you fucking blow it all to get high or don't even get paid in cash. You look back at Oliver. His gaze had hardened, looking infuriated. A shiver went over your spine. I know all that. Don't bullshit me, Annie. Why do you keep doing this? Oliver ground his teeth together, putting one of his knees on the bed for leverage. I'll kill you if you don't tell me why. Right now. Because I hate when you get the way you get when you're high. You're boring. You don't react to anything I do. Oliver's face went blank. The emotions wiped off of it for a moment, and the foolish idea that he might understand came to mind. Then it came back. He leapt forward and grabbed you by the throat. He put his entire weight into his arms on your frail frame as you struggled to fight against it, thrash around the scratches at his arms. Electricity sparks through your bones as he starts to squeeze harder, making it difficult to breathe. The world around you started to get blurry. Meager gasps of air fight to ease their way through your crushed windpipe. Bloody lines start running down his arms, and the strength in your body starts to fade away. Your once clear consciousness, now a flickering radio signal. You start to ask yourself, why fight against it in the first place? Wasn't the struggle everything you wanted? The thrill of the fight? You never wanted to win. Draw it out a little maybe. Make him really earn it. You can feel the darkness close in, the signal turning off. It's nearly time. You look at Oliver through squinted eyes, his face contorted with raw anger, only wishing he'd keep his attention on you. Only you. For a second longer. What? A phone? Whose phone was ringing? I don't know when I can... You in the, Thor's... I'm getting the... Yeah, I'll see you so... It was Oliver's voice. Lazily, you open your eyes and look around yourself, dazed. It seems your dream got interrupted. She was dreaming that. You don't know when you dozed off, only that Oliver seemed sort of upset when he left. But he could never stay mad at you for very long. Surely he's forgotten all about it now. The muffled voices recede and you hear keys jingling in the keyhole, unlocking the door to the RV. Oliver's home. Wait, no, that didn't come out right. Ollie, you're home. You jump up and leap into his awaiting arms, gently hugging you back. Hi, Annie. What's got you so riled up, huh? I had a nightmare. Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't there. I don't like it when you're out so long. You said you'd be home by 9. I know. I should have told you it'd take longer. Didn't you see my text? I didn't. I'm sorry. You nuzzle into him, longing to find any sort of comfort in his chest. It was cold. Oliver was always cold. The icy hands on your back barely even felt like hands at first, just like cold water. You always say that. I am. We just got really distracted. You decided to let the topic rest. You had brought this exact same thing a million times before, and while Oliver might say that he won't do it again if you pushed further, you know that it'll still end up the same way next time again. Who are you calling out there? He always did this. He heard you, clearly. He was just pretending to not to buy himself a little more time to think of an excuse. I thought I overheard something before you came in. Maybe I was still dreaming. Oh, it was just Zeke. He asked me if we could reschedule practice to Thursday. There was no point in asking. You knew all his answers already. You bite your lip, letting another question fall from your lips nonetheless. Are you mad at me? What? Of course not. What a stupid question, indeed. Of course he wasn't. Oliver didn't get mad. He was never mad. He was never much of anything, always molding himself to be what you needed at that very moment. He says things exactly as you want to hear them, rattling down his apologies or words of comfort. It was hollow. There was no meaning to any of it. The most insulting part was how he thought you believed him. He had this air around him like he was proud of his performance, like he was doing you a favor. Oliver's hand slides down the curve of your waist in an all too familiar manner, and you find yourself leaning into it despite yourself. I already forgot about it during practice. Let's just move on, yeah? Okay. How was it? Practice. It was fine. He says, simple as that. Come on, be more specific. When will you guys play again? I want to watch. Next Friday at some club downtown. Then why don't we go check it out, judge the competition. You could tell by the pause that he made that your suggestion didn't thrill him. It didn't thrill you either, for that matter. The clubs where he and the other guys played were always too crowded and too loud, and the smell of smoke made it hard to breathe. But it'd be better than to pretend to fall asleep only for him to carefully slip out the covers later. You convince yourself. Do we need to? Well, no. Oliver let out a sigh at the forthcoming but as if merely talking to him was an inconvenience. But I could use a distraction? Right, fine, why not? Yay! Well then go pick out a nice outfit, yeah? You don't want to miss the encore. He left you to your own devices, and as he went outside for a smoke, he said, but he was just talking on the phone again, only at a distance where you wouldn't overhear him. You shoot him a last glance before going inside. He doesn't notice, too busy looking at his phone. The screen lights up, and you wonder who it is you're looking at. Something about the scene makes you viscerally angry. You turn the thought around in your head. What it was about him that made you recoil, but when you realize it was Oliver's faint, smug smile. It made you think of someone else, someone antagonistic and condescending, who loved reminding you of your place in the world. You comb your hair the same way you always do, with the same brush and the same motion. Here he comes again. It's such a shame for your blonde hair. You put on your makeup the exact same way you'd always do, always taking 15 minutes, not one more nor less, just the way you like it. You never put in this much effort for me. I would have appreciated it. You pick out the black dress you know he likes. No wonder you get those looks leaving the house looking like that. You keep your nails nice and short, your hair not clean and fresh, your skirts not too short, so as to not get unwanted attention. Keeping yourself in a state of cryostasis, all for him. But he doesn't notice, does he? But no matter how hard you try, he doesn't look at you. His eyes focus on your features, yet there's a film over his eyes, a fog that is all-consuming and everlasting. There are glimpses of what is left of him shining through the filter at times, the raw anger and frustration, and sometimes even the glee in his face when seemed genuinely happy. It was never when he was facing you. You try to convince yourself that it must be imaginary or fleeting, a passing season. It doesn't change. It doesn't pass. It doesn't pass. With Oliver, it's always winter. The love that may or may not have been there has long frozen over. It ached in a way that was frustrating. You knew that the love he claimed to have wasn't something that existed not for you. You knew it all along. But there was still a spark of hope that someday it might change. The person you seek that comfort from was no longer there. It was bits and pieces of other people, traces of strangers scattered all over him, consuming them, their personality and their thoughts. He was eating them all up, one by one. The stupid piercings on his left eyebrow that mirrors the one of the drummer. The spare hair tie that he wore around his wrist for the long black hair of the lead singer. The second phone he thought he hid so well, accompanied by the familiar voice on the other end of the line that spoke as connivingly as it always did. The way he talked to you like you were a little kid, like you couldn't comprehend what he really meant to say. When he would lay with his head over the rim of the couch, high out of his mind, his Adam's apple protruding from his neck as an open invitation to slice right through it. He was somewhere, someone completely different. But you were still here, sitting, waiting by the bedside table, acting as an ashtray for him to butt his cigarettes out. The voice in your head spikes again, and you want to smash your head on the wall till the only thing you can feel is the blinding pain from it. But even if he wouldn't relent, like a tumor in your brain, he never goes away. I told you everything as it would happen, but you didn't listen. It makes you want to grab Oliver's throat, squeeze the life out of him till the blood vessels in his eyes pop, and is no longer any different from all the other disgusting vermin with their grubby hands and hungry eyes. You step out of the RV, the dirt path sinking in under your heels. You can hear Oliver's keys jingle and the lock turning on, then twice. There was only one pair of keys, his. The fact hammered into your brain every time he carelessly spun them around his fingers. He turns around and looks down at you, his eyes traveling all the way down and then up again, inspecting every inch of you. The porch light was harshly illuminating his features. You look good? Oh, thank you. You want to believe he means it, even though you know it's nothing more than a mere false flattery. Even though you know better, you hold on to that thought. You clutch it tight, for it might crumble at the sound of his voice if you don't. Oliver puts his hand on the nape of your neck and places a kiss on your forehead, almost childlike. You'll be the prettiest girl there. The same way Dad did, with the same tone in his voice. When you look up, Oliver was grinning. He should have been handsome when he grinned. His eyes crinkled when he did. For a few breathless, calm seconds, it's cold and clean and nothing else. But it's not nothing. Something always went wrong with Oliver's smile. There was always something calculating in it. Like he really wasn't happy at all, despite what he was trying to portray. It also faded away too fast, like a switch that turned off. It was unnerving. It did that now, and he said so in a low voice, almost a whisper. Before we go, you know I don't like asking this of you, but we're getting low on cash. He says with his perfect confidence, like it makes sense, like you should already know that it makes sense. It's a declaration he makes like he's got the deed to your soul, signed and notarized. You waited. You knew he expected you to answer. You didn't. Instead, you looked past him, to the RV, to the drawn curtains by the tiny bathroom window. It was only a matter of time now. This would be the day, you were sure of it. You couldn't wait for Oliver to find out, for him to finally show his true face. Then, and only then, he'd see you. Oh. Man, that's a lot. That is just a lot. And the world is fucked up in so many ways, and yeah. There's no real thing. There's just so much. My thoughts are all over the place, and I know it took a while to make this video, or this video is long. I'm not sure how long. It should be about 5 hours long-ish, maybe. And it's probably the longest video that I've made by myself for one video, probably. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. I know it was a lot. I know it's a lot of things that were just a lot. Man, people are messed up. People get messed up. Things happen and they change and because of the situation. And just know that you can always ask for help. Just know that there's always someone for you, and just know that you're worth it. No matter how bad, no matter how down, terrible, and anything else, you are worth it, and you can ask for help, and you can get through it. I believe in you, and I believe that you can. And yeah, this just shows that people are complicated, and things are not really black and white. People change because of other people, and sometimes all the messes and tangles of everything that's happened can't really be unraveled, and things get more messed up and messed up, you know. Talking about the game, I wish there weren't as many grammatical stuff and slight things where we're not supposed to be. Like Aster was there all of a sudden, and there was some like grammar issues and English issues there, here and there, because the first part of the game was perfect. And that's nitpicking it. I never really complain about a game's English or language or anything like that, because not everyone is a literature grade professor or anything like that, and they don't have to be. Obviously, the feelings and the emotions and everything that went through the game because of everything. And yeah, aside from that, I feel like we should have found out more. You know, it's terrible and fascinating and just so much. Yeah. I feel like the changes, that the refusal and acceptance was very interesting, because it obviously showed both sides of Aster. So not Aster, I forgot her name, but her name, Alice, O-N-A, right? Alice, Alter, I don't know. We'll go with Alice. So why not? Because I do not remember names. Wait, what was the name? Annie. There you go. That's Annie. I remembered the name. Haha. So yeah, that Annie changes like her spectrum. Not spectrum. A lot of her personality changes depending on that small situation. And I know what the author was trying to make you feel like, you know, that small thing can make someone change a lot or less, and you know, a lot of things can happen. But it was interesting to see both sides of her. And of course, you can't say that one is right or one is wrong, because of just how complicated people are. And it's shown in this visual novel really well how complicated people are and how complicated things are, and some things are horrible, and that yeah. That was a whole thing. Let me know what you thought down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Take care, and goodbye.